Chapter 558 The Incarnation's Mission Finale. Using the Book of Destiny, the Incarnation controlled or established the destiny of everything cultivators in this great thousand world. When people with a talent for cultivation are born, their names will automatically appear in the book, and the Incarnation will establish their destiny. Each individual's destiny is different. For example, it could be as simple as they are destined to become a supernatural realm cultivator. Of course, just because someone is destined for such an accomplishment does not mean that they definitely can achieve it. This is not how destiny functions. The cultivators have to work to achieve their destiny. They have to undergo arduous cultivation, temper themselves, and fight for resources. Now, as someone destined to become a supernatural realm cultivator, they will have a particular luck to ensure they accomplish their goals. They also have specific karmic connections with people that help them achieve their destiny. Nevertheless, destiny still gave people a certain level of freedom to accept or reject their destiny. Furthermore, the Incarnation discovered other forms or unique destinies. For example, the destiny to become the most powerful sect in the world. Once, he tried to give this destiny to a faction, and he realized that some people could compete with the chosen faction to hinder them from achieving their destiny or steal the destiny of becoming the best sect. After controlling the entire world's destiny, the Incarnation tried to recreate the Eternal Emperor's destiny and failed. No matter what he tried, he could not succeed. So, he tried to create an immortal destiny. As long as he gave an individual such a destiny, they had a 90% chance of becoming an immortal tier powerhouse. Consequently, his actions touched the bottom line of true heavenly Tao, and he received a warning. Another application the Incarnation discovered is establishing the destination of mortal objects and animals, turning them into spirits or demon race. This method is valuable to the spirit race but has no actual application to Wang Wei besides maybe creating an army of spirit race. As you can see, we have learned much about destiny but no revolutionary discoveries. That's fine as well. What about battle applications? Did you come up with something? In fact, I did, replied the Incarnation, who stood up from his sitting position. He looked at Wang Wei and said, "Attack me with your chaos flame." Then the Incarnation created a wound on his forearm with his left finger. "All right," said Wang Wei before creating a multicolored flame in his hand and throwing it at the Incarnation. At first, it appeared as if the latter was rapidly burning. But soon the process ended and the wound on the Incarnation healed. Wang Wei squinted his eyes. Purpose manipulation. Exactly. I changed the purpose of your chaos flame from burning to healing. You can imagine the wide application of such a technique. Indeed, there were many applications of this ability. Wang Wei could alter his fleshly Buddha's purpose, allowing it to use more force than usual. He could change the purpose of his enemies' attacks and make them help him instead or render them entirely useless. Wang Wei waved his hand to manifest a turtle shell. It was the 8-trigram turtle shell he borrowed from the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. He then used the Destiny technique to modify the purpose of this magical artifact. It used to be a supporting item used only for divination, but Wang Wei turned it into an attack artifact that used the River of Fate's power. And since the artifact was an immortal artifact, the attack it could use was at the same level. Of course, Wang Wei could modify an item of such level because he now had the strength of Immortal Venerable. If not, he would fail or suffer some backlash. "This technique is worth all your effort," said Wang Wei. "I tried my best," replied the Incarnation as he looked at the world again. "I found it fascinating to control the lives of so many people, controlling their destiny with them being none the wisest. Don't lose yourself to such meager power." "You underestimate me," replied the Incarnation. He knew that this great thousand world was a drop of water in an ocean in the grand scheme of things. Furthermore, he only learned to control people's destinies to control his own. "As long as you understand," replied Wang Wei, who patted his shoulder before leaving. He went on to check on the Order-Disorder Incarnation, the one who had problems. He saw the latter at the center of the world's core, sitting cross-legged and fighting heavenly Tao that was supposed to be sealed. He frowned. The Order Incarnation had to begin his journey from a low thousand world. After becoming the supernatural realm, he would replace the heavenly Tao of that world and decide the order of this world. He would establish the rules, regulations, punishments, and restrictions for all mortals and cultivators. With this method, the Incarnation could make the world safer for mortals and prevent chaos. Consequently, many cultivators did not like absolute order, rebelling against the Incarnation and creating more chaos or disorder. However, this is precisely what the Incarnation wanted. He wanted oppositions to help him understand disorder laws. Once he finished his mission, he ascended to a middle thousand world and repeated the same plan once he reached Void-Shattering Realm. The issue arose after he ascended to a great thousand world. The heavenly Tao of this world acted swiftly before Wang Wei sealed it. It created a sun of destiny that Wang Wei did not even detect, and that destiny sun made some cracks or flaws in Wang Wei's formation. That person even destroyed some of the puppets he left guarding the formation. So, once the order incarnation ascended, he had to confront the Son of Destiny in Heavenly Tao. By now he had already dealt with the Son of Destiny, but the incarnation had to face part of Heavenly Tao while still in the Saint Realm, thus delaying his progress. Wang Wei frowned as he watched all of this happening. He could tell Heavenly Tao was stalling the incarnation while gathering power from the world's inhabitants to help it and might even be creating another Son of Destiny. After thinking about it for a moment, he decided not to intervene since this experience could also be a form of tempering. Furthermore, the confrontation with Heavenly Tao might give him an insight into how it controlled the law and help him in the future when he creates further levels of his force control skill. As for his battle with Chu Luo, his current strength should be enough. If it's not, he has a hidden trump card to make the difference. After making a decision, Wang Wei thanked the immortal powerhouses that controlled the time acceleration formation. Finally, he went to see the Fate Incarnation. The two began to work on creating the spiritual foundation or the Fate Palace. After divination, they discovered it was impossible to make 10 Fate Palaces, one for each of the incarnations in the main body. Based on the Emperor Tao World's cultivation system, cultivators can only create one spiritual foundation for each cultivation realm for a total of 9, and the 10th can be made after proving the Tao. Nevertheless, Wang Wei also discovered both he and the Fate Incarnation could create a Fate Palace and fuse them. This palace would be the main one, while the other incarnations could develop branches. And during the final fusion, the Fate Palace would baptize him with Fate power, similar to how Tian did through Samsara. The fusion will also elevate his comprehension, allowing his 9-extremity foundation to perfectly complete at a power level of 5 root Tao ancestor. There was not enough time for Wang Wei to create the main Fate Palace, but he left the Fate Incarnation with this mission before returning to the trial. Wang Wei discovered Wang Wuqing waiting for him after he returned. "Wait, your strength. Is there a problem? You already have 2-leaf strength?" "Yes. Is something wrong? Don't you ever have any bottleneck?" Wang Wei controlled his urge to say, "Bottleneck? What's that?" Instead, he thought about the question and realized that this was true. "You should know this is odd. No matter who it is, even those blessed descendants will have bottlenecks in their cultivation journey." Wang Wei nodded as he guessed this might be another ability of his soul. Or he might have a bottleneck in the future, but now was not the time. "I should be used to your anomaly by now. Here is the thing you wanted." Wang Wuqing handed him a talisman that contained a recording of miscellaneous 1 refining an immortal tear pill. "Thanks," replied Wang Wei. "Now that I remember, there will be no issue with the aftermath of the demon supremacy world? No need to worry. We have erased all traces that we absorbed their luck. Furthermore, Heavenly Tao even helped since your action benefited the people of our world." Wang Wei nodded. A lot of the luck absorbed went to the human destiny sword, which will, in turn, benefit the human race of the myriad emperor world. So, he was not surprised Heavenly Tao helped. Additionally, he had a karma-unbound physique to prevent the demons from using karma to trace him, not to mention his status as fateless. So he does not need to worry. And the demons of that world have to worry about dealing with the fire in their backyard, so they won't have much time to track the people responsible. After his conversation with Ancestor Wuqing, he checked on his chat group. Due to time dilation, most group members were now Tier 6, including the new member Wannabe God. Wang Wei received a few innate treasures from Mad King and Wannabe God, but he did not really care about that now. Nevertheless, he did not plan to abandon this group. He would train them as his agent to spread Buddhism in the endless void and repay his karma. The group can also help him gather resources like incense, luck, or lifespan. Finally, they can help him prepare for his future plans. Chapter 559 Willpower and Tao Heart Trial. Wang Wei flew to the pagoda. However, unlike his usual relaxed and easygoing mood, he was now on high alert, secretly looking everywhere. He did not know where the anomaly he felt came from, so he wanted to be on guard. He barely listened to Lord Spirit before entering the pagoda. He received a message on how this trial will proceed. A few seconds later it began. A large number with at least 20 zeros appeared above his head, and Wang Wei felt a slight pressure on himself. However, the pressure was not on his fleshly body. He had to carry the weight with his willpower. Then, the number increases by at least 3 zeros every 10 seconds. Then, at some point there were no longer any words but the character for small thousand world. This character meant that Wang Wei had to carry the weight of a small thousand world with his willpower, and to him, this was not difficult, so he ignored the trial and took his time to review the talisman from Miscellaneous 1 and learn how to refine an immortal pill. A few seconds later, the weight on him changed to 5 small thousand worlds before continuing to increase. A few hours later, the weight had changed to a great thousand world. Feeling the drastic increase in the pressure, Wang Wei opened his eyes to check the situation. He read the character floating above his head before continuing his study. After an unknown amount of time, he felt a sudden tremendous pain and opened his eyes to see blood coming from his nose. He raised his head and understood the situation. He was currently bearing the weight of a heaven will world with his willpower alone. However, his body could not withstand the power. Luckily, this trial level only lasted a few seconds before ending. Then, Lord Spirit appeared in his lair, looking at him strangely. She had to do everything she could to hide the shock she felt after witnessing the result. Especially when you compare the result with the second place Chu Luo and the third place Jingwu Hua. Chu Luo has gone through numerous reincarnations, and Jingwu Hua sealed herself for countless generations. So, I understand where their strong willpower comes from. But this Wang Wei is truly an anomaly. Could he be so naturally gifted? Some people are naturally born with high willpower, but Lord Spirit do not think they can reach such a level. It does not matter. The more talented it is, the better a choice for master. Is there a problem? Wang Wei asked. No. You are the first in this trial and I figured the reward might not be appealing to you. So, I wonder if you want to exchange it for something? What's the reward? Resources to increase willpower. I see. Ill exchange for the same previous reward. Lord Spirit then gave him a crystal full of a mysterious power. I've been wondering. What is this thing? It's called tempering qi. As the name suggests, it can help cultivators temper various body parts. Muscles, bones, meridians, acupoints, etc. It's an excellent body refining resource because of its versatility. I could see why it's precious. Anyway, thank you. Lord Spirit bowed before disappearing. Immediately afterward, the other participants received the result and the allocated points. Wang Wei got 1,000 points, and Chu Luo only had 800 points to display the difference between the two. Subsequently, Lord Spirit began the subsequent trial, Dao Heart. And to Wang Wei's surprise, he discovered he had once again entered the Road of the Heart, standing at the 6th section where he left off during the void-shattering realm. So Wang Wei continued walking in the different sections. He saw many illusions that tempted and questioned his sanity and morality, primarily his recent actions in the demon supremacy world. However, he ignored them until he reached the 10th and final sections. Wang Wei saw someone waiting for him in the middle of the road, sitting cross-legged with a table and tea. Why are you here again? That's a good question. You tell me. Wang Wei sighed before sitting in the second seat, facing the other person. He looked at the person who looked exactly like him except for a more evil aura. Heart Devil, what do you want this time? The Heart Devil poured himself a cup of tea before doing the same for Wang Wei. I'm here for one reason, Wu Hong. Why didn't you have the conversation about her motive with her? I forgot. You don't forget, you can't forget, replied the Heart Devil. Unless you subconsciously want to. Maybe you're right that I have subconsciously avoided talking to her, replied Wang Wei as he took a sip. However, I don't think that matters this much. I know for sure that she loves and would never betray me. I agree with you. However, you still need to have the conversation. Your Dao heart cannot have the tiniest flaw, and if you don't confront the truth, even if you already know in your heart the answer, the flaw will not go away. Wang Wei did not say anything as he continued to sip his tea. He knew the Heart Devil was correct. Since he knew she loved him, why couldn't he have the conversation? That's because a tiny part of him feared he would discover something else in that conversation. No matter how slight that fear is, it is still a flaw. All right. I won't procrastinate anymore. So, are you going to talk to her now? How soon? I said soon, so get off my back. Whatever, said the Heart Devil in anger. It's your Dao heart and you can leave a flaw if you want. He chugged the entire pot of tea before slamming it on the table. Then he disappeared. Wang Wei's eyes twitched before shrugging his shoulder and walking to the end of the section. Wang Wei opened his eyes and felt a sublimation in his Dao heart. He also felt a microscopic flaw. Although this flaw was so minor to the point of being insignificant, it was there. With his current Dao heart, he could still bear the heaven will. Let's deal with this as soon as possible. Soon, the ranking list appeared, and to everyone's surprise, Ji Lanfang was number 1 in this trial, followed by Wang Wei in second place and Chu Luo in third. Wang Wei slightly frowned before accepting the result. Meanwhile, in Chu Luo's area, he analyzed the result. A trial that focused more on the flaws of the Tao heart instead of how powerful or robust it was. It would make sense that a swordsman who dedicates everything to the way of the sword would have no flaw. As for him, this trial showed him he had a few flaws in his Tao heart. The first one was his failure to comprehend the slightest of his existence. Even after so many years, he could not forget it. The second flaw was his failure to pass the Supreme Outlaw trial, despite his parents going to extreme lengths to have 3 attempts and survive. Nevertheless, he failed and wasted time and resources on his first 3 reincarnations. Consequently, his parents had to pay another price to allow him to use a restricted Tao of creation. The third flaw was he felt he owed his parents too much for everything they did for him. He had hidden guilt that he deleted their futures because of their sacrifices. So, he desires to become an extremely powerful eternal emperor and help them to return the favor for their nurturing. This trial has helped me find the flaws in my Tao heart so I can fix them. Chu Luo's eyes became focused before exiting the pagoda. There were no rewards for this trial since pointing out the Tao heart flaws of these heaven chosens was the reward. They all looked relieved after discovering the problem since they could target and deal with it. As soon as Wang Wei left, he sent a communication talisman to Wu Hong for her to contact him once she was available. Then he focused on Lord Spirit, who seemed to have a more eerie smile than usual. I have good news for all of you. There will be changes to the combat trial. It will not be a battle competition between you as you expected. It will take a different form that will allow you to gather many points, enough points to not even care about the first seeded token. Many people frowned as they were getting a little tired of this trial constantly changing the rules. It was too chaotic for many. Lord Spirit, will you tell us what it will be in advance, or do we have to wait? Of course he'll tell you. It will be in your best interest to prepare in advance, replied Lord Spirit with a wide smile. So, the battle trial will take place in the form of Chapter 560 Complications and Curse, Gift Bonus Chapter. Thanks to Taoist True Self for the gift. So, the battle trial will take place in the form of challenges, but not from each other, but heaven chosens in the upper dimension. The heaven chosen presents were the backbone of their respective faction, so they had access to some secrets of the universe. They knew about the upper dimension, where all great emperors ascend to continue their cultivation journey. But now they had an opportunity to battle the geniuses of that place. They instantly became excited as they did not believe they would be inferior, even if they lived in a far worse environment. Of course, some feared humiliating themselves or bringing trouble to their sections. Things were about to get complicated, thought Wang Wei. He did not fear any challenge from these upper dimension heaven chose. He worried about the political aspect behind their presence. Even though he knew these powerful entities could not readily interfere with the lower dimension, they still had the capability. Things would get complicated if he offended one of these young masters and caused trouble for his sect. And relying on Wu Hong as a backer might make things even worse. I should probably begin to think about robbing the final winner instead of participating in this trial, he thought. He would wait and analyze the situation and weights the pros and cons before making a decision. Many participants began to ask questions regarding the upcoming battle trial, but Lord Spirit only said to wait a month until these people's arrival. Afterward, everyone returned to their mansion. Wang Wei went directly to Ancestor Wuqing to ask questions. So what do you think? I don't know much about the upper dimension. But I know mortals can descend to the endless void, but it is extremely difficult. Gu Xian is not simple. If he could do this for a trial, Gu Xian is not simple. Are there any restrictions? For sure. For example, they cannot stay long here, they cannot use items above Emperor grade, and maybe others. What about the Heaven Will battle? I don't know about that. Let me ask Origin One, replied Wang Wuqing before disappearing and returning a few minutes later. They can participate in the battle. However, they have to start cultivation from scratch, are restricted by the number and type of resources they can bring, and have to acquire an identity token. Furthermore, if they fail to prove the Tao, they cannot ascend to the upper dimension Ayuro, unless someone at the Empyrean level comes to get them. What about karma? Does it restrict them? After their first descent, when they lose all their cultivation, they don't need to wash away their karma and compete in any Heaven Will battle. However, if they lose, they have to follow the same rules as us. Wang Wei understood that Heavenly Tao restricted the upper dimension people to ensure they had the same starting line as everyone else and had a relatively fair competition. He was satisfied with these restrictions. What he feared was those people coming here to cause chaos and destruction. Do they have anything special about them? Wang Wei asked. They usually have ways to contact the upper dimension. But I don't know if that counts as special. Wang Wei immediately frowned. Although this information seemed useless, it was not to him. His tentacles will one day reach throughout the entire endless void. So, if someone from the upper dimension learned of his action and sent people to interfere, this might cause some trouble. I need to take this information into account. Thank you for the information. No need for formalities. By the way, Wang Ju said she prepared everything. Excellent. I'm going to deal with the issue now. Wang Wei teleported back home before contacting Wang Ju. It seems your seclusion was successful. Thanks to you, young master. The shadow innate treasure was beneficial. That's good. We will find a day for you to officially become my shadow. I looked forward to it, replied Wang Ju before handing him a talisman with some information. After reading it, Wang Wei closed his eyes as the power of fate, karma, samsara, and time surrounded him for a few seconds before saying, "We will need more people in these positions. Use some suicide soldiers for the rest." Wang Ju looked at the map handed to her, and a look of surprise flashed before she nodded and went to mobilize the people. Meanwhile, Wang Wei teleported to a small village at the southern end of the central continent. While invisible in the air, he observed a young village boy who looked ordinary except for his eyes. Deep hidden inside was an infinite hatred. For as long as this young man existed, he carried that hatred passed down from generation. And he knew once he died he would pass this hatred to his children. Today the young village went to get some woods in the forest, and something unexpected occurred to him. He found a booklet with the title, Curse of Hatred. The young villager quickly hid the book before looking at his surrounding to discover if anyone had seen him. After not finding anyone, he rushed home to read the book. He was glad his wife and daughter were not here, and he felt this was not something they should involve themselves with. A few minutes later he finished reading, "Oh Tian. Do you think you can do whatever you please because you are a mighty cultivator? Today I will teach you that your actions have consequences." The young village boy closed his eyes before chanting in weird and incomprehensible language. As he did so, the hatred deep in his soul, inherited from his bloodline for thousands of generations, activated to power the curse to unimaginable heights. Wang Wei watched as a dark and invisible power traveled to the western continent, and he knew it was going for Tian. After receiving the curse of hatred and the bloodline curse, he had a basic plan on his mind that he laid the groundwork for while taking his trial. He changed the memories of an ordinary mortal family that Tian destroyed their village, killing everyone they loved. This act resulted in fostering a powerful hatred of that family. Then he cast a spell on them to pass down that hatred through bloodline for countless generations, nurturing and strengthening that hatred over time. And after more than 10,000 years and numerous mortal generations, the hatred reached the level he wanted where it could cast a curse that could barely touch a person's existentia, similar to Lin Fan's situation. Western continent, sealed mountain. Tian suddenly opened his eyes and felt a powerful curse descend on him. He frowned calmly as he looked at the markings on his body. The Curse Passion Emperors, 3 anomalous curses? Tian knew the Curse Passion Emperor as he was technically one of his mentors. He studied briefly under the latter. The Curse Passion Emperor was a pseudo-eternal emperor famous for his curse and poison Tao. During that era he was very valuable to the war as he could poison innate demons on large scales and even weaken some eternal emperors. One day the Curse Passion Emperor discovered a destroyed village with only one survivor, a young girl full of hatred. He tried to help the young girl, but she only wanted revenge. So he promised to cultivate her into a powerful being to have her revenge. She refused. She wanted her revenge now. So, the Curse Passion Emperor created a special curse for her to use her hatred as the source and her life as the price. Finally, the girl killed her enemy before moving on to samsara. After that, he created 2 other curses of the same category, which were eventually called the 3 anomalous curses. This curse became essential to the war as it allowed mortals to have significant battle prowess. However, the Curse Passion Emperor came to hate his creation because of how much damage it did to mortals. He hated the acquired side for weaponizing these 3 curses. Tian was momentarily sad after thinking about the past. He was present when numerous primordial gods and innate demons besieged the Curse Passion Emperor and killed him. He was pretty sad after receiving the news. Although they were not close, the latter was still one of his mentors. Using such a cruel and cunning method, this must be Wang Wei's method, he thought before sneering. If I did not have some understanding of existence, this curse would have killed or crippled me. So, he used his Tao will to protect his existence. He knew from the curse Passion Emperor this was the quickest method to deal with this curse with no repercussions. A few minutes later, the markings on his body disappeared as he returned to normal. So, it failed as expected, Wang Wei muttered. Then he contacted Wang Ju to begin, who then mobilized all the Fate Shadow Guards worldwide. Chapter 561 The hostile takeover. Wang Wei teleported to a special place. Meanwhile, a great event with worldwide repercussions occurred. The Shadow Guards began assassinating people from every continent, every domain, and every faction and race, including the Sea race. Even the hidden powers that have not shown up in the Myriad Emperor world were affected, alarming all the Emperor lineages. And the target of the Fate Shadow Guards was no one else but Tian sleepers. Wang Wei was careful this around and planned for many years before acting. And with the help of the Oracle Mirror and his recent increase in strength and abilities, he knew the position of most of them. So, he attacked them simultaneously, not giving them or the faction they infiltrated a chance to respond. A few minutes later, Wang Wei appeared before Wang Ju with his clothes disheveled. "Young master, are you all right?" "I'm fine. I just killed a Dao ancestor," he replied casually before giving her a token. This token leads to a small world where the sleepers kept all their information. Take control of it and make a copy of everything for the sect. Tian sleepers have gathered so much impossible that it was mind-boggling. They have detailed records of every heaven chosen in each generation since the ancient emperor era. They also have records of every noteworthy event that occurred since then. When Tian was reincarnating, they would not stop gathering information and keeping records in case their master wanted to know. The knowledge in the small world was so vast that even Tian had not read all of them. After all, he would not care much about the life of someone who has long been dead by the time he successfully reincarnated. However, Wang Wei planned to read all of them. He knew he might be able to learn many things from these records. From a person's life he might learn a valuable lesson. From these records, he might learn some truth or secrets of this world that was beneficial to him in the present. Or, just reading the information he might be inspired and come up with a great idea. It's a shame that he did not find any cultivation scripture from that small world. However, he knew long before that Tian was careful and did not leave any records. "How did things go on your side?" Wang Wei asked. "Smoothly. As you ordered, we did not kill all the sleepers. Instead, we stole the fate of those in high positions and used the assassination as a distraction to clean our tails. As of now, Project Deep Infiltration is complete." "Excellent," said Wang Wei. With this move, he now controlled the Sleepers' Information Agency. He had the same spying and assassination capabilities as him, not to mention he had planted so many spies inside these factions. With this move, he should be able to get his hands on most of the Emperor lineage's scripture to learn from, just like Tian. Of course, he now had eyes everywhere in the Myriad Emperor world. Wang Ju went to process everything on the Sleeper Information world while Wang Wei had other things to deal with. He ignored the fact he just slightly tilted the world to its side and went into seclusion. Immediately he took out the Oracle Mirror and activated it. His main objective for the Curse of Hatred and attacking the sleepers was the mirror. With his action he increased the karma he had with Tian, and now the mirror increased the information by another 10% for a total of 90%. He acquired new information regarding Tian, including some secrets of the Null Era. Then he focused on a specific piece of information that caught his attention. Tian was trying to find a way to go past the 9-extremity foundation to reach the 10th. And he found a way. Regrettably, the mirror did not disclose the method. "I already suspected he was doing this, but now I have confirmation," thought Wang Wei with a frown, thinking about how he could increase his karma with the latter and find the answer. Unfortunately, he could not think of anything. He once tried to use the fact that Xiao Ning gave him the perfect foundation method to increase his karma with Tian, but he failed. She seemed immune to his karma technique. He knew she was the key to increasing the remaining 10%, but he did not want to get in more contact with that woman. She was too weird and dangerous. The other option was Tian's family. But based on previous divination he did not have much affection or karmic connection with them. To Tian, his real parents were the ones who died before the Null Era. So, killing or doing anything to them would not increase his karma much. Wang Wei then borrowed the power of his incarnation to do another divination. He wanted to know if there was a way to increase karma with Tian. "Dijia," he muttered. She was the woman in charge of Tian's information network from the D clan's side. She was his Wang Ju and accompanied him everywhere in the same manner as Wang Ju. From the divination he knew she loved him, but he did not care about her. However, compared to his affection and connection to his parents, she had a higher weight on his life. By killing her, I can increase the mirror's percentage by 1%. Wang Wei frowned. He did not know whether that 1% would tell him how Di Tian planned to break the 9-extremity foundation limit or another piece of information. I could try to modify the purpose of the mirror to give the information I need, thought Wang Wei before deciding to try it. So he contacted Wang Ju and asked her to assassinate Di Jia. Then he wanted to attempt something. He summoned his destiny law to modify the purpose of the oracle mirror. He wanted the mirror to give him 90% of Di Tian's knowledge, which included all the techniques he knew and cultivated, every thought he had, and even his understanding of the law, instead of simply providing him with information. If he succeeded, he would now know the specific scriptures and techniques of Di Tian instead of just knowing the name and detailed analysis of what they were. He then would not have to recreate some of these techniques and instantly understand them. Plop. Wang Wei vomited a mouthful of blood, and his complexion turned pale. I guessed it's still beyond my means to modify a chaos treasure. He closed his eyes after swallowing a few pills to recuperate from the backlash quickly. Western Continent, Sealed Mountain. Di Tian looked at the runes that created his cage with fury. He could feel the disappearance of all the sleepers. At first, he thought it was a normal swiping where some people's identity was discovered. This has happened a few times throughout their existence and they always managed to bounce back. But he sensed the death of the Dao ancestor guardian in charge of the headquarters. He knew the seriousness of the situation. He created the headquarters with a unique treasure that could hide even from a pseudo-eternal emperor. And as long as the headquarter entered the endless void, even an eternal emperor cannot find it. For security measures, he ensured that only 2 people could directly enter the headquarters. Him and the Guardian. However, he forbade the Guardian from ever leaving that small world, so he was the only person who knew its location and could physically enter. All the other sleepers had to use talismans or special magical talismans to relay information inside before the Guardian properly stored them. The more Di Tian thought about it, the angrier he became. And it was not because he lost something that took him hundreds of millions of years to create, but because many of these men had accompanied him since his first life. They were the remnants of his past life, his only real attachment in this foreign era. Now they were all gone. Furthermore, the core of the sleepers were these people's descendants, and he just watched them die while helpless. He remembered his promise to give them a better life after he achieved his goal. Di Tian looked at his hand, feeling the anger and helplessness he was trying to suppress. It was the same feeling he had when he held Ninger in his arm, watching her slowly die. He hated this feeling of powerlessness. He thought after so many years after his strength reached such a level, he would never feel the same way. But today he received a reminder. He was still that weak individual incapable of protecting the things he loved. Nothing had changed. Wang Wei, you wait. You'll pay for this. Di Tian took a deep breath to control his emotions. He sensed someone coming to talk to him. Young master, big news, said Di Jia. I know, replied Di Tian before frowning. His eyes suddenly turned all black as he looked at Di Jia. Death's omen? Is she going to die soon? Immediately he connected her death to the recent event. I don't know if it is really Wang Wei who wants her dead, but better be safe than sorry. Di Tian then asked to talk to his father before instructing the latter to place Di Jia in a secure location where only the clan's most loyal individual resides. Subsequently, he discussed the recent event before dealing with the current problem. Most of his sleepers in the Myriad Emperor were now dead, essentially crumpling his spying agency. Although he still had the D clan's network, it was not the same. So, he contacted his clone to send some sleepers from another world community. Although they were a very small group compared to the previous one, it was more than enough to rebuild. I should have developed the outer sleepers more. He only created the outer sleepers to help him gather information and some rare resources from other world communities, and to have a backup in case something went wrong in the Myriad Emperor world. As such, he never focused too much on developing them. He now regretted his decision. Chapter 562 Ultimate Glorious Age. Wang Wei opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. After 2 days he was now back in his prime state. He finally checked the communication talisman Wang Ju sent him, making him frown slightly. Did he detect something? Thought Wang Wei. It seems I may be unable to get my hands on Di Jia. After deciding to try a wait-and-see approach, he left his seclusion to stretch his body. He had many things to do and would return to a retreat soon. But he decided to check on the sect's affairs first. After all, he was still the sect master. As such, he had a conversation with the elders to ensure there was no problem and the sect's plan to develop in the lower realm had no issues. Once he finished, he flew back to his mountain to continue his cultivation. As a sect master, he could use Tianwei Peak as it had the most spiritual qi and was the best environment for cultivating in the sect. However, Wang Wei loved the comfort of his home, so he rarely used it. He even planned to move the spiritual energy from Tianwei Peak to his fate-transcending mountain. After arriving home, he saw Wang Ju waiting for him. "What's the matter?" "We have a few things that require your attention." Wang Wei motioned for her to head inside before hearing her. A protected environment was better for these kinds of conversations. Wang Ju then handed him a list with a bunch of names. These names are the sleepers who infiltrated the army of the other Heaven Chosens. 300 years ago, after you entered the trial, Fang Lijuan, Qin Qin, Sun Jiaolong, and Huang Yuan began to slowly and methodically eradicate them from their groups. Although they did it slowly and intermittently, they started doing it simultaneously. So, they wanted to hide their trials? Making it seem that eradication was natural? Exactly, replied Wang Ju. The key point is Mo Xingyun. The Mo family did a sweep of the sleepers and eliminated most of them in their clans. In this cleanup, even our fate shadow guards did not survive. I see. Mo Xingyun most likely has a method to detect the agents and sold it to these Heaven Chosens. There is even a high possibility that they are in an alliance. Yes, that's the conclusion we came to. Many Heaven Chosens have been removing the sleepers from their armies, including from the sea race. Them? Did they finally begin to move? Yes. The Heaven Chosen representing the sea race in this generation's heaven will battle as Yi Lianqing, an abyssal squid. What's that? Asked Wang Wei, as he had never heard of such a species. That's what he calls himself. However, he is probably from the deep squid race but had some mutation. You don't sound too sure? The deep squid race supports Yi Lianqing, but their relationship seems odd. Moreover, Yi Lianqing is very secretive. So far, all we know is that he beat all the Heaven Chosen of the sea race, had a confrontation with Sun Jiaolong, and almost killed the latter. Wang Wei nodded as he did not care much about Sun Jiaolong. He allowed the other to escape after taking the human destiny sword because he knew the great Wu Crown Prince had a high affinity with destiny Dao. And letting him live might help him gather the luck-condensing treasure of the other races. What happened to Xiao Songxi? He lost to Yi Lianqing. However, he is now in the process of taking the patriarch position from his half-brother. Wang Wei smacked his lips as he could guess what was going on. Xiao Songxi's father had another child that was pure Baishi. Now these two brothers were fighting for control over the clan. There is something else you should know, said Wang Ju. What is it? Our spy has heard a rumor that the Baishi clan has a 5-star star sage sealed, and Xiao Songxi wants to become the patriarch to get access to it. So, he wants to ask the star sage how to prove the Tao in this generation? Even how to become an eternal emperor, muttered Wang Wei to himself. How credible is that rumor? It's not very credible. If the Baishi clan had a star sage of that level, they would have used it long ago. Unless they find a way to increase the bloodline of a lesser star sage, commented Wang Wei. The star sage bloodline is one of the few very restrictive bloodlines. There has never been a precedent of one person going from 1 star to 2 stars, let alone achieve the highest 5 stars level. Usually that would be the case. But this is a glorious age unlike anything that has ever been seen. Anything is possible. Wang Wei was not just saying these words to justify his wild guess. He was speaking based on a recent observation from the trial. There were too many high-level Heaven Chosens. All the top individuals who participated in the trial have the talent and potential to break the barrier between mortal and immortals. It could be for only a brief moment through secret techniques with a terrible price or even using some treasures or unique methods. Nevertheless, they had the potential. And that potential will also transfer in the form of becoming eternal emperors. Wang Wei would not be surprised if all these people became eternal emperors in their respective heavenward world. All this information indicated that a glorious age was occurring throughout the entire endless void. This conclusion might sound absurd, but Wang Wei had other evidence to support his conjecture: the absolute chaos physique. Why did 9 of them appear in one generation? The first heavenly physique was precious not only for his power but because it allowed individuals to wield outlaws and supreme outlaw Daos without consequences. Consequently, heavenly Tao will not grant this physique lightly. So, it is normal for hundreds of generations to pass by without the first physique showing up. The only exception is when some heavenward world began a glorious age by sacrificing the heaven will of one generation to benefit the next one. And even then the physique might not show up then. Yet, 9 of them appeared in one generation. No matter how anyone analyzed the situation, This is a statistical anomaly. And since nothing ever occurred for no reason, there must be an explanation for the anomaly. Wang Wei has a theory that involves the myriad emperor world, him and Di Tian. He believed these worlds' heavenly Tao sensed a shift in the endless void coming from the myriad emperor world, and they wanted to maintain balance. If Wang Wei proves the Tao, he will bring significant changes to the endless void. However, not every world wants to change, nor do they want someone from another world to make that change. Furthermore, the changes he will bring will grant him tremendous power, to be precise, unchecked power. Heavenly Tao is all about balance and order, and they do not like people who can easily overthrow the entire table and break the balance. If Di Tian proves the Tao, from the conversation Wang Wei had with his dead wife, he could tell the latter was on the verge of madness. With the power he will acquire after becoming an eternal emperor, who could stop him if he went on a rampage in the endless void? So, Wang Wei believed that these heavenly Taoists across different world communities had created a glorious age in the entire endless void to eventually balance the two of them and manage the influence the myriad emperor world would have during their resurgence. He believed this is why so many peak heaven chosen suddenly popped out of nowhere, making it seem as if achieving immortal venerable strength was common. Wang Wei even suspected the real mastermind behind this move of balance was the true heavenly Tao from the upper dimension. Although he did not have any concrete proof for his theory, nor could he verify the truth through divination, he felt he was correct. As such, he will proceed with his plans bearing this information in mind. Keep a watch on Xiao Songxi and the Baishi clan. Even if the rumors might be unsubstantiated, it's best to be on the lookout just in case. As you wish. Is there anything else? Nothing that you need to concern with immediately, replied Wang Ju, who suddenly remembered something. I don't know if this news is important, but a Wang clan member from the ancient clans traveled with Huofeng Huang. Is that so? I'll pay attention, replied Wang Wei. How about my parents? How is their mortal dust proceeding? So far there is no trouble. During mortal dust, Wang Tian and Yu Yen sealed their memories. Although they can regain it in an emergency, it would break the tempering process. So, the people of the sect are secretly protecting them. Suddenly he thought of something not pleasant. Wang Wei took out his sect master token and ordered a 5-root Dao ancestor to protect his parents secretly. After finishing, he dismissed Wang Ju before using his divine sense to check on the supreme cottage. His grandfather was on a long retreat to repair his Dao heart. Wang Wei designed many scenarios similar to how he did to cultivate his ever-changing Dao heart. He hoped they would help him repair his Dao heart, but he did not know if it would be successful in the end. If his grandfather could not elevate his Dao heart to a certain level, he would not be able to become Dao ancestor or immortal venerable to enact his plan to defeat Emperor Nine Sons. After checking on the cottage and noticing the latter was still in retreat, he focused on his own retreat. Memories, Gift Bonus Chapter. Thanks to Gordon_4421 for the gift. In his retreat, the first thing Wang Wei did was absorb the tempering qi he received as a reward for the willpower trial. With it, he opened 720,000 acupoints and 28 primordial dragon force of strength. And it only took him a week. Since he had another 3 weeks before the subsequent trial, he focused on his other tasks. He briefly checked on his incarnations, mainly on the Fate incarnation since he wanted to know the progress of the Fate Palace. Finally, he began to review the talisman Miscellaneous One gave him, trying to see if he could refine an immortal tear pill. After watching the process and explanation, Wang Wei frowned. The divine runes needed for a pill of that level were at least 10,000 times more complex than the best quasi-emperor pill. However, he could still manage with his soul. The problem was the immortal qi needed to engrave the runes, and he did not have that. Could I convert spiritual qi or innate qi into immortal qi? Thought Wang Wei as he pondered the feasibility of this method. He then reviewed all the knowledge he had about immortal venerables. He even went to the sect's secret archive to acquire more. Immortal venerable have something called immortal mansion inside their dantian or divine sea. It is essentially an organ used to convert spiritual qi into immortal qi. As long as an immortal venerable continues to expand their divine sea and acquire more qi, they can increase their realm to immortal sovereign and eventually immortal king. Additionally, immortal venerables can increase their classification. A cultivator becomes 1 leaf or 2 leaf based on talent, control, and understanding of energy. A talented person can immediately become a 9-lead immortal venerable after establishing their immortal mansion and refining their first string of qi. At the same time, cultivators can also purify their qi to reach higher quality, leaf, before trying to reach higher realms. However, the process requires a lot of time and resources. Higher forms of neutral energy like innate or chaos chi are easier to convert into immortal chi, and the conversion rate is higher. So, one string of innate chi might convert to 10 strings of immortal chi, one string of chaos chi was worth 100 strings of immortal chi, and 10 strings of spiritual chi equaled 0. One string of immortal chi. Wang Wei wrote these numbers in front of him to better visualize the concept of immortal chi even though he knew they had no basis. And as he observed them, he wondered how he could convert spiritual chi into immortal chi for pill refining. He first thought of his chi flower that could create spiritual and innate chi. Maybe if he knew enough about immortal chi, he could program it to create immortal chi. After all, the flower was connected to the source chi space. Consequently, anything related to the source chi space is inherently dangerous, so Wang Wei did not want to mess with that place and place himself in deep trouble. So, he wanted a second solution before trying this one. The answer he came up with was the origin pill flame that had the power of good fortune, which could change anything rotten to something magical. If he considered spiritual chi as something rotten and immortal chi as something magical, he could convert between the two with the flame. Wang Wei analyzed this possibility for the next few hours. And the more he pondered the issue, the more likely it became. So he exhaled deeply as he muttered, "The Origin Pill Flame Sutra is truly magical. Regarding uniqueness, it rivals the Origin Path Scripture and Wu Hong's Sealing Sutra." As soon as Wang Wei uttered these words, he suddenly paused as something clicked inside his mind. He always found the Origin Pill Flame Sutra unique compared to other emperor scriptures. The level of intricacy and profoundness of this scripture was similar to Wu Hong's, the Origin Path Scripture, and the Heaven-Slashing Sutra of the Sword Empress, all eternal emperors. After using this scripture to refine his primordial spirit, Wang Wei wanted to ask Wu Hong if there was something unique about the Danyuan Emperor. However, he always seemed to forget to ask. It's like there was this power that was subtly manipulating my memories and making me overlook the idea of the Pill Ancestor as an eternal emperor. After coming to this conclusion, Wang Wei felt another click inside his mind. He closed his eyes as he mobilized his soul to the limit. He sensed two invisible power affecting his memories. One was very subtle but unresponsive, and the other was more aggressive. He focused on the more aggressive one as he knew it was the source of the anomaly he discovered through his quantum array. Wang Wei immediately noticed he could not remove or seal that aggressive power. However, he also found its function. The power was blurring some of his specific memories, to be precise, the memories of someone. And no matter how much Wang Wei focused or what method he used, he could not see the person in the memory, so he reviewed the memory countless times, trying various methods. Then he sensed something. It was the emotion of hatred. Wang Wei then used the trick he learned from Suya to read the unique emotion released by a person, and he immediately sensed an indescribable rage, hatred, fear, and desire to kill. Using these intense emotions as a guide, he bypassed the aggressive memory-blocking power and saw a hooded figure staring at him. During the trial's dinner party, when he entered the pagoda, every time he fought or watched a battle, the hooded figure would stare at his every move. On a few occasions, he locked eyes with the hooded figure, but as soon as he moved his head away, he would forget the latter. He would forget the latter even when he watched the hooded figure through the quantum arrays. What a weird power. What a creepy person, thought Wang Wei as he decided how to act next with his new information. Suddenly, his communication talisman activated, and his eyes lit up once he saw who it was. Perfect timing. "Wife, I miss you dearly." "Really? How much did you miss me?" "You have no idea how miserable life has been without you. The world seemed to lose color without your presence. I miss your smile that could make all infinite Daos bloom. I miss your touch that made my heart beat louder than the echoes of the universe." "Damn it. Although I know you are only saying sweet words, I cannot help but smile," replied Wu Hong with a brilliant smile. "I meant every word. And I don't doubt you. So, did you miss me as much as I missed you?" "No." Crack. Wang Wei held his wounded heart, his face full of shock and endless grief. "I have to say your acting skills have gotten better," said Wu Hong. "I know, right? I think it's the result of my thick skin derived from aging. It's not bad to become an old monster." Wu Hong shook his head. 10,000 years old was nothing but a baby in the cultivation world. "You still have no proclaim how much you miss me. Although I'm not as good with words as you, I think I can still express my feelings in a poetic way," said Wu Hong before thinking of her words. Then she whispered many sweet words to Wang Wei, and he reciprocated them. For the next few hours, this young couple did nothing but express their love and affection through flowery words. They did not care how cringy their lovey-dovey act was and enjoyed the moment. Finally they became serious. "So, How is your seclusion? How is that thing going? Better than expected. That woman Xiaoning has spent a lot of time understanding the concept of perfection, making my job easier. That's good. Do you have a rough calculation as to when you will finish? I honestly do not know. However, I should finish quicker than I previously anticipated. All right, said Wang Wei with a bit of sadness. He missed having his wife around talking to her. Overall, he missed being in her presence. Anyway, I wanted to ask you if the Danyuan Emperor was an eternal. He had figured out how to deal with the soft memory affecting power. All he had to do was have one of his spirit particles hold the desire to ask the question. Before the power could activate, move it to another spirit particle. This tactic allowed him to delay the soft power indefinitely. Him? He is indeed an eternal emperor. I knew it. So what is his story? Why did he have to hide the fact he was an eternal? Danyuan Emperor. Wang Wei always felt it was weird that none of the profession ancestors were eternal emperors since they essentially rebuilt the myriad emperor world's cultivation civilization. Since Emperor Kong could receive a boost to achieve the status of eternal emperor, at least one of these people should have received a boost for their accomplishment. Qin Zhu's situation is a little complicated, replied Wu Hong as she tried to remember the detail. Red Cauldron Empyrean was a talented pill refiner. However, she was injured in the attempt to enter the Paragon realm. So, she decided to refine a unique pill that would not only help her heal but also help in her breakthrough. Wait, you don't only need to comprehend 90% of the Grand Tao Source to become a paragon? Of course not. Cultivating in the immortal stage is not simple, no matter the path. Can you give me an example? Wu Hong glared at him. I know we are going off track, but I'm curious. Let me think. Empyreans can create life at will, but Tao rulers can do so as well in their inner world. They require living beings to help them bear higher percentages of the Grand Tao Source. Immortal sovereigns also have something similar to help them gather and purify qi. I am sure there is a difference between the three. Can you elaborate? Don't you want to know about the Danyuan Emperor? I do, but this current topic has piqued my interest. Whatever. Empyreans create life to help them understand the Grand Tao Source. You can think of it as an aid to shorten the time needed for cultivation. Even then, it still takes you on epochs? Exactly. That's why things like merit, luck, and incense are extremely valuable in the eternal ascension world. I see. What about the others? Tao rulers can create life in their inner world. However, these lives cannot live for long outside of the inner world. So, most Tao rulers will take people from the inside and place them inside their inner worlds instead. So, population is a valuable resource. That's scary, said Wang Wei. Indeed. Immortal sovereigns can create something called life projection inside their dantian to help manage their immortal mansion. Life projection is essentially a projection of people. They are imaginary people. Inside the dantian, these people are real, but outside they do not exist. They have no genuine existence. I see, muttered Wang Wei. I'm guessing they also have ways to deal with the issue? Yes. They usually absorb souls to fuel the life projections and compensate for their deficiencies. Wang Wei shook his head. With these immortals all-powerful and not restrained by karma, he could imagine the life of mortals in the upper dimension was worse than hell. It's not as bad as you imagine, said Wu Hong. Life projections are immortal as long as their creator is alive. So, many people voluntarily offer their souls since this is another form of achieving immortality. As for the people entering Tao rulers' inner world, it is also a way of safety and living a peaceful life. Wang Wei nodded. All right, you can tell me about Qin Zhu. I did not even know that was the Danyuan Emperor's real name. Where was I? Yes, Red Cauldron Empyrean. The final step for her refinement was for the pill to gain sentience and experience samsara. However, one of her rivals, Steel Cauldron Empyrean, learned of her action and interfered with the pill's reincarnation. He made the pill aware of its creator and its ultimate fate. And as you can guess, that pill was the Danyuan Emperor. That could explain his talent for the pill, added Wang Wei. So what happened next? Qin Zhu immediately ran to the lower dimension and even entered reincarnation again to hide from Red Cauldron. After being reborn in the myriad emperor world, he proved the Tao and became an eternal emperor. I guess he planned to hide his status in case Red Cauldron decided to kill him one day but was unaware of his status as an eternal, and he could secretly revive. So, he erased this information from history and left some subtle means to prevent anyone from deducing the truth. From your tone, I'm guessing his plan did not work. Yes. By the time he ascended, Red Cauldron Empyrean had a fortunate encounter that allowed her to become a paragon. However, her soul was incomplete because she used a part of it to refine that pill. So, was the final fate of the Danyuan Emperor being absorbed? No. He was smart and quickly ran into primordial chaos, traveling to other chaos worlds to hide. By the time he returned to the Eternal Ascension world, he was already a boundless paragon. So, he dealt with Red Cauldron? Wang Wei guessed it would not be much of a battle between a normal paragon and a boundless one. However, he was unsure since he was not knowledgeable on the topic. No, replied Wu Hong. They became Dao companions. Enemies to lovers? I did not see that coming. Most people did not. However, the two became a famous pill-refining couple. I've bought many pills from them and even learned about runes from the Danyuan Emperor. Wang Wei briefly analyzed the information he had just received. I've theorized that material alchemy should have become the mainstream in the Myriad Emperor world. Did the Danyuan Emperor learn of divine rune alchemy in the upper dimension? He got the idea from there, but he did not directly bring it from there. The divine runes he created were based on the laws of the Myriad Emperor world. Do you think he spread it to other world communities? Probably to a few. I guess he did not want to be too much in the limelight. So, if he did, probably only a few instead of the entire endless void. That makes sense. What about the other profession ancestors? Were they also eternal emperors? No. Why not? With their accomplishment, the destiny of that time, I don't see why Heavenly Dao would not give them a boost. The talisman and weapon ancestors were very arrogant individuals. They refused Heavenly Dao's aid and only became pseudo-eternal emperors. The Formation Emperor only became a pseudo-eternal emperor because of the boost. What about my ancestor? Did he rely on merit? No, he relied on himself. But he did receive a lot of merits? Yes, which helped him cultivate faster than most people in the immortal stage. The same for the Sword Empress. That makes sense. Heavenly Dao that has emotion will break the principle of balance that they should operate. So, removing their emotions and even ensuring they could no longer have emotions would grant her a lot of merits, analyzed Wang Wei. From what he knew from the Sword Empress, her power existed to this day, preventing any Heavenly Dao from acquiring emotion and intelligence in the entire lower dimension. I'm guessing it was the same for you as well? After you dealt with the devil race? Yes. Suddenly Wang Wei thought of something and asked, was there an ultimate glorious age during your time as well? What's that? When a glorious age occurred throughout the endless void, with unparalleled geniuses appearing everywhere. He also told her about his theory. Wu Hong paused for a moment. Now that you mention it, it was indeed like that. The devil race had conquered more than 95% of the endless void, but it was on the decline during my period. When I traveled to other world communities, I met numerous genius that could be considered the sons/daughters of an era and had unparalleled talents. They probably resulted from Heavenly Dao revolting against the devil race. Wu Hong remembered the time she left the Myriad Emperor world with great fondness. She met many talented individuals, defeated many, and became friends with a few. That specific period was the first time in her life she felt free, not having to worry about being constantly hunted down. It was when she built her confidence since she no longer had to always hear that it was her honor to be desired by the Devil Prince. She also no longer felt the weight of the world crushing her. As she witnessed the suffering of various races throughout the endless void, she no longer felt her mission as a daughter of destiny was a burden but a choice she consciously made. It also helped to know she was not alone. I remember this kid who was collecting absolute chaos physique, proclaiming that he would create the greatest body-refining scripture of all time, she said with a brilliant smile. Did you meet anyone with the Nine Extremity Foundation? Said Wang Wei after momentarily being enamored by that smile. Wu Hong slightly frowned as some memories she could not previously remember suddenly appeared in her mind. Beside me there was none. You also had this foundation? Not exactly. After I defeated Di Tian's reincarnation, I sealed his foundation and absorbed it as my own before taking the heaven will. Later, after I ascended, I learned I had a pseudo-incomplete nine-extremity foundation. So, I hunted an eternal emperor with a complete one-to-perfect mind. Wang Wei gave her a thumbs up. He did not expect less from her. Now that we are on the subject, what happened to the absolute beginning emperor? You said he was in limbo, implying someone killed him? Li Taishuang's fate. The absolute beginning emperor's story is slightly complicated, replied Wu Hong. Firstly, he was from the upper dimension. He was a heaven chosen cultivated by the Tai profound gate in the eternal ascension world. Wang Wei squinted his eyes. Well, that might explain his overwhelming hatred for Buddhism and all things incense. You are more correct than you think, added Wu Hong. Oh, seems like there are some secrets. Wu Hong nodded before organizing her thought. To understand Li Taishuang's story, you must understand the story of Li Bo, his father. In the eternal ascension world, the battle between Buddhism and Taoism has been going on since the dawn of time. And for countless eras, Taoism always had the advantage, until the arrival of the Maitreya Mother Buddha. She revolutionized the philosophies of Buddhism while also creating the concept of incense itself in the eternal ascension world. With her as the leader of Buddhism, they finally overtook Taoism and became the most powerful religion. However, all things that rise must also fall, similar to Taoism. After an incalculable amount of years, after Buddhism's luck reached the pinnacle, they finally began to decline, and Taoism was on the rise. The first indication of this shift was the appearance of Li Bo. When he appeared, he was a peak paragon, 100% Grand Tao source, who could fight peak boundless paragons. He was an unmatched genius. Li Bo created the Tai profound gate and quickly became the de facto leader of Taoism in the eternal ascension world. However, Li Bo hated incense, and the philosophies he introduced in Taoism outlawed the use of incense. Wu Hong suddenly felt parched, so she stopped and took out some tea, ignoring the weird look Wang Wei gave him. I'm guessing his radical views on incense did cause some trouble? Asked Wang Wei. Correct. There was nothing fundamentally wrong with incense. And although Taoism could not use as effectively as Buddhism, it was still a great tool in their fights against their competitor. Were there any consequences? Many Taoist factions decided to stop following him. However, they were in the minority. However, Li Bo did try to ban incense in the entire eternal ascension world, but some people put him in his place. So, he focused on his battle against Buddhism? Exactly, replied Wu Hong as she sipped her tea. So Wang Wei decided to follow and take out his own tea. As such, while this couple communicated through formation, they also had a tea party. Despite how Li Bo felt about incense, he knew it was the main advantage of Buddhism in their conflict. However, he also knew it was difficult for him to eliminate incense in the upper dimension. So, he targeted the lower dimension? Correct, and this is when Li Taishuang, the absolute beginning emperor, came into the picture. He had the same hatred for incense as his father since it had been ingrained in him since he was young. And it did not help that his mother died to a Buddhist monk in a confrontation. Poor guy, Wang Wei commented nonchalantly. Not really. I'm 90% sure that Li Bo orchestrated his wife's death to ensure his son's absolute hatred for Buddhism. How cruel. However, from what little I know about this Li Bo, I'm not surprised, Wang Wei answered as he suddenly remembered something. Wait, was his mother a great emperor? No, an Empyrean. So, the absolute beginning emperor was the son of a paragon and an Empyrean? I'm suddenly full of envy. He could imagine the talent of the absolute beginning emperor, and he was slightly envious. So, is there a name for his kind? In the eternal ascension world, there are so many of these different children, making them not that relevant. Only in the lower dimension are there specific classifications for them. So, whether it is emperor child, Empyrean childs, paragon childs, or a combination of them with other immortal beings, they are referred to as Tao chosens, people chosens by the Tao upon their birth. I see, it makes things less complicated, replied Wang Wei. I still envy them, their talent and their background. Wu Hong ignored the urge to say these children would still be jealous of his paragon quality soul, so she continued her story. Li Bo sent his son to the lower dimension to destroy, and as you know, he succeeded. I thought the absolute beginning emperor did what he did because of Chi of Calamity, said Wang Wei. That was involved too. Li Bo was a cunning man. He schemed against the Maitreya Buddha, and during one of their confrontations he used some method to create an incense backlash. The backlash divided the Maitreya Buddha's mind into two, her Buddhist and devil sides. While she dealt with this problem, Li Bo had plenty of time to develop Taoism and plan things. Unfortunately, as the leader of Buddhism, the Maitreya Buddha was connected to all the incense they gathered, even the ones in the lower dimension. Her devil side began to affect all the Buddhist monks. The one in the upper dimension had ways to offset this influence, but not all the ones in the lower dimension. Is that why they began to act crazy in their gathering of incense, to the point of irrationality and madness? Yes, replied Wu Hong. She even helped them by granting them the Western Pure Bliss land. I know her, and she was in her right Ming. She would never have done this. Wang Wei sighed. Is this the fate of mortals when they are connected to powerful entities? Maitreya Buddha could be said to be responsible for both the creation and destruction of the incense era. You could say that. So what happened next? True heavenly Tao did not want the influence of Maitreya Buddha to completely spread throughout the lower dimension as it appeared it would. So, it lowered Qi of Calamity on the Buddhist monks to help increase their madness and decrease their intelligence and decision-making, an act that would increase the hatred they garnered from other races and factions, encouraging them to band together. Finally, it also gave some Qi of Calamity to ensure that nothing went wrong on Li Taishuang's side. Regrettably, that only escalated his already deep hatred. Is that why he even eradicated the god race and other races connected to incense? Probably. Now I feel bad for him, said Wang Wei in a tone that was hard to believe whether he was genuine or not. So what caused his death? Li Taishuang eventually ascended. Under his father's care, he soon became a boundless paragon. However, the Maitreya Mother Buddha finally dealt with her devil's side. She even managed to kill Li Taishuang. As for Li Bo, he was schemed and killed by Taoist. I can't say his name or hell no. Wu Hong did not dare say his name since even her main body at her peak would have to be careful when saying that man's name after the events of the ultimate taboo. Now you pique my interest. All you need to know is that another person became the leader of Taoism after killing Li Bo. He's responsible for preventing Li Taishuang from completely being annihilated by the Maitreya Buddha since he wanted the latter's magic to remain in the lower dimension. So, what was the result between Buddhism and Taoism? Did any of them win? No, there is currently a balance between the two, as they are now even considered partners on some issues. However, if you were to analyze the situation, you would discover Taoism has an advantage in overall strength, while Buddhism wins in terms of popularity or prestige. So, one has power while the other is loved by the people? I guess you could put it that way. Wang Wei nodded as he analyzed the information he had just received. He felt that Feng Heng was a pawn in reviving Buddhism in the lower dimensions, and when he accepted the future Buddha scroll, he also entered the game and already chose a side. Whatever. Let's deal with the issue when it arrives. I always felt that the Myriad Emperor world was involved in too many world-changing events affecting the lower and upper dimensions. You're correct, and that's because of your ancestor, the Qiyuan Emperor. Qiyuan Emperor, Gift Bonus Chapter. Thank you to Genghis Khan and Wazi for the gift. Wang Wei was slightly surprised by this news. But after thinking about the things he read about his ancestor from the secret archive, he was not surprised. His ancestor was a brilliant cultivator, not just because he created the origin system. Back in his time, the Qiyuan Emperor was known as the man with 3,000 Daos, which was not because he cultivated chaos Dao. The reason was that he had 3,808 talents in the supernatural realm. Each of his talents represented one of the primary and original Dao that made up existence or the universe. The records did not mention the classification of his talents, so most of them were probably normal ones. But the fact that he had so many of them proved his talent, luck, and strength. Qiyuan lived in a special period of the Myriad Emperor world. The world had just gone through a civilization destruction era, forcing cultivators to restart from scratch. In that period, any knowledge related to cultivation was precious beyond measures. Cultivators would fight for a Tier 1 scripture from ancient times, meaning a scripture that could only cultivate to the body-refining realm. Furthermore, cultivators refused to share their techniques because they were precious. Of course, a few intelligent individuals realized this was the perfect opportunity for them to rise. They began to create a cultivation system of their own. Most truly talented cultivators at that time could only develop cultivations techniques that were perfectly suited to them. Only if someone had similar body types as the creator could they cultivate these techniques, and these individuals would never reach the same height as their predecessors. Another way to cultivate these techniques was if someone was talented enough to modify them to suit their bodies. Subsequently, a few geniuses created a perfect cultivation system suited for everybody. Unfortunately, their fate was death at the hands of the ancient aristocratic clans. Before the establishment of the ancient emperor era, the Myriad Emperor world was still recuperating from the Null era, resulting in no heaven will manifesting in countless generations. Nevertheless, the ancient clans survived the catastrophe while preserving the cultivation system of the old era. As such, even though they were severely injured and recuperating, they still had the power to rule the Myriad Emperor world. These clans ensured that no genius would spread a new system or any factions would rise to take power. The ancient clans only needed to wait until the world source regenerated itself. They could cultivate another great emperor and rule the new era with their advantage of resources and cultivation systems. Everything proceeded smoothly until the Wang clan birthed an ambitious young man. As the heir of the Wang clan and the most powerful heaven-chosen of the clan, he had the destiny to bring the ancient clan to greatness. However, the young man saw the downside of the rule of his clan. The environment was not suitable for the ancient cultivation system to thrive. If it became mainstream, it was only a matter of time before the resources of the myriad emperor world would be sucked dry. So Wang Qishan, as he was known back then, told his concerns to his elders. He even suggested that they create a new cultivation system to spread. A new system could solve this problem and bless the clan with enough chi luck to survive for countless generations. Unfortunately, the elders declined. The primordial body system they currently use was created by the heaven-opening emperor, the ancestor of their Wang clan. So, these pedantic elders refused his proposition with no room for debate. However, they acknowledge his concern over resources. So, they plan not to spread the cultivation system even after cultivating a new great emperor. Instead, they will hoard all cultivation resources to ensure that all the emperors came from the ancient clan, creating a monopoly. Wang Qishan became appalled after hearing this. He argued with his clans and the others. But no one listened to him. If he were not the most talented individual of his time, his status would have been revoked, or worse, he would have been killed or imprisoned. Nevertheless, Wang Qishan began to plan for his future as he knew it was not in this family. He used his political skills to turn many Wang clan members into his allies while creating his own cultivation system. After reaching the supernatural realm, Wang Qishan's treachery was discovered, and the ancient clan hunted him down. The details of his escape were briefed, but Wang Wei theorized that this escape might have been his ancestor's outlaw trial since Origin Dao was an outlaw Dao. Wang Wei was not too sure about this since there was another incident that could have been his trial. After leaving the ancient clan, Wang Qishan eventually met a very talented young man from a cultivation family. His name was Li Ming, also known as the Battle Maniac Emperor. Li Ming's family had a unique cultivation system. However, he was not suited for it, making him an outcast. Nevertheless, Li Min was very talented, so he developed a plethora of methods to temper his body to be on par with supernatural realm cultivators, overwhelming his family and becoming the patriarch. After meeting Li Ming, the two became friends rapidly. It was as if their meeting was fate written in the stars. They did not waste time becoming sword brothers. And after spending time with Li Ming, Wang Qishan learned a great deal about the body, allowing him to create the divine body realm in his new system, even making up for some of the flaws in the body refining realm. The two optimized the already existing realms and even completely changed some of them. Afterward, the two began to travel worldwide and through other world communities. They learned about other cultivation systems based on Taoism, Buddhism, bloodline, martial arts, soul, etc. They learned from them to perfect the system. With each new system he would improve the origin system. And it was during this time that Wang Qishan invented the concept of innate talent and made the origin system unique. Then, the two encountered a great danger in another world community that caused them severe injuries. Luckily, a young lady from a wealthy family saved them, despite her family's disapproval. Her name was Yen Hai, and her name would one day be known throughout the endless void, the Sword Empress. After meeting Yen Hai, Wang Qishan knew someone had sealed her talent for the sword. And after a quick investigation, he knew the heavenly Tao of her world had sentience, so it sealed her out of fear for her talent and future potential. The records on this period are not much. Most likely there might have been some trouble with Yen Hai's family. However, what is left is that these three began their travel together around the endless void, fighting other heaven-chosens and perfecting their cultivation system. After accomplishing their tasks, these three returned to the myriad emperor world to spread this cultivation system without being detected by the ancient aristocratic clans. The process was not easy since the clans still had some immortal tier powerhouse alive. But they survived and succeeded in their actions. Then Wang Qishan participated in the Heaven Will battle, proved the Tao, and became an eternal emperor. Afterward, he took the Wang clan that followed him, Yen Hai and Li Ming's family, to create a sect, the Tao Opening Sect. He sealed the ancient aristocratic clans for a few generations to prevent them from messing up with his achievement. He then removed the karma for his sworn brother and sister so they could prove the Tao in the subsequent generations. Unfortunately, Li Ming failed and did not become an emperor until much later. So, what did my ancestor do? He has done many things. What he is most known for was the Battle of Origin. After becoming a peak boundless paragon, Qiyuan wanted to change the origin of the Myriad Emperor world to bless with the most luck and destiny, making it a focal point of all history of the entire Eternal Accession world. If he succeeded, the Myriad Emperor world would have the most eternal emperors, the most pseudo-eternal emperors and first-class emperors. Most major incidents that would affect the entire Chaos world would be linked to it in one way or another. The Myriad Emperor world would become the epicenter of this Chaos world. That would explain a lot, nodded Wang Wei. The innate acquire war began in this plane, and there are rumors it also ended here. Then, there is the Buddhist catastrophe and the end of the devil race, two events also connected to the upper dimension. I'm guessing he succeeded? Yes, but it was not easy. All the paragons of the other world communities would not allow such a thing to happen, so they joined to stop him. A lot of paragons from the Myriad Emperor world came to help, but few also did not want this to occur as this move could place the world in danger. Then there were the paragons from the upper dimension who also did not like the idea of some world in the lower dimension becoming the focal point of history. Wang Wei's eyes lit up more brilliantly than the sun. Did you participate in that battle? No, that was before my time, Wu Hong replied. However, I did travel through space-time to experience it myself. It was truly legendary. Qiyuan, Sword Empress, and the Battle Maniac fought and slaughtered so many paragons and others in this confrontation. Wang Wei's blood boiled as he listened. I wish I were present. Me too. Luckily, I was there for the second Battle of Origin. There was a second one? Yes. Qiyuan wanted to do the same, this time for the entire Chaos universe. He wanted the Eternal Ascension world to be the focal point of all history of the Chaos universe. That battle involved countless paragons from other Chaos worlds, countless fiend gods and other races. That battle also started the Golden Age of the Eternal Ascension world. If the Devil Invasion was the precursor to the Golden Age, the second Battle of Origin was the beginning, and the ultimate taboo was the end. Wu Hong remembered that epic battle as she killed many paragons, Dao monarchs, immortal kings and fiend gods. So many Chaos worlds of any category died, not only her hands but also the paragons from the Eternal Ascension world. Of course, many of their own also fell. Did you guys succeed? You could say we did and you could also argue we failed. Wang Wei nodded but no longer asked any more questions since it seemed this was not something she was willing to talk about. Then he found an anomaly. The Battle Maniac Emperor was the sixth emperor of the sect. The time he proved the Tao was only a few 100 million years before yours. How could he already become a paragon? Before the Devil Invasion, time operated much quicker on the upper dimension than the now relatively synchronized time. Additionally, Qiyuan and Sword Empress ensured Battle Maniac became a paragon as quickly as possible. Their actions even created some conflict with the ancient Desolate Emperor and the Turtle Shell Emperor. Luckily they solved their differences. I see, nodded Wang Wei. He enjoyed reading about the legends of his ancestors. However, he was not jealous since he had his own journey and did not think it would be less epic. Although I have many more questions, I will stop avoiding the issue. So let's talk. Insecurities? Wang Wei directly told her about the conversation he had with his heart devil, his worries and the flaws in his Tao heart. Wu Hong frowned slightly before ending the communication. Then she disappeared and appeared outside his retreat room. And after opening the formations for her, she entered so they could have a face-to-face conversation. The young couple sat opposite each other to have their conversation. I understand how you feel, but what do you want me to do to fix the situation? Asked Wu Hong. You should understand that there are some things I physically cannot say even if I want to. I'm aware of this and I've come to terms with that. Then what can I do? If you want, I can link my existence with yours. What does that mean? It means if you die, I die. And if I die, you also die. Wu Hong felt this was the best way to show her love and devotion to him and how far she was willing to go to save this relationship. She never wanted any harm to come to him. Her main goal was to ensure that he did not have many regrets or suffer tragedies. At the same time, she wanted to meet him earlier than they did in the previous timeline and create more beautiful memories. She did not want their relationship to go through all the dramas. Wang Wei looked at her deeply in the eyes before holding her hands. I never want you to have to prove your love for me. I know you love me and would be willing to die for me. And I would gladly do the same. Wang Wei sighed aloud. But I still have my insecurities. For heaven's sake, you are Empress Wu, a beautiful and renowned eternal emperor. No, a boundless paragon. Your name and beauty are probably known throughout primordial chaos. I cannot imagine how many men more handsome and capable than me who desire you. So why me? Why did you choose me of all people? Wang Wei did not evade her eyes as he said these words. I've thought about this many times. What is so special about me that you, of all people, choose me? The first explanation I used to convince myself was my potential. But, upon deeper analysis, it did not make sense. My paragon soul made me unique, but I know for sure many people have the same soul or something similar. My background is nothing compared to your achievement. The only thing special about me is that I'm from Earth. But, with the recent encounter with Hongjun, I doubt I'm the only one. Wang Wei paused as he felt his voice was slightly elevated, so he took a moment to control himself. I've thought about it all. I tried to convince myself that you did not care about these things as they were artificial. I convinced myself you love me because of who I am, my personality or how I make you feel. But is that really enough? Are those things enough to make me worthy of you? Wang Wei once again sighed out loud. After his recent conversation with Heart Devil, he realized his real problem was not whether Wu Hong was planning his downfall. He did not care about that. He knew her and her character, so he did not think she would do such a thing. And even if she did, he did not mind dying for the chance at finding love. The real issue was his hidden insecurities about their companionship. Although Wang Wei was a confident person about his future, he had to admit he had many insecurities about his relationship with Wu Hong. Of course, the secrets they had to keep did not make things better, even though he understood it was simply unavoidable. There was a significant gap in their status, and without filling it, he literally could not access these secrets. Yes, these things are enough, replied Wu Hong as she held his hands. I love you because you were not like these other men. You did not want me simply for my body, beauty, strength, or reputation. You treated me like a real person instead of the fame Empress Wu. You never tried to change to appease my likes or dislikes. You never wanted to change me into something I was not. You never wanted to possess me or treat me as a consoling prize for conquering the famous cold and prideful beauty, Empress Wu. Wu Hong looked slightly disgusted as she said the last sentence. She had met too many men like this. I love you because you were you, she said with great conviction, squeezing his hands and not wanting to let go, even if heaven and earth had suddenly disappeared. And Wang Wei squeezed back. Now, I acknowledge the power unbalance in our relationship. And I never want you to feel that you have to be worthy to be with me. I support you in your cultivation journey, not because I want you to reach the same status as me or so that we can be socially compatible. I simply want to support you in all your endeavors just like you have done or will do for me. I just want you or us to be happy. Wang Wei held her hands even tighter than before, then gently laid his foreheads against hers. I know this about you. And this is one of the many reasons that I love you. But sometimes I cannot help my insecurities get the best of me. I know how you feel. You do. Of course, I have my own insecurities as well. What are you insecure about? You. Me? You have no idea how charming you are. Although I know I'm handsome, it's not to the point of causing insecurities. Look at all the women in my generation. They all want to kill me instead of being attracted by my charm, said Wang Wei with a smile. That's because you live in a glorious age. All the women in your generation are focused on the throne and have no time or desire for companionship, which would make things complicated for their future. However, after you prove the Tao and ascend with your looks, strength, achievement, smooth tongue and personality, I can already foresee how many women will throw themselves at you. Wang Wei laughed joyously before he saw the sneering and severe look on Wu Hong's face. You're serious? She sneered even deeper. In the other timeline, Wang Wei had attracted so many women even though he was not as accomplished as he would be, and always being cold and indifferent like some emo kid. However, she could already imagine how things would be 100 times worse in this timeline. His future self will be irresistible to many immortal women that have lived for countless epochs, searching for the perfect Tao companion. I'm warning you right now, said Wu Hong with a deep tone. If you dare cheat on me, I will castrate you and seal your regeneration ability for 1,000 yuan epochs. Go. Wang Wei swallowed his saliva as he touched his legs. Just imagine not having his little Wang Wei for such a long time was the worst form of torture. And he would also imagine that the process would not be clean, not to mention the pain. Come on, give me some credit. I'm not Li Jun or Lin Fan. I would never do such a thing. Don't forget today's promise since I'm not playing with you. I promise, he hurriedly said with sweat falling down his back. Then the two laughed out loud. Then Wang Wei felt a weight suddenly removed from his shoulder. His mind became refreshed, and his control over his power increased by a negligible amount. The flaw in his Tao heart was now gone, and he could not be happier. Wait, why don't we talk about you cheating? Women don't cheat, replied Wu Hong with no shame. Only men cheat. That's the worst double standard I've heard of. But it's true. Based on what? Because I said so, replied Wu Hong, and Wang Wei became speechless by this response. However, he soon lost the strength to argue when Wu Hong kissed him. Instantly he gave up arguing for man's sake. At this moment she was correct. While this young couple indulged in their animalistic instincts, a bird with enormous wings traveled in the endless space. The bird was unique as it had a small world inside its body. After traveling for a few days, the bird suddenly stopped, and the person living inside its body suddenly opened his eyes before appearing outside. The man looked at a compass in his hand before muttering, "We've arrived." As he looked around, the man thought, "According to the information, I should be near the abyss gap. Luckily, I don't have to go deeper." The man then followed the compass to a specific location in the void. At first, there was nothing until the man used a few techniques to see an enormous pitch-black coffin appear. And before the man could do anything, even react, an irresistible power swallowed him. When he reappeared, he was in a dark and stale space. But before he could look around and analyze the situation, the man heard a deep voice, "I've finally found you." Limit breaker. An older man with long white hair tied loosely in a bun, a long white beard, and wearing a plain black robe, looked at the trespasser before him. His pure eyes, which seemed to contain the entire world, calmly looked at the young man before him. "A clone?" the older man said in a deep voice. Then, his eyes seemed to penetrate an infinite distance to see a young man sealed underneath a mountain. Finally found a perfect 9-extremity Tao foundation. Although he cannot reach the absolute peak power of 5 root, it is still 5 root. "Who are you?" asked Di Tian's clone with vigilance. "And what do you mean you've been waiting for me?" He did not understand the words coming out of this person's mouth. Di Tian used a massive amount of luck to reach this place. Most of these lucks were gathered by sleepers when both Buddhism and the devil race were destroyed. Many people swallowed the chi luck of these two groups, and his sleepers took part in the feast. He tried using his luck to counter heavenly Tao scheming against him, but according to his calculation, his luck only allowed for his survival and even his reincarnation. Otherwise, he might have reincarnated as an animal with no memories or in some heaven-forsaken world with no chance at survival. In his last reincarnation, Di Tian used a lot of this luck to ensure that nothing unexpected occurred this time around. And now he used the remaining to find a fortunate encounter that could help him break the limit of his 9th reincarnation strength and win this generation's heaven will. The older man did not immediately reply to Di Tian. After observing his real body, he sensed something else. "Another one?" he muttered as he found the source. Then he saw a naked young man with gray hair and eyes lying on a bed with another woman. However, the older man's heart skipped a beat as the woman looked straight at him. Why does this person who only has the strength of an eternal emperor give me a sense of dread? No, why did she notice me in the first place? And why does she seem familiar? After thinking about it for a while, the older man decided not to think about the situation. He did not have time to waste. After a quick check, he saw the gray-eyes young man was an unorthodox 9-extremity foundation, but he was not perfect and would only have 4 root strength at best. Although commendable for having such a result with an unorthodox method, it was not what he was looking for. However, he sensed another extremity aura from that boy's body and checked. 3 root? Forget it. Then the older man searched the entire endless void for another 9-extremity foundation. He essentially saw almost every secret of the lower dimension but did not find anything. Once he finished, the older man became a little more transparent. Finally, he laid eyes on Di Tian. "My name is Empyrean 9 Pillars. You can call me 9 Pillar." The clone immediately cupped his hands and said, "Young generation Di Tian has seen the noble Empyrean. I don't have time to waste, so I'll get to the point." 9 Pillar then explained the concept of the 9-extremity foundation to him, including the orthodox and unorthodox methods and the qualifications. However, Di Tian's eyes immediately became bloodshot as he clenched his hand. "So, you're telling me I did not have to go through all 9 reincarnations? I could have simply created 9 clones to get the power I want?" He did not care about the so-called 9-extremity foundation. All he wanted was the power to revive his wife. And if he did not have to suffer through all these reincarnations, pain and failures, he could have proven the Tao countless years ago. Don't be mad. The unorthodox method has the highest failure rate of the 2 approaches, and the difficulty of achieving perfection is 1,000 times more difficult. Furthermore, Samsara Tao is perfect for the orthodox method, having the highest chance of success through the constant nourishment after each reincarnation. And the fact you have comprehended a tiny part of existence made it easier for you to absorb your cultivation seed, thus boosting your success rate of achieving perfection. Unfortunately, Tian did not care what Nine Pillar said. For a moment, all he could think about was all the time he wasted, how he could have been holding his wife's body long ago, enjoying her warmth. Nevertheless, he took a deep breath to rain out his hatred and anger toward the world. Nine Pillar watched how Tian regained his composure. He analyzed that the latter accidentally walked on the orthodox path of the nine extremity and even achieved perfection through some level of luck or coincidence. Nevertheless, he knew this kid's situation should be special to require him to have to reincarnate so often. But he did not care about that. "I will tell you my story to understand my purpose in bringing you here," said Nine Pillar before giving a half-minute explanation of his life. He was born in the upper dimension and his master, Emperor Red Spear, took him as a direct disciple when he was young. His master had high standards for him, so he immediately told Nine Pillar about the Nine Extremity Foundation with the hope of cultivating it. And Nine Pillar did not disappoint. After his master paid a hefty price to have an eternal emperor preach about existence to him, he managed to comprehend something. However, his master did not want him to walk the unorthodox path due to the low percentage of success, not to mention Red Spear wanted him to achieve perfection or the power of 5 root. At the same time, he could not easily go through the orthodox method in the eternal ascension world because of the stricter rules about samsara. No mortals can keep their memories intact after going through reincarnation. If they want to keep their memories, an Empyrean or Tier 11 cultivators at the weakest must use their powers to protect the mortal's memories. Furthermore, going through 9 reincarnations could have many complications in the upper dimension. So, his master sent him to the lower dimension to accomplish the 9 Extremity Foundation. He abandoned his cultivation to start over. Then Nine Pillar tempered his soul's energy, body, Tao heart, and willpower to the absolute peak before condensing his cultivation seed, or extremity seed as that was the official name. He joined a powerful emperor lineage to gather resources. Because of the restrictions, his master could not help him in this aspect. Then when it was time, he did not fight for the heaven will, but reincarnated instead. After 9 reincarnations, Nine Pillar not only completed his 9 Extremity Foundation but reached perfection with the battle strength of a 5-root Tao ancestor. However, Nine Pillar was not satisfied, so on his last reincarnation, he condensed 9 clones to cultivate to the peak of the mortal realm before absorbing them. His strength did increase drastically. According to his calculation, he had the battle strength of a 5-root Tao ancestor with 4.9% control of the Grand Tao source. Regrettably, Nine Pillar was not satisfied. As he felt the limit of the 9 extremity, he wanted to go beyond it. His master warned him that it was impossible, but he wanted to try. So, he asked his master for him to find a way to remove the limitation of only 9 reincarnations. His master then used countless precious resources in the upper dimension to refine an immortal soul essence for him, allowing him to undergo 81 reincarnations. Nine Pillar figured if he could keep condensing his cultivation seed and absorb it through reincarnation, he might break the limit. But he was wrong. His battle strength increased to 4.999% control of Grand Tao source, but never 5%. He could not enter the realm of the Great Emperor. Nine Pillar then tried to have each of his incarnations to condense 9 clones each to break the limit, but it was useless. Despite this, he did not give up since he wanted to succeed. However, his master finally convinced him that it was futile, so Nine Pillar eventually proved the Tao to become an eternal emperor. He was among the most powerful eternal emperor of the upper dimension, making his master and sect proud. But Nine Pillar did not care about that. He had become obsessed with breaking the limit of the 9 extremity. So, after becoming an everlasting Empyrean, he entered primordial chaos to search for a method. He was prepared to abandon his cultivation and start again once he found it. That's how determined he was. And he did find what he wanted. Regrettably, a fiend god also wanted the thing that would help him. And after a battle, the fiend god killed him and even eradicated his existence, history, and anything related to him. The only reason Nine Pillar survived for this long was because of a unique treasure he had and because of his intense obsession to find a successor that could break that limit. He has little to no power left, so he spends most of his time in deep sleep, waiting for someone worthy to find the inheritance he scattered all over the world. But he did not expect someone to come directly to his door. Nine Pillar raised his hand, and a purple orb the size of a tennis ball appeared. This is a very rare primordial chaos treasure called the Limit Breaker. Its purpose is to remove limitations or restrictions. Fiend gods are restricted by the laws or attributes they are born with. So, they love treasure like this since it can remove their bloodline limits. Great emperors, empyreans, and even paragons used this thing to remove the limitation of their talents and achieve higher realms of cultivation. There are even rumors that a unique limit breaker exists that allows paragons to reach the realm above. Of course, I think that's pure nonsense. Tion did not understand many of the words coming out of Nine Pillar. However, he understood the concept of removing restrictions. You said this thing could remove any restrictions? That's correct. Does it apply to taboo as well? What do you mean? I'm asking if someone could use this thing to remove the restriction that they cannot partake in certain taboos. Nine Pillar frowned slightly. Depends on the taboo. The taboo of perfection. The frown on his face became more profound. It would depend on the level of taboo. What do you mean? Perfection taboo has many nuanced complications. But it can be loosely divided into mortal and immortal perfection. Tion acted swiftly and showed Nine Pillar his memory of his wife, asking what level of perfection taboo she was. She appeared to be a peak mortal perfection. So, would the limit breaker work on her? Yes, replied Nine Pillar with a deep frown. But I did not give it to you to revive your loved one. I gave it to you to break the 9-extremity limit. But, Nine Pillar raised his hand to interrupt him. Then, he pointed at the purple as countless runes appeared above it before fusing with the orb. I've put a seal on it so it can only be used to break the 9-extremity limit. Otherwise it won't work. Tion's face became ugly after hearing this, and Nine Pillar secretly shook his head. He suddenly regretted choosing this person. Unfortunately, he waited for so long before he could find a suitable heir. Nine Pillar did not know how long he could last. But with his awakening he knew it wouldn't be long. I guess I don't need to give him my other inheritances. His coffin was extremely precious, but he decided it would be buried with him. Nevertheless, he still had one last thing to do. I've studied the 10th extremity all my life, and one of the requirements I've determined is to have at least an emperor quality soul. Nine Pillar waved his hand to manifest a cauldron. This cauldron should help you achieve an innate emperor quality soul. Tion had controlled his emotions, hiding his thoughts deep in the back of his mind. So, he respectfully asked, is there a difference between acquired and innate emperor soul? He knew great emperors would reach such quality after accessing the Grand Tao source. But he felt that Nine Pillar's words hinted at a difference. There is. People with innate emperor, empyrean and even the rare paragon quality soul are numerous times more talented than people who have to acquire it through cultivation. A higher quality of soul increases comprehension. But people born with higher soul qualities are naturally more gifted than people who acquire them through cultivation. Not to mention they also get a boost after accessing the Grand Tao source, added Nine Pillar. I don't have much time. The cauldron will refine your soul into an innate emperor soul, elevating your comprehension beyond your current state. Then you will be able to bear the power of the limit breaker and reach 10 extremity, Nine Pillar said with glowing eyes. Tion's woe. Nine Pillar had an expectant look, followed by regret. He knew he would not live to see his dream accomplished. However, he was satisfied with knowing it would eventually be fulfilled. He glanced at Tion before controlling the power of the coffin and using it on the limit breaker. He used the coffin to escape with this precious treasure from a fiend god. After so long, he knew his enemy was alive and even more powerful than ever. As such, he decided to take precautions to prevent the fiend god from sensing the limit breaker and coming after it. Nine Pillar handed the two treasures to the clone before waving his hand. In an instant, Tion's clone appeared before the mountain where the real body was. Meanwhile, Nine Pillar's gaze penetrated the upper dimension to check on his master and sect. And as expected, they were now all gone. He sighed deeply before shaking his head. He wanted to leave the coffin for his sect. But based on what he learned of the upper dimension, they could not keep such a treasure. So he decided to disappear with it. And that's exactly what he did. With his obsession removed, he had nothing to keep tethering him in the world of the living. So, Nine Pillar and the coffin disappeared from this world as if they had never existed. Myriad Emperor World, Western White Tiger Continent. Inside the sealed mountain, Tion looked at the limit breaker before him, deep in thought. What should I do? Which is the right choice? These questions echoed in the depth of his min, occupying all his thoughts. After syncing memories with the clone, he analyzed the situation, realizing he had to make an important choice. Absorb the limit breaker now or wait later to remove 9 Pillars seal. With Wang Wei as my opponent, I may not be able to win this generation's heaven will even with the 9 extremity foundation. So, I need the limit breaker to prove the Tao. He never thought about going to other world communities to prove the Tao. Every great emperor has a special connection to the worlds they prove the Tao to, and he needed that connection to revive Ning'er. He used materials and laws from the myriad emperor world to create her. As such, she has an imprint in his world. An example of the imprint's importance was that she used it to live on for many years as a spirit. If Di Tian proves the Tao in another world, the plan he has to revive might fail, or at the very least, become hundreds of times more difficult since he could not access her imprints in the myriad emperor world. Di Tian looked at the purple orb floating before him, his eyes full of complex emotions. On the other end, after I prove the Tao and revive her, will she be my perfect Ning'er or someone who just looks like her? Di Tian asked himself how he would feel if it was the latter, and he did not know the answer. He did not want to know. And with the limit breaker he did not have to find the answer. His Ning'er will be the perfect creature he envisioned and created. Then everything would be back to normal. Maybe Wang Wei will not reach the 10th extremity, maybe I can still win with my current strength. He wanted to convince himself dearly of this truth. After all, a person as powerful as 9 Pillars searched for numerous Yuan epics for a method. And he died after finding the answer. So, it is not far-fetched that Wang Wei would fail, especially given the available time. But he knew better than anything to underestimate an enemy, especially someone like Wang Wei. Di Tian took a deep to enter a logical thinking state. I have 2 options. Find a way to break the 10th extremity limit on my own to use this limit breaker on Ning'er, or find another limit breaker or something of the same effect. As he analyzed the 2 options, none of them were ideal. Although he was intelligent, Di Tian knew it would not take intelligence to find a way to break the limit. Such a feat would require imagination and ingenuity, something Wang Wei seemed to have in abundance, but he did not. The second option could cause a problem if his wife were not resurrected on a specific timetable. No, I don't have to choose. I can use the limit breaker to prove the Tao. Then, gather Ning'er's imprints but not immediately revive her. Subsequently, I got to the upper dimension to search for methods to perfectly revive her. He learned from 9 Pillar how vast the world truly vast. So, he did not think there would be only one limit breaker. So, no matter what he had to do or how long it took him, he was determined to find what he wanted. After making a plan, Di Tian suddenly felt his mind open up as if a group of dark clouds had been dispersed after a storm. He felt the world was brighter and had a new sense of purpose. Then, a rare smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Without hesitation, he began refining the limit breaker to fuse later after he entered the quasi-emperor realm. Central Chilan continent, Tao opening sect. Wu Hong had a slight frown, thinking deeply about what had just occurred. She tried to rack her memories to find who was peeking at her, but she could not remember him. It was an anomaly that she did not know such a powerful everlasting Empyrean, especially one living in the lower dimension. And Wu Hong did not feel that the reason she did not know him was due to her missing memories. Has this timeline changed so much? Too many things occurred that should not have. The deceiving heaven trial never appeared in the previous timeline. Many of the current heaven chosen were not as powerful as they were. That included Tong Ruobing, Su Shi, and Huo Feng Huang. In the previous timeline, Lin Fan and Ji Song survived until the heaven will battle. Forget it. Too many things have changed for me to care. Anyway, the point was to change things for the better. Is something wrong? Asked Wang Wei. No, I just felt someone peeping. Oh, who was it? A very powerful and talented Empyrean. Do you know what he wanted? No, he seemed to be scanning you. Wang Wei nodded. He did not care much since Wu Hong did not indicate he had something to worry about. It's a shame, Wu Hong said with a small sigh. What is it? That person would not survive for long. I think it's a shame such a talented individual died. He must have been excellent if even you have such high praise of him, replied Wang Wei, who suddenly thought of something. An Empyrean just saw us naked, but why did that suddenly arouse me? Am I into exhibitionism? Asked Wang Wei, a little perplexed. Let's test it out, said Wu Hong with a smile. She then waved her hand to change the room into a stadium with people made from illusions watching them. Finally she got on top of him. Wang Wei looked at the watchers. His eyes lit up before snapping his finger to change the illusion into a modern setting with people and cameras filming them. Then he got down to business. A few days later Wang Wei left the room, refreshed and happier than ever. He went to brew some tea to further enhance his current happiness. Then he walked toward the main room of the mansion to contact Wang Ju. However, when he took a step, Wang Wei suddenly realized something. He forgot to mention the hooded figure to Wu Hong. "I let my guard down," he thought. He was so invested in spending time with her that the hooded figure's power worked on him again. He took a talisman to contact her, but he received no response as she seemed to have already entered deep seclusion. He shook his head before deciding to be even more careful from now. Then he proceeded with his meeting with Wang Ju. "How are things going?" "Everything is proceeding smoothly as you instructed. We have been keeping an eye on the alliance and the sea race, but nothing as of yet." "What about the old beggar? Did you find him?" "Unfortunately, no. However, we did receive news of an innate treasure's aura appearing on the eastern continent. Our investigation has suggested that it might have been related to the old beggar." "So he succeeded," muttered Wang Wei. Even he could not find the old beggar through divination. "You don't have to focus too much on him," he ordered. "The old beggar will only be vital after he proves the Tao. And by then, no matter where the latter hides, he will find him." Wang Wei chatted with Wang Ju for a while before dismissing her. Immediately afterward, he received a summon from Li Jun from the trial. "Someone wants to see me?" God King. After pondering about things and reading the information Li Jun sent to him, Wang Wei decided to return to the trial. Before returning, he first checked on his parents' mortal dust, the sect and other things. He saw someone waiting for him in his mansion after being received adequately with tea and snacks. "Young Master Liang, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance," Wang Wei asked after sitting down. He could tell the person next to him was a clone, but he did not mind the latter's cautiousness. "The pleasure is all mine," replied Liang Shixian. "I'm sorry for the intrusiveness. I hope I am not bothering you." "Not all. I'm always happy to receive guests," added Wang Wei. Then the two had small talks about their thoughts on the trial, the other competitors, and what to expect when the heaven chosen from the upper dimension arrived. "Have you heard of the god or divine race?" Liang Shixian finally asked with some embarrassment. He thought Wang Wei would ask him about his purpose and he would use this question to mention his goal, but the latter seemed to really enjoy talking and receiving guests. Of course, Liang Shixian knew that was not true. His competitor likely wanted to dominate the conversation. And since he wanted something, Liang Shixian decided to no longer beat around the bushes. "I've heard of the tragedy they suffered at the hands of the absolute beginning emperor. Well, I'm a member of the divine race." "I see. How fortunate for your kind. You don't seem surprised." "I've had my suspicions when I saw the mutation of your soul was incense-related," Wang Wei replied. "But that could have meant I used an incense-based cultivation system. I've met people who use incense and they have a less pure aura than you." Adding the fact the absolute beginning emperor did not completely eradicate Buddhism, it is not far-fetched that some members of the divine race survived. "So, I've had my suspicions about you but could never confirm it until now." Liang Shixian slightly squinted his eyes as he analyzed some information from this brief conversation. He theorized that something in the myriad emperor world affected the absolute beginning magic, thus allowing the divine race to appear again in the world. He previously did not have any proof and was uncertain. But now he was sure the person before him was either responsible or knew something. "You are correct. Before our extermination, we used help from the upper dimension to save many of our kind and sealed ourselves until now. We could not appear outside because of the absolute beginning magic, but recently, we realized that some members could leave. I'm guessing the god race now wants your clan member to prove the Tao in some world communities to completely unseal the rest?" Wang Wei asked. "Correct. I'm curious, what kind of god are you?" "I'm a second-generation god, so I am the god of river and thunder. But from my cultivation, I'm also the god of soul." Second generation? Wang Wei had never heard this term from the secret archives. It's understandable if you don't know since this term has only recently become popular after the catastrophe, replied Liang Shixian. First-generation gods are the ones born purely from incense and worship. They usually have one attribute or divinity based on the people worshipping them at birth. Meanwhile, second-generation gods are born from two gods mating. They usually inherit both their parents' divinity. Fascinating. Are there any other differences? Yes. First-generation gods have a harder time cultivating laws not related to their divinity. In fact, most of them don't even try, Liang Shixian said with a slight sneer. Second-generation gods are more open-minded and not overly limited by their divinity. Of course, it is also because it is easier for us to understand foreign laws, and it also helps that we usually have two divinities making us stronger. I can see the conflict such a division would create. Indeed, replied Liang Shixian. Second-generation gods are way more talented and powerful than first-generation. Nevertheless, the first generations are the ones with most, if not all, of the power. The main reason for this situation was the seal. First-generation gods are the oldest, and many of them survived the annihilation. Second-generation gods did not increase their population to a substantial level until after living in the sealed world. As such, they were younger but with no power. The first generation had many immortal tier powerhouses, but the second generation could not become immortals in the sealed world. The only immortal tier powerhouses they had were the rare second-generation gods that existed before the catastrophe and survived. But many of them are old-fashioned and share similar views as the first generation. Luckily, only second generations could leave the sealed world, and as soon as someone proves the Tao, the power scale will shift to their side. So, why are you telling me all of this? Asked Wang Wei when he realized Liang Shixian did not want to mention the inner conflicts of his race. I need your help with something. Liang Shixian took out a book before handing it to Wang Wei. After inspecting it, the latter read it. What a good idea. How come I never thought of that? It's perfect for my situation, thought Wang Wei. You want to create the fourth path of immortality? Correct. Besides the Emperor path, the Tao path, and the Immortal path, I believe a soul path is also viable. Just like there are immortal venerables, Tao ancestors, I want to create God kings. Interesting. I like the idea, but why are you coming to me? Because I want your help to help me create that path. I've observed your trials. Whether it is the soul or willpower trial, you excel at both of them. I understand why you came to me. I want to know why you didn't create this path on your own. If I could, do you think I would ask you? Of course you could. Based on your work so far, it's obvious you could create this path after proving the Tao. Liang Shixian quieted down for a moment. I don't want to become emperor. Excuse me? It's as you heard, I despise the emperor path. Why do I have to compete like Poison Gus stuck in a cave to be the final winner? I refuse to participate in Heavenly Tao's cruel game. So, my goal is to create a path that is above the emperor path. I understand how you feel and admire your conviction. But you understand your actions are futile, right? Said Wang Wei. The endless void is a place dominated by the emperor, to the point of strictly restricting the others. So, even if you create the soul path, no other individuals will be able to become a god king without an emperor's aid, including you. I know. That's why I wanted to use the deceiving heaven longevity art to deceive Heavenly Tao to allow me to become an immortal tier powerhouse. You should understand that this is most likely impossible. Otherwise, this scripture would have been too valuable, and Gu Xian probably would not have survived long. Liang Shixian sighed aloud. I'm aware, but I still choose to become a god king with an emperor's help instead of becoming one myself. Wang Wei shook his head before commenting. No matter what you do, the best outcome is for you to become an insurgent god king capable of killing eternal emperors. In the end, your soul path will probably be between the Tao and immortal path regarding strength. Not necessarily. The way I envisioned it, god kings can create a mortal mansion inside their bodies while also borrowing the Grand Tao Source's power. Then you are delusional. Heavenly Tao will probably restrict the soul path, making it separate and incompatible with the other paths. The best you could do was create an insurgent technique that allows you to have the power of the other paths. But such a technique would never be universal or a fundamental aspect of the soul path. How is that fair? Asked Liang Shixian with slightly clenched teeth. It is fair. The emperor is technically a combination of the three. Great emperors have powerful souls, can directly control the Grand Tao Source, and their Tao bodies are immune or have high resistance to most high-level forms of energy. And as long as they understand enough about a particular energy, they can search for it in the Source Chi space and directly use it. Liang Shixian snorted coldly. I still refuse to be a performative puppet for Heavenly Tao. I despise the Emperor path and nothing will change that. Wang Wei shrugged his shoulder. He also did not like how the heaven will operated. However, he understood that sometimes, you must play the game before making the rules. Heavenly Tao and Grand Tao above dictated the rules of the cultivation world. But, as long as he becomes powerful enough, he can dictate the rules. Now, if he reaches the top and realizes he cannot surpass these two using their rules, he will then walk his own path. But so far he has not found any evidence that proved such. So, There was no need to complicate his cultivation journey or goals because of his displeasure. I did not want to dissuade you, I just wanted to point the truth to you to eliminate certain expectations you might have. Liang Shixian calmed down. I understand. Quick question, do you have a name for the Tier 11 and Tier 12 realm? Tier 11? Tier 12? The realms after Great Emperor, Tao Ancestor, and Immortal Venerable. Liang Shixian frowned after hearing this. He never thought about these realms far away from him. Although he suspected they existed, he never learned about them. Let's call it God Lord and God Emperor. Good name, I supposed, said Wang Wei. In the Tao language used by all world communities, the character for soul can also be translated as God, depending on the context. And adding Liang Shixian's identity as a God race, it made sense he used such a name. Last question. Aren't you worried I steal your ideas and leave you out? I've observed you, and amongst all the people here, you have the least amount of karma. I concluded that you're the type of person who likes to repay his karma and would not just abandon me. And if I can only blame my lack of ability to judge people. Wang Wei's facial expression did change much. He knew he did not have much karma due to his karma-unbound physique. Nevertheless, Liang Shixian was correct about him. He was a person who paid his debt and also kept his word when not facing an enemy. As such, he did not plan to kill Liang Shixian to swallow all the merit of creating the soul path. Anyway, he would still receive the majority upon completion. The upper-seated players? Wang Wei no longer said anything to Liang Shixian regarding his ideals and goals. He took out the book about the soul path and reread it with greater focus. Liang Shixian did a lot of research on the soul beforehand. He studied incense, different cultivation systems, and spirits. He even traveled to the ghost immortal world, which was a world that focused on cultivating the soul to the point of entirely abandoning the body. From the book, Wang Wei saw that the latter included many studies in the soul path, even suggesting that all god kings abandoned their bodies to achieve an immortal soul. Other methods included fusing immortal qi or some other forms of energy with the soul, using a massive amount of incense, cultivating an immortal body before sacrificing it to nourish the soul and turning it into an immortal soul, and finally, using other resources like the law to elevate the soul to another level. After reading everything carefully, Wang Wei frowned. Why don't you try modeling the soul after an emperor? If a soul has the quality and quantity of an emperor, it will become an immortal soul. I know the easiest way for the soul path to become a reality is to have a great emperor use their grand Tao source to temper a mortal soul. But, as I said, I don't want my path to have anything to do with them. And as I said, you will have to rely on them. Yes, but I can reduce the amount of influence they have on my path. Fine, said Wang Wei as he contemplated. He activated all his spirit particles, acting like a supercomputer as he analyzed many things. I think I may have a way that used incense, he said a few minutes later. Really? What is it? Wang Wei did not immediately respond. He took out a highly binding contract before inscribing it with his divine sense. Liang Shixian looked at the contract and hesitated. Since I come to see you, I'll put my faith in your character. There is no need for the contract. I admire your nobility. But we should never mix business with personal beliefs. The contract is for both our peace of mind. Liang Shixian thought it would help their future cooperation, so he agreed. However, after reading the contract, he frowned. Why are all the rules about secrecy? They seem a little too harsh. He could not reveal any information, and the rules even involved his memories and soul. The contract would prevent anyone from getting information from him, even if it meant killing him. The method I came with involved some secrets I do not want to get out before I prove the Tao, hence the harshness. If you want to remove these clauses, it's fine. But I won't share the method I came up with you until I prove the Tao. Liang Shixian shook his head as he did not want this. He did not want to wait that long. So, he decided to accept the clause and continued reading. Once finished, he added a few clauses as well. Wang Wei had to use other means not involved with the emperor's path, and the final division of merit would be decided based on the ingenuity method he thought of. So, after a few debates and back and forth, the two signed the contract with their souls before taking an oath to their Tao. Finally, Wang Wei told him the method he thought of for the soul path. The required secrecy was because this method involved another one of his plans after becoming emperor that would affect the entire endless void. He did not want the information to leak and cause trouble. With his mouth slightly opened, Liang Shixian looked at him. You're crazy and ambitious. But I'm glad I chose you. He had eyes on both Wang Wei and Chu Luo as his partner and chose the former after close observation. Chu Luo had an unapproachable vibe that kept most people at a distance. If your plan works, shouldn't there be no need for a great emperor? That's possible but very unlikely, I figured. Afterward, the two discussed the plan's possible success and the division of merit. Once everyone was satisfied with the outcome, Liang Shixian left. He had accomplished his primary goal of coming here. He did not want to leave yet since he still hoped to get his hands on the inheritance despite knowing it was improbable. So, he decided to watch to the end to see if there was an opportunity. Time passed and it was time for the combat aspect of the trial. Wang Wei flew to the plaza and saw two podiums facing each other with 6 seats. The one on the left with his name on the second seat had the words lower-seated player, while the other had the title upper-seated player. Wang Wei shook his head as he could tell Lord Spirit used these titles to raise contradiction and fighting between these two groups. Without saying much, he sat in his position. Not long afterward, everyone arrived. Chu Luo sat on the first seat, Wang Wei on the second, Ji Langfeng on the third, Tong Ruobing on the fourth, Shi Qian on the fifth and Jingwu Hua on the last. As for the other participants, they sat on the side of the two podiums. Lord Spirit manifested with her eerie smile. I know many of you have been anticipating this moment for some time. As such, I won't waste your time. Let's begin. She pointed her finger to the first seat on the other podium. The number 1 seated player from the upper dimension is Xiao Qiandi, owner of what is considered the best physique for cultivation, the innate Tao Source physique. A light beam came from the sky, descending on the first seat. Then a young man dressed in ordinary, almost shabby clothes appeared. He glanced at the other group for a moment before closing his eyes, laying on the chair as if he did not care for anything. Everyone could see dirt and plant leaves on his hair, but he did not seem to mind. These heaven-chosen were speechless, wondering if this man was naturally arrogant or if he genuinely did not care for anything, even his personal appearance. Lord Spirit ignored these people's confusion before continuing. The second-seated player is Shi Rulin. She was born with an emperor bones, meaning after she reached the peak of the mortal realm in cultivation, all she has to do is activate her bone, and heavenly Tao will lower a heaven will for her to prove the Tao. Moreover, the heaven will is specially created as only she can use it, and give her a 10% chance higher than normal to become an eternal emperor. The participants looked at Lord Spirit, their eyes asking if she was joking, but the silence indicated otherwise. Then one participant stomped his feet on the ground before flying back to his mansion. A few people followed him. The words, "This is unfair," could be heard from them, even from a distance. Meanwhile, a young woman appeared in the second seat. She had a blue hanfu and short hair, which was quite surprising to many since only monks or nuns cut their hair. And after Buddhism's destruction, the practice has become less prominent, except in a few martial worlds where it is more common for women to cut their hair. But even then it is still not as commonly seen. Shi Rulin looked at the opposite team and waved her hand in enthusiasm. However, she quickly realized something and stopped. Instead, she became serious and cupped her hands before bowing slightly to them. The others returned the salute. "The third place goes to Ao Qiani," said Lord Spirit, one of the most talented younger generation of the primordial dragon race. For those who don't know, primordial dragons are chaos life forms born from pure or orderly chaos chi. They are a race that does not exist in the endless void. A young man dressed in tight white martial clothes appeared, with 2 horns on his head. He looked at the opposing team with disdain before looking at the people next to him. "I understand not being first, but how could I lose to her? Didn't I slap you around the last time we met?" said Shi Rulin with a gentle smile. "I had just shed my scale and was still in a vulnerable state. How does that count?" "You dragons always have an excuse for your defeat," replied Shi Rulin while shaking her head. She decided not to engage with this prideful idiot. "The 4th place goes to Shi Shangyan, a member of the celestial race," Lord Spirit announced. However, everyone was confused, including Wang Wei, since they'd never heard of such a race. Ao Qiani sneered even more after seeing these people's reactions. The Celestials are a unique race born in the source chi space from immortal chi gaining sentience and condensing a body, similar to the spirit race. As such, they have an unparalleled talent for the immortal path. All celestial races are born with an inactive immortal mansion in their bodies. They do not need anyone's help to become immortal venerables. On top of it all, 80% of them who decide to become immortal venerables are insurgents. And that's because their unique immortal mansion can give birth to 4 types of unique immortal chi, Yellow, profound, earth and heaven. Yellow immortal chi grants them battle prowess on par with third-class emperors, profound immortal chi corresponds to second class, earth to first class, and the potent heavenly immortal chi grants battle prowess on par with eternal emperors. The participants looked at a beautiful woman with black hair and a long golden robe. Her beauty was unparalleled, on par, if not surpassing Su Shi. Not to mention she had a cold and natural noble aura emanating from her body. Most people did not care about her beauty as they were still shocked at the fact such a powerful race existed. These heaven chosens always knew that heaven and earth were unfair, but they did not think it was to this point. Longevity resources. Shi Shangyan looked at the shocked expression on these people's faces and mentally shook her head. Although it looked like the celestial race was powerful beyond reason, it was not. In the eternal ascension world, the number of great emperors battle force a faction had did not matter. What dictated the authority of any faction was the number of paragons or tier 12 cultivators they had. And in this regard, the celestial race's innate talent did not help because of the fundamental flaw of the immortal path. Just because someone was an insurgent in tier 10, it did not mean they could become one in tier 11 or above. For example, the clan members who cultivated heavenly immortal chi had less than a 5% chance of sublimating it to golden immortal chi on par with regular Empyreans. If they wanted to continue becoming insurgents, they had to be like everyone else and search for rare and unique chis in the source chi space, an inherently dangerous place for them despite being born there. Throughout the history of the celestial race, many geniuses have tried to elevate the immortal path to a higher level. And it was not just the celestial race but also many other cultivators. There was a brief period of history where a movement to weaken the emperor path took place. During that time, many heaven-defying geniuses of the immortal path took place. And a few noteworthy people are still remembered to this day, the myriad chi immortal sovereign for example. He created a method for his body to hold more than one immortal mansion. His goal was to create 3,800 immortal mansions, a number that symbolized the number of primary Daos in all existence. In each mansion he refined a unique and powerful insurgent chi. The myriad chi immortal sovereign was an unparalleled genius regarding understanding and controlling energy. So, after using countless yuan epics and an incalculable amount of resources, he built more than 2,000 immortal mansions with unique chi, becoming an insurgent immortal sovereign capable of killing everlasting Empyreans. Not defeat but kill. Although he could not erase their existence, he could force them to enter limbo and revive them. However, in one of his battle against an Empyrean, the latter caught him off guard and destroyed hundreds of the immortal mansions inside his body. Although he defeated his enemy, myriad chi realized the weakness or frailty of the immortal and Tao path. The immortal mansion or inner world was an apparent weakness for them. Meanwhile, the imprint of the emperor path could only be removed by Tao wills and some unique treasures. So, myriad chi sacrificed all his immortal mansions and chis to temper his body, eventually opening the gate of power and walking on the body path. Another genius of that era was the Heaven Will Immortal King. After acquiring the Heaven Will, he did not become an emperor but spent years analyzing it to fuse it with his immortal mansion and create a unique chi. The concept of Heaven Will chi existed long ago, but few people dared to try it. And the ones that did fail. But to everyone's surprise, Heaven Will Immortal King succeeded. The Heaven Will chi was one of the few chis that allowed an individual to become an insurgent from tier 10 to tier 12. The only downside was cultivation took almost as much time as the Emperor path. The Heaven Will Immortal King could fight and defeat paragons at his peak. Regrettably, he became dissolute with the Immortal path because it did not grant him eternal attributes like the Emperor path. If an immortal king or a Tao ruler died, that's it for them. But an ordinary great emperor, Empyrean, and paragons had so many ways they could revive themselves, not to mention these freaks eternals, everlasting and boundless. After voicing his frustration with the immortal path and his regrets about not using the Heaven Will correctly, the Heaven Will Immortal King left the world to enter primordial chaos and was never seen again. Many people believe he went to find a way for the immortal path to acquire eternal attributes, but most people think he went to prove the Tao in another source chaos world. Shi Shangyan has read the stories of many geniuses similar to these two during the booming era of the immortal path. However, the ending of most of them was not satisfactory. The booming era ended with the conclusion that the immortal path had no future. There was no way for it to rise. However, some people did not give up and went to search for the source chi, an energy believed to exist at the core of the source chi space. Source Qi was theorized to be the only form of energy capable of creating an insurgent on par with a peak boundless paragon. Regrettably, to this day, only rumors of it appearing in some other chaos worlds are known. As Shi Shangyan thought of that period, she could only sigh to herself. That booming period did a lot to raise the status of the immortal path, but it also ruined it. The Emperor path would not just stay by and watch as the immortal path flourished, they counterattacked. Many great emperors from third to first class began exploring the source Qi space to discover insurgent Qi and grant them battle prowess above their class. Meanwhile, eternal emperors would also find insurgent Qi similar to the heaven immortal Qi. They would understand it and absorb it into their Tao body to become immune to it. As such, an insurgent immortal venerable might defeat an eternal emperor. But, in the subsequent encounter, he realized his Qi was useless to the latter, rendering him powerless. This tactic has been normalized now in the eternal ascension world, thus further weakening the immortal path. Because of these hard truths, the celestial race has long focused on the emperor path. Although some factions are diehard supporters of the immortal path, they no longer have much power. Our next contestant is the Taoist priest, Zhang Yuqing, Lord Spirit said. He is the owner of the 22nd heavenly physique, the myriad sword soul physique, and the 5th heavenly physique, the Wuji Tao body. The face of the participants was neutral, they were done with being surprised. Furthermore, a few people have been born with 2 physiques, albeit rare, but it was acceptable. The only thing noticeable about this upcoming person was how high his physique ranked and how powerful the physiques in the upper world were. The Lord Spirit shook his head. You ignorant people. In the upper dimension, having 2 physiques means you can absorb 2 heaven wills and instantly reach cultivation of 40% Grand Tao Source. Of course, there is also the possibility for someone only to achieve 10%. Wang Wei's lips twitched and he was not the only one. Many people did not know how to react. So, more people just flew away back to their mansions. Things were getting even more ridiculous. A young Taoist with a very youthful face appeared. He politely bowed to the lower-seated players before bowing to the others and sitting down, not uttering a word. And everyone immediately returned the salute, including the previously arrogant Ao Tianyi. Even Xiao Tiandi opened his eyes and nodded before going to sleep. Wang Wei and the others took notice of this behavior, thus placing even more emphasis on this young Taoist. Wang Wei could even see Lord Spirit looking at the young Taoist with even more respect than the others. The final seated player is Monk Wuzhu, born with the 9 Nirvana heart, a longevity physique. Lord Spirit paused as he realized these people probably didn't know what he was saying. Let me explain. Longevity resources are one of the most precious resources in the upper dimension. They can appear in the form of spiritual herbs, cultivation techniques, physiques, pills, etc. Their purpose is to grant immortal cultivators one chance at revival without any cost. For example, once an emperor is killed, they must spend countless yuan epochs reviving themselves. However, if they had consumed a longevity herb, they could instantly resurrect without any resources or time needed. So, Monk Wuzhu will have 9 unlimited revivals in his life after proving the Tao. Lord Spirit simplified the incredible power of longevity resources since their classification is too many. For example, some only work for a certain tier. As such, after an emperor becomes an empyrean or paragon, they no longer have the previous revival. Some longevity resources can work for a cultivator from tier 10 to tier 12. Those are extremely rare. Some can only work for lower tiers. For example, a paragon cannot take a longevity resource that only works for tier 10 and 11. Nevertheless, no matter the restriction on the longevity resources, any of them are precious enough to enact wars with thousands of emperors, empyreans, and paragons. Monk Wuzi's 9 Nirvana heart will work for him even after he becomes a paragon. At this point, even Wang Wei wanted to curse out loud. He always believed that fate was unfair, and today he has the final proof. A young man with no hair and 6 dots on his head and forehead appeared before the last seat. Like the young Taoist, he saluted the other sides before saluting his former comrades. And he received the same respect as the Taoist priest. However, Monk Wuji did not appear for long before the sky suddenly changed. Then lightning began to fall on him. Absolute beginning magic, thought Wang Wei with squinted eyes, observing how the situation would play out. A mysterious power came from Monk Wuzi's body and blocked the lightning as he watched everything calmly. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuqing seemed to hesitate about something but did not act in the end. A few minutes later, the lightning stopped falling and Monk Wuji smiled at everyone, sorry for the disturbance. Then he calmly took his seat. Damn it, thought Wang Wei as he noticed something that made him unhappy. He could already predict that things would get messy, and he would be dragged into something he did not want to. Lower-seated players. Wang Wei could see both Zhang Yuqing and Monk Wuji glancing in Feng Heng's direction. Although brief, they could not escape his eyes. And immediately, he knew he would get dragged into the fight between Taoism and Buddhism. And since he had the future Buddha scroll, he had already chosen sides. Countless thoughts flashed across his mind as he pondered how to deal with the situation appropriately. If he did not play his card correctly, he might be used as a pawn before being discarded. Now, for the introduction of the lower-seated player, Lord Spirit said. First is Chu Luo, the emperor child that wields the outlaw Tao of creation. He is a man who has tempered his will and Tao heart through reincarnation itself. Xiao Qiandi kept his eyes closed, a listless aura emanating from his body. The others, however, looked at Chu Luo. They did not care for his emperor child status. In the upper dimension, blessed children are too common. Although it is a statistical anomaly for immortal creatures to reproduce, there are so many of them, and they have lived for so long that it has become somewhat common. What they cared about was the fact of his outlaw Tao and the implications of tempering his mind through reincarnation. The second player is the heir of the Tao opening sect, young Master Wang Wei. He is a Tao overlord, creator of his own heavenly physique, and a person of unquantifiable willpower. The man's accomplishment could write a legendary tale. However, his most important quality is his intelligence and ingenuity. I can say without a doubt that he is more intelligent and cunning than all of you here combined. And I mean all of you. Wang Wei's lips twitched as he sensed the eyes full of killing intent on him. He sighed before taking out a cup of freshly brewed tea and casually drinking it, ignoring everyone else. The upper-seated players looked at him with squinted eyes. They knew what it took to be a Tao overlord. In the Eternal Ascension world, outlaws would summon a special area to go through their trial. Cultivators must do so before comprehending and using the outlaw laws. Otherwise, they won't even be able to enter any cultivation stage that requires understanding and using laws. In the summoned area, Heavenly Tao will place them under a perfect illusion that recreates their lives. Then it will use the person's life to scheme against them, and they must find ways to pass the test. If a cultivator failed, the person would not be able to control an outlaw Tao. The main reason for this method was due to how complicated a karmic trial could become. In a world full of emperors, empyreans, and paragons, if Heavenly Tao started to scheme against these people, firstly no one would pass and these powerful individuals would never allow such a thing. The trial is of some similar difficulty in both dimensions, so there are a few people who hold the title of Overlord. However, many people wielded outlaws Tao similar to Chu Luo. They usually had to pay the price to control their Taos and have some limits. When it comes to the Overlord title, even a paragon could not help someone else acquire it. As for creating a heavenly physique, some people have succeeded in doing the same in the upper dimension. But their rarity also makes it a great accomplishment. Interesting. Thought Sure Rulin. Everyone knew Tao overlords were extremely powerful, cunning, and tactically minded. But to say this person was more intelligent than all of them combined, she did not believe it. Of course, she also knew that Lord Spirit was just saying these words to rile them up and ensure they fought to their full capability for this trial. What's the point of being intelligent? Strength is all that matters, thought Ao Tianyi. Despite his thoughts, he decided to keep a watch on Wang Wei. He did not want to be schemed against. Shi Shangyan only glanced at him but did not have any reaction. Zhang Yuqing also only politely looked at him with a neutral face. Monk Wuji gave him a smiling nod, and Wang Wei pretended he did not see anything. Meanwhile, the lower-seated players had different reactions. Most of them did not know what a Tao overlord was. However, the intelligent comment got to them, igniting their fighting spirit and desire to prove otherwise. A few intelligent individuals suddenly began to piece some things together. Recently, news of the essential destruction of the demon race from the demon supremacy world has spread throughout other world communities. By calculating the time frame of the incident, they realized it was soon after Yi Tuizi had a conflict with the player from the Myriad Emperor world. And by considering Lord Spirit's insinuation, a few people concluded Wang Wei might have something to do with the downfall of the demon supremacy world. Chu Luo and Tong Ruobing gave Wang Wei an odd look after coming to this conclusion. Ji Lanfang had a powerful intuition as a swordsman, so he felt Wang Wei was definitely involved in what happened in the demon supremacy world. However, Wang Wei ignored them and continued drinking his tea as if he were the only person present. He did not know what these people thought. Even if he knew, he would never admit it. The third seat goes to Ji Lanfeng, a pure swordsman with a flawless Dao heart who has entered the realm of one sword breaks myriad laws. These so-called geniuses might not be as bad as I believe, thought Ao Tianyi. All pure swordsmen pursue the realm of one sword breaks myriad laws. It is the state where a swordsman can overwhelm all laws or concepts with their swords. Many people believe that someone could be referred to as a swordsman by entering this realm before proving the Dao. Otherwise they are sword users, not swordsmen. Zhang Yuqing looked at Ji Langfeng with a slight fighting spirit in his eyes. He also practiced the Dao of the sword, so he would love to battle a fellow swordsman. Fourth place goes to Tong Ruobing, a master of talisman making. She has created an acquired version of the 27th heavenly physique, the Source Rune physique. The upper-seeded players finally began to pay attention as they realized their competitors might not be as simple as they previously believed. The Source Rune physique is considered the best talent for professions like alchemy, talisman, pill refining, and arrays. Any genius with that physique is expected to become a peak powerhouse in these professions, and they could even become masters in all fours. Even if Tong Ruobing has an acquired version of this physique that only worked for talisman, she was a person with a bright future ahead of her, not to mention a worthy opponent. Don't look at me. I did not create the method for this physique. He did, she said, pointing at Wang Wei. I'm only using his idea. You're stealing, not using, replied Wang Wei. Wu Ming offered it to me as a gift, she added. I'm sure that was voluntary. Is something wrong with a lady using her charms to get what she wants? In this patriarchal society, we, weak women, have to do anything necessary to get ahead, said Tong Ruobing with a gentle smile. Wang Wei rolled his eyes as he learned something new about her, shameless. Meanwhile, these seated players once again looked at Wang Wei with raised eyebrows. All they could think was he might become a problem. Moving on, said Lord Spirit. In fifth place we have Shi Qian, an immortal child from the light race. Everyone waited for Lord Spirit to continue, but she did not say anything else. She only shrugged her shoulder as there was nothing she could do. In the grand scheme of things, there was nothing remarkable about Shi Qian. Her status as an immortal child was worthless in the eyes of these upper dimensions heaven-chosens. Her status as the light race is valuable since they have a natural affinity for karma, an outlaw Daos. However, this affinity or control of karma had its limits. Lord Spirit believed some other people would be better in that spot, Su Shi or even Liang Shixian for example. However, he could not arbitrarily change the ranking as he saw fit. Our final seeded player is Miss Jingwu Hua, an emperor offspring and three-legged golden crow that has once suffered a defeat in a previous heaven will battle at the hands of an eternal emperor. However, she sealed herself for countless generations, tempering her willpower in the process to try again. On top of it all, her father left a special reward to ensure she succeeded on the second try. Jingwu Hua looked at Lord Spirit angrily. She did not expect him to bring out her pain and display it to the public. Moreover, she wanted to know how he knew so much. The upper-seated players paid some attention to Jingwu Hua. They understood how scary some immortals could be once they decided to leave trump cards to their descendants. In the Eternal Ascension world, it's normal for some mortal who has not started cultivating to suddenly take out a talisman capable of wounding an Empyrean or Dao monarch. It all depends on how pampered their influential parents are. She lost to an eternal emperor? Could it have been the Heaven Devourer Emperor? That would make much sense timing-wise, thought Wang Wei. At the same time, he also thought Lord Spirit seemed to know too much, which could be an issue. Lord Spirit, I have some questions, Wang Wei suddenly said, making Lord Spirit's heart jump. She felt things were about to get complicated. Unionized. Young Master Wang Wei, what is your question? Lord Spirit said. What is your purpose in bringing these geniuses from the upper dimension? Lord Spirit frowned. Of course, to test all the participants and choose the best person to inherit the Master's mantle. That's what I thought. So, what are you doing to deal with the political ramification of these upper dimension geniuses' existence and ensure we can do our best for this trial? I'm not following. Alright, let me direct. These people's backgrounds are a problem. How do we know they would not retaliate against us after we defeat them? How are we supposed to fight to the fullest of our abilities if we have to worry about the possible revenge from the upper dimension? The participants looked Lord Spirit, their eyes saying that this was a valid concern. Suddenly Ao Tianyi snorted coldly, you people think too highly of yourself. Wang Wei glanced at him before looking back at Lord Spirit. See. If it were not for his background, I would have long used his scale for armor, his muscle for bows, consumed his blood for its vitality, and his flesh for the taste. But now what can I do? Wang Wei felt an intense killing intent locking him. He ignored him before feigning a shocked look on his face. Oh my God, how stupid of me, I've already offended him. What am I going to do? You should indeed be scared. Do you think the Dao opening sect is what it used to be? Our dragon race can easily slaughter it. You and I both know as long as the name of our two boundless paragon exists, nothing will happen to the Dao opening sect, Wang Wei replied casually, making Ao Chani red in embarrassment. He did not think the latter knew so much about the upper dimension. Interesting, thought Wang Wei. He noticed 4 of the upper-seated player react once he mentioned the boundless paragon of the Dao opening sect. However, Zhang Yuqing and Monk Wuji seemed not to care, as if these titles held no weight against them, no, against their factions. So he took note of this reaction. Wang Wei then looked directly at Lord Spirit. See? All I had to is use a little spiritual hint to make him angry, and he began to threaten me with his background. So, how am I supposed to fight them fairly, knowing they might retaliate? Although the deceiving heaven longevity art is an insurgent technique, and most definitely a longevity scripture, it is not worth risking my life and the possible destruction of my faction. The lower-seated players and other participants quickly analyzed much information. It made sense that this scripture was a longevity resource, hence why even the upper dimension geniuses were interested. Subsequently, the possibility of retaliation was a genuine problem. Logically, it made no sense to risk their life for this trial. You don't have to worry about retaliation, said Shi Shangyan. We have our own pride and so do the factions behind us. But how do I know of this? Replied Wang Wei. I've only met you today. Young Master Wang Wei, you can be reassured regarding this, said Monk Wuji. You have my words and the words of Buddhism, that no one will retaliate against you and the others. Monk Wuji, I'm sure Buddhism's reputation is enough to guarantee our protection. But this is the lower dimension. Buddhism has no reputation as a basis for us to judge. And we cannot just go by your words. Monk Wuji frowned, along with the others next to him. Xiao Qiandi still had his eyes closed, while Ao Chani was trying extremely hard to control his anger. At the same time, he tried to detect how he was so easily spiritually influenced without noticing. So what exactly do you want? Said Lord Spirit with slight anger. Dao oath. I want them to swear an oath not to Heavenly Dao but to Grand Dao itself that their faction will not retaliate against us, directly and indirectly. I don't want any loopholes. Nonsense, roared Ao Chani. Grand Dao oath was the most restrictive oath. It was one not even paragons could break. Who are you to demand such a thing of us? Said Zhang Yuqing with a sneer. Young Master Wei, it appears your request was too much. Wang Wei sipped his tea calmly. By your response, it seems all of you already planned to get this inheritance by any means, even fouls one. This has nothing to do with retaliation, said Shi Rulin. No cultivator likes to be restricted. And taking an oath for such a trivial matter, it's even worse. Sound like excuses to me. And what will happen if they don't swear? Asked Lord Spirit, staring straight at Wang Wei. Nothing will happen. I won't participate in this trial, but am only one inconsequential individual. Lord Spirit had veins appear on his forehead as he already knew what the latter was planning. And as expected. I will also forfeit, said Chu Luo. Count me in, added Ji Lanfang, who was drinking from his gourd after seeing Wang Wei casually drinking his tea. I will support my fellow countrymen, said Tong Ruobing. Shi Qian hesitated as she did not want to bring trouble to her parents by offending these upper dimensions big shots. However, she agreed reluctantly, thinking how she would become enemies with her fellow lower dimension peers if she did not pick their side. Of course, Jingwu Hua also agreed, followed by the other participants like Su Shi, Feng Heng, Liang Shixian, Ho Feng Huang, etc. See Lord Spirit. With all of us forfeiting, you can choose one of them as an inheritor. Well, they are a better fit if you consider their talents and birthplace. Lord Spirit became quiet. My divination was correct, thought Wang Wei. Gu Xian does not want to give his inheritance to people of the upper dimension for some reason. A few minutes of silence then ensued. Then Lord Spirit said, You can all dismiss. I will contact you after negotiating the logistic of the current problem. Everyone quietly packed their things before flying to their mansions. As soon as Wang Wei arrived, Wang Wuqing appeared before him. What you did there was dangerous. And you also revealed yourself to these factions' eyes. It's not as bad as you think. They already noticed me because of the Tao Overlord title. All I did was revealed my intelligence as an overlord. What about your soul? You've revealed yourself with that spiritual hint. I don't believe for a moment that Lord Spirit or Gu Xian could hide the result of these trials from these people. And even the lower dimension participants who were on my side would gladly sell my information. On top of everything, Wang Wei did not think these people would come along. So, they must send people or have other methods to investigate his information back in the Myriad Emperor world. As such, they will know his soul is unique. Did you observe anything from them? Zhang Yuqing has displayed some hostility towards me, even though he tried very well to hide it. He and Monk Wuji are definitely here because of Feng Heng, and I will probably get dragged into their confrontation. As for the others, they appear to also be here for another mission besides getting the inheritance. And that mission seemed to involve observing us. Now that you mention it, they seem not to be happy once all you forfeit. Yes. They reacted as if they wanted us to display our strengths and abilities. It appears they want to assess us, but the real question is why. I can't think of anything, but I'm sure you will figure it out, said Wang Wuqing. By the way, what did you mean by what you said about our founding fathers? Didn't I tell you about their disappearance and possible death? No. I think I would have remembered if you had said such an important thing. Wang Wei then remembered he told Wang Wuqing about his encounter with Emperor Blackheart during his outlaw trial. But he was not detailed in his encounter, so he did not mention he learned of the founder's disappearance. Well, now you know. Don't take something so important so lightly, replied Wang Wuqing with a serious face. It's as I said. Our founders have reached the pinnacle of cultivation. And 2 of them can revive themselves as long as their names remain in the annals of history. So, it is only a matter of time before they revive themselves. Even so, I think this the kind of information that the others should know. After saying that, Wang Wuqing left to see Origin 1. Wang Wei shook his head as he also headed back to the sect. He wanted to learn more about Gu Xian as he felt the latter was not simple. He hoped he could gather more information about him and know better how to deal with the upcoming storm. The night of this event, 2 shadows secretly entered different mansions habited by the upper-seated players. Meanwhile, Ao Channy activated a formation in a secret room inside his mansion. Worldwide Changes, Gift Bonus Chapter. Thanks to Heaven Will Daoist for the gift. Tianer, how are things going? Said a deep voice from the formation. Immediately, Ao Channy's arrogant demeanor changed into a more respectful one. Father, this is what happened. Ao Channy told everything that had occurred since he arrived. The participants' reactions, what everybody said, what he said, and even some basic analysis of the situation. I guess this should be expected of a Tao Overlord. Sai, the Wang clan is truly blessed, replied Ao Jing. He could not help but reminisce about what he read of the Wang clan's achievement in the Eternal Ascension world. And if the clan did not break up and even fought in the upper dimension, their accomplishment might have been even higher. Father, what do you think I should do? You might not have a choice but to swear. What? You must accomplish both your Mission, especially bringing back the deceiving heaven longevity art. Isn't it just a lowly insurgent technique? Ao Tani then remembered something. Even if it was a longevity technique, is there a need to go through all this trouble, especially since it's probably of the lowest level? Couldn't our dragon race take it from Gu Xian's hand? Ao Jing paused for a moment before sighing. His son was the future leader of the primordial dragon race, so he should start learning the world's secrets and how to deal with them. So he said, you are correct that this scripture is of the lowest level. However, it has tremendous potential. So the patriarch wants it. Ao Tanayi squinted his eyes. The dragon race's patriarch was one of the 7 ruling paragons of the Eternal Ascension. So, he knew it was a big deal for the latter to want something. So, why didn't the patriarch take it from Gu Xian? Isn't he just a Tao monarch? Gu Xian has disappeared from the face of the world. He is most likely hiding inside the lawless zone, and he's been using a proxy to communicate with us for this trial. On top of everything, he appears not to want anyone in the upper dimension to get their hands on the scripture. So, you must get it no matter what. Ao Channy frowned even deeper. Father, why does it seem this mission is not as simple as it seems? Why do I have to observe these heaven chosens? He did not understand why he had to gather information on the lower dimensions heaven chosens, focusing on the Myriad Emperor world. I guess there is no point hiding things from you since you are now involved. Great changes are about to take place in the Eternal Ascension world. There are rumors of the end of the 2 suns 7 moons era is approaching, and the return of the old era. These rumors have existed ever since the era began. Why would that matter now? Yes, normally these would just be rumors of a bunch of unsatisfied individuals. However, some changes have taken place recently that have alerted the rulers. What changes? Heavenly Tao has begun to move. It has seal access to the lower dimension. Currently, Empyreans cannot even send in a projection. And with each day the sealing is becoming more powerful. According to calculation, it's only a matter of time before the 7 rulers can not only interfere in the lower dimension, they might not even be able to see anything from there. Ao Jing did not tell his son that even the 2 supreme rulers might become blind to the ongoings of the lower dimension. Is this why the Patriarch sent me on this mission? Yes. The Patriarch calculated that the rise of the myriad emperor world might be the cause of Heavenly Tao's actions. So, he wants you to gather information on the Heaven Chosens to detect the people responsible for leading this new era. As for the deceiving Heaven longevity art, the Patriarch deduced the changes of the myriad emperor world might be the prelude to something else. So, he wanted another longevity scripture as insurance for the future. I see. So, if Gu Xian wants you to swear the oath, do so. I will, replied Ao Tianyi with slightly gritted teeth. What about Zhang Yuchen and Monk Wuji? Don't get involved in their conflict. They probably have no desire for the inheritance. So, as long as you stay out of their way there should be no problem. As you wish, father. All right, do your best. Ao Tianyi closed the communication array before heading to rest. But before he reached his destination, he sensed someone outside his mansion. He used his divine sense to determine who it was. Interesting. Then he went to open the door. Zhang Yuqing's mansion. Master, this all that happened, he said to an array. This Wang Wei will be a problem as I expected, said a cold and indifferent voice. You know your mission? Yes, eliminate Feng Heng and prevent him from spreading Buddhism. Act fast as you do not have much time. Is something wrong? Heavenly Tao has begun to revolt against my suppression. And it will not let you stay long in the lower dimension, replied Taoist Supreme Unity. Master, are you all right? Don't worry about me. Just finish your mission, Taoist Supreme Unity replied in his eternal indifferent voice. Then he disconnected the communication. Zhang Yuqing did not mind since he knew his master was always this direct and cold. He was used to it by now. Nevertheless, he was determined to succeed in his mission. He knew his master was in a deadlock with Maitreya Mother Buddha. But if Feng Heng successfully spread Buddhism in the lower dimension, the luck and incense gathered by the Maitreya Buddha might be enough for her to surpass his master. Feng Heng must die. And if that Wang Wei gets in my way, I will also annihilate him. After making a resolution, Zhang Yuqing went to rest. Monk Wuzi's mansion. You know what to do? Said a melodious voice. Yes, great Buddha. Remember to use a friendly approach. Don't rush or force things. And if things don't work out, it's okay to let it go. I will, replied Monk Wuji. I know I can count on you. After the communication ended, Monk Wuji bowed to the formation before going to cultivate. Shi Rulin's mansion. She opened the door for someone outside. I did not expect to be receiving guests today. I am sorry for the late intrusion. No problem. Come in, Miss Su Shi, right? That's right. Shi Rulin led her to the dining room and had her maid serve tea. So, to what do I owe this visit? I wanted to know something and figured I had the highest chance of succeeding by asking you. Oh, and why would I help you? Shi Rulin asked with a smile. You can ask me whatever you want. Anything? Yes. It seems that desperation has clouded your judgment, commented Shi Rulin. Very well. Let's see what you want to know first. I want to know how to revive someone that had their existence injured? Did that person die as a mortal? Does that matter? Of course. Yes. Shi Rulin thought for a moment. Existence wounds are severe even for emperors. However, most eternal emperors can heal their existence injuries by themselves, a few talented ones can heal others, and some extremely talented individuals can even use existence reconstruction. That's when they recreate a person's existence and revive them even after being completely erased from reality. However, such a talent has not appeared in a Shi Rulin suddenly remembered that peerless empress that incurred fear in the 7 rulers. She might be capable of this. Whoever you want to revive might require only healing their existence. However, since they are mortals and will probably be dead for a long period by the time you prove the Tao, you might need the ability of existence reconstruction. I see, replied Su Shi deep in thought. She knew she had no choice but to prove the Tao in this generation because the longer she took, the less chance she had to revive her husband. Furthermore, she must be an eternal emperor. Now for my payment, said Sher Rulin with a mesmerizing smile. Eternal Ascension World, Dragon Nest. A long dragon with beautiful and noble purple scales suddenly opened his eyes. Should I report things now to the Patriarch? Ao Jing did not want to, but he knew he had no choice. The current era was simply terrible. No Tier 12 powerhouses of any path were allowed to exist, forcing him to stay in the Empyrean realm for too long. On top of it all, he was not happy with the situation of the Dragon Clan. In ancient times there were many tribes of dragons. Azure dragons, primordial dragons, fiend dragons and so many more. The Dragon Clan was united yet independent, with each tribe having its own autonomy. But now all dragons had to obey the Patriarch, a blood dragon. If anyone disobeyed him, they would be annihilated. And this is not the only reason Ao Jing did not like the current era. Heavenwell Emperor. Shi Shengaian's mansion. She also stood before an array and reported the events that occurred in today's events. This is all that happened, Patriarch. Then for a few seconds there was no response from the other end. Patriarch, you don't have to worry. I will do my best to get the scripture for the ruler. I won't disappoint the effort of the clan. Shi Shangyin knew the importance of this mission simply by the selection process. One of the rulers held a large-scale competition with all the factions underneath her. And Shi Shangyin was the final winner, an act that brought great honor to the Celestial clan as they had the opportunity to display their loyalties to the ruler. You don't need to care about the mission, said the Celestial Patriarch after half a minute of silence. What do you mean? Our clan has decided to revolt against the ruler. We will hide inside the Source Chi space and use some of our foundations to prevent her from finding us. What? Patriarch, what do you mean by this? Everyone knows a new era is coming, and it's time for people to pick a side. And the Celestial clan has chosen the opposite of the rulers. Shi Shangyin did not know what to do as this news was too great for her. She thought she came here to make her clan proud and increase their status in the upper dimension. But now, things seem to be getting out of control. What about me? She hurriedly asked, thinking about something horrible. You don't need to worry, the clan did not abandon you. Shi Shangyin sighed in relief. So, why am I in the lower dimension? A tremendous amount of destiny and luck is about to gather in the lower dimension with the upcoming new era of the Myriad Emperor world. Many believe the person who started this era will lead the changing age of the upper dimension, or, at the very least, play an essential role. Your mission is to use that destiny to your advantage. You can try to steal the destiny from that destined person, become that destined individual, become their underling, cooperate with them, or whatever you desire. Use your judgment to determine the best course of action. What matter is for the Celestial clan to have their hands on the new era. The luck gathered from his event would ensure our prosperity. Shi Shangyin caressed her temples as she tried to process all the information she had received. She suddenly remembered the gray-hair player from the Myriad Emperor world. Somehow, she felt he would play a vital role in this upcoming chaos. I know this is a lot to process so suddenly, but we could not tell you anything before you arrived in the lower dimension. I won't blame you, Patriarch. I know you're doing this for the clan's revival. I'm glad you understand. I don't have much time, as such I will be quick. You must prove the Tao in the lower dimension, which means you must restart cultivating. Your space ring includes many resources to help you, including a time-choice treasure to ensure you have enough time to catch up. You can choose whether to prove the Tao in the Myriad Emperor world. The 7 rulers have sent people to infiltrate there to prove the Tao in this generation and delay the arrival of the new generation. Delay? They cannot stop the arrival of the new era. But they can infinitely delay it to prolong their reign or better prepare for a high position in the new upcoming era. I see. I know this is a lot, so I won't say much more. One last thing, do not become a Heavenwell Emperor. Although it should be impossible to do so in the lower dimension, anything is possible in the upcoming changes. Shi Shangyin nodded her head. Even if the Patriarch did not say anything, she would not do so. Since she was young, the clan elders have always warned her about becoming a Heavenwell Emperor because it is an unorthodox method that is nothing but shortcuts. Heavenwell Emperors created something called Tao trees, allowing them to absorb more than one Heavenwell. The Tao tree allowed them to rapidly reach higher realms of cultivation and serve as a way to control the Grand Tao source. However, the downside is that a Heavenwell Emperor will fall in cultivation realms once someone destroys the Tao tree. Meanwhile, Tao Emperors have to comprehend the grand Tao source slowly. Shi Shangyan would never become a Heavenwell Emperor for many reasons. For example, Heavenwell Emperors cannot become everlasting Empyreans or boundless Paragons. Heavenwell Empyreans do not have the natural ability of Tao Empyreans to create life. Heavenwell Paragons do not need Paragon souls to reach that realm, making them drastically weaker. The only advantage of Heavenwell Emperors is the rapid cultivation and the ability to sacrifice their Heaven Wills for a drastic increase in battle prowess. And even then, they only use this technique to be on par with Tao Emperors. "Alright, I've got to go," said the Celestial Patriarch. "It will take a little time for the information of our betrayal to be sent to the lower dimension because of the recent changes." Recent changes? There is no time for that. Just know that access to the lower dimension has become even harder. Always watch your back no matter which Heavenwell world you decide to prove the Tao. The rulers definitely send some spies to cause chaos in the lower dimension. After saying that, the Patriarch ended the conversation. Shi Shangyan suddenly felt very lonely. It was the first time she did not have her clan as backing. Nevertheless, she quickly reined in her emotions to decide her next step. The best course of action would be to run away if the other upper-seated players decided to eliminate her, the traitor. However, the Patriarch told her the information wouldn't reach the trial for some time. Time she could use to get her hands on the deceiving heaven longevity art and give her some advantage in the upcoming chaos. "Let's wait and see," she muttered before resting. "Xiao Tiandis mansion. You have to do your best," said a beautiful female voice. "Yes, master," replied Xiao Tiendi with his usual listlessness. "This is not the time to have your usual uncaring attitude. The rulers might give you a chance if you can bring back the scripture and the necessary information." "Would they really? Or would they dispose of me after I'm no longer useful?" "Don't be so pessimistic. If they wanted to deal with you, they would have done so long ago." Xiao Tiendi sneered but did not rebuke. "This might be the only chance you have. You and I both know this is not true. Maybe previously, but things are changing. The rulers are in desperate need of allies. Yes, allies that are not a threat to them." "Enough," roared the female voice. "Your mindset is the reason you're in the current state. An opportunity is given to you but you don't even want to try. Do the mission, bring back the scripture. Otherwise I will disown and kick you out of the sect. This is your last chance." The female voice then ended the communication. Xiao Tiendi shrugged his shoulder. This was not the first time his master threatened to disown him. And this was not the first time he had disappointed her. Ultimately, she loved and doted on him too much to do it. So, he yawned before going to bed. He told his servant not to wake up until the day the competition began as he prepared to sleep for a few days straight. Outside of Shi Rulin's mansion, Su Shi walked out with slight puzzlement. She did not expect the latter's repayment to be her memories and information of all the heaven-chosens of the myriad emperor world and favor she had to repay later. Su Shi was prepared for the conditions to be even worse. Well, a favor is usually the hardest thing to repay, she thought. Although it appeared Shi Rulin did not ask for much, that was only on the surface. It does not matter. I've got the information I wanted. As long as I become an eternal emperor, I should be able to revive Fener. All I have to do now is find a way to preserve his imprint. Su Shi then became momentarily lost as she remembered her husband. Memories of their happy times flashed across her mind. "Fener, I will see you again." Su Shi returned to her mansion, and as soon as she entered, someone appeared next to him. "Taoist ever-changing. Why did you go see her?" Su Shi frowned before explaining the situation, making Taoist ever-changing sigh out loud. "Have you not noticed you are becoming too obsessed with reviving Lin Fan? He's my husband, the love of my life." "Yes, but you should not let any obsession take over your mind." "What's wrong with obsession? It's a weakness that your enemy can exploit." Su Shi quieted down as she knew this was true. "I won't let it become my weakness." Taoist ever-changing sighed again before disappearing. His blatant display of disappointment made Su Shi unhappy for the entire night. "Ao Channy's mansion, Huafeng Huang from the Myriad Emperor world, right?" he asked over a tea table. "That's me. So, what brings you to see me?" The Ancestors' Gift Bonus Chapter. Thanks to Heavenwell Taoist for the gift. "I came to make a deal with you," Huafeng Huang said. "Oh, I'm listening." "I want your source blood. Immediately, a terrifying killing intent emanated from Ao Channy's body. All dragons' race are highly particular about their source blood because of how precious any dragon bloodline is. However, he quickly calmed down. Instinctive reaction, Ao Channy explained casually. You do know how precious true dragon bloodline is. So, what do you want to exchange? You can name your price. You can be my woman, said Ao Channy with a lascivious smile. If you don't want to exchange, I can live. What's with the reaction? It would be your honor to become my woman. Honor? Replied Huofeng Huang with a sneer. I've read about how arrogant you innate life forms are, but I did not think it was even worse than the scriptures described. Innate life forms? You dare compare my noble bloodline with these lowly things? Is there a difference? In the end, the world is ruled by acquired lives. No matter how prideful you are or how much benefit your bloodline gives you, it does not change the fact that acquired lives rule this world. I can guarantee many of my ancestors have hunted your kind in the upper dimension. Ao Channy's eyes turned red as he knew she was correct. This truth has been the bane of all races bred by heaven and earth. It did not matter they were the first creatures in existence, and it did not matter they were born noble and more powerful. They were no longer the ruler of the world. Ao Channy wanted nothing but to pounce on the person before him. But he remembered where he was and his father's mission. So he took a deep breath to calm down. Meanwhile, Huofeng Huang secretly sighed in relief. She needed to be assertive and other for the negotiation to be relatively fair. She remembered the argument Wang Wei used in the evening and theorized their ancient clan still had some backing in the upper dimension in the form of the heaven-opening emperor, the Wang clan's ancestor. And by Ao Channy's restraint, her theory was correct. She had made the correct tactic for this negotiation. I hope you take this transaction seriously. Tell me if you don't want to trade so I don't waste my time. Fine, responded Ao Channy, calming down to ponder whether he would make the deal. A few minutes later he said, I agree, but here are my terms. First, I want all the information you have on the trial's participants and the heaven-chosens of the myriad emperor world. I want the tiniest detail, even something as little as their favorite food. Huofeng Huang frowned slightly, but she eventually nodded. The second thing I want is a promise. What promise? I won't agree to anything if you don't specify, she added. Ao Channy did not immediately answer but took out a mirror, instantly alerting Huofeng Huang and making her on guard. No need to be worried. I just don't want anyone or anything to listen to our conversation. Then he activated the mirror to block the room and prevent outside forces from spying. Huofeng Huang remained on guard during the entire process, ready to call upon her Tao protector at any moment. If you can prove the Tao, I want you to be an inactive emperor, Ao Channy said casually. What do you mean? In simple terms, I want you to not accomplish anything as an emperor. You can preach the Tao to repay karma, but there is no need to do anything more for the world. You can stay in the lower dimension for as long as possible before ascending. And during this time, all you have to do is ensure nothing happens in the myriad emperor world. I can't do that, she replied immediately. What? I think it's a fair deal. I'm carrying the hope of my clan to revive them to the glorious time. Your conditions go against my goal for cultivation. Then there is no deal. Fine by me, replied Huofeng Huang. Do you think you can easily leave after coming to my home? Ao Channy stood up, fully ready for a confrontation. And if you think I came here without being prepared, you're a bigger fool than you appeared during today's introduction. Ao Channy clenched his hand as he stared at her. But after seeing her confidence and thinking about his father's words, he decided to be cautious about the success of this mission. So he let her leave. After exiting the mansion, Huofeng Huang looked back. It seems these geniuses want to interfere in the myriad emperor world's development. After looking for a few seconds, she flew home. She knew things were not over. She wanted that primordial dragon's blood and was willing to offend him to get it. She did not care about the consequences since this might be the only chance she had at proving the Tao. Myriad Emperor World, Tao Opening Sect. Wang Wei was reading about Gu Shen's life. He lived during the Middle Emperor era. The records described him as a cunning and insidious person who feared death and wanted to become immortal. After failing his heaven will battle, he created the deceiving heaven longevity art. According to records, Gu Shen lived over 100 million years before exchanging the scripture with an emperor for a Tao seed. After that, he disappeared, most likely ascending to the upper dimension. While Wang Wei analyzed the information he had, he suddenly received a communication talisman from Wang Wuqing. Then he used his sect master token to teleport to a secret realm where Wang Wuqing waited for him. As soon as he appeared, Wang Wuqing gave him another token. This will take you to a special place in the sect. Go immediately. What's going on? You were supposed to take a trial once you reached Quasi-Emperor realm before you could go that place, but now the situation has changed. Wang Wei frowned. Remember, be respectful. Wang Wuqing then disappeared. Wang Wei looked at the token in his hand for a moment before activating it. He then found himself in a large place with a pool. In front of the pool were 9 phantoms, 3 in the middle and 6 behind them. The first phantom looked like him. Young, handsome, with long dark hair and bright eyes. He had a gentle and reassuring smile. The one to his right was a beautiful woman with a mole on her chin, a serious face, and eyes sharper than a sword. Wang Wei recognized the one on the right as he saw him in the battle tower. He still remembered that sundering battle intent. Then he glanced at the people at the back. There was a middle-aged man to the far left. Wang Wei could see his muscle despite being a translucent phantom. Next to the muscular man was another middle-aged man wearing a turtle shell. Wang Wei refused to comment on this person's fashion sense. The person after that was an older man with long white hair and a beard, dressed in red. Somehow Wang Wei could smell the scent of medicine from him. The fourth person was a young man with golden hair. Righteousness and cruelness perfectly describe his face and demeanor. The fifth person on the back was an ordinary-looking young man. The only way to describe that person was ordinary. He had the kind of face that most people would not notice in a crowd, a very forgettable face. Finally, the sixth person at the back was a lively, beautiful young woman with rainbow-colored eyes. Wang Wei recognized these people since he had to worship them during ancestral worshipping ceremonies he had attended during his childhood. So, he immediately bowed and said, "Sect Master Wang Wei has seen the ancestors." "There is no need for formalities," said Qiyuan as he floated next to Wang Wei and helped him. He took a deep look at him. "A 9-extremity foundation? A 4-root as that? Worthy of my descendant." "It would have been better if it was a perfect 5-root foundation," commented Sword Empress. "Give the kid some slack. Achieving such a result in the unorthodox path and in such a short time is proof of his talent," added the battle maniac. "According to my calculation, there is a 99% chance he has found a way to push it to perfection," said Miscellaneous. "What is with the missing 1%? Asked the Rainbow Emperor. "He is a fateless. Even as a mortal, I have to consider possible deviation." "That makes sense. I've heard many great things about you," said Qiyuan Emperor to change the subject. "I'm glad you inherited my drive for innovation and progress." His eyes twinkled. "I saw how well developed the mortals in our territories are. Your use of construct, your views on education and knowledge, and the notion of advanced mortal civilization are fascinating. I cannot wait for you to spread your ideas throughout the world." "Thank you, Ancestor, for your praise. I have a few questions I wanted to ask." "Brother Qishan, we cannot waste time," suddenly said Battle Maniac. "That's right. Our presence could make the situation worse," added the Sword Empress. "Let's do what we came for and leave." "All right," Qiyuan replied with some sadness. He then looked at Wang Wei seriously. "We will all preach the Tao to you, teaching about the Tao and a detailed explanation of cultivation from Tier 1 to Tier 12. Wang Wei's eyes immediately lit up after hearing this. With this process, not only will his understanding of law and Tao reach another level, he won't have to worry about finding methods to break through to the Empyrean and Paragon realm in the future. Thank you for your guidance. Let's begin, said Qiyuan with a smile. "9 paragons preaching? I will be the first," said Qiyuan Emperor. Then he waved his hand to manifest 2 cushions, one for him and the other for Wang Wei. The others waited as Qiyuan sat and Wang Wei sat, with the latter closing his eyes. All lives are fundamentally divided into qi, essence, and spirit. The cultivation process can begin by developing any of these aspects. It is a journey of self-discovery and transcendence, breaking the limit of the body, mind, and spirit. Wang Wei did not hesitate to deploy his spirit particles and future Buddha self to improve his comprehension. At the same time, he had all his incarnations comprehend the sermon. Since the incarnations had different lives and experiences, they might understand something he could not. Furthermore, having 10 of them comprehending the same sermon was better than just him. As Wang Wei listened to his ancestors preaching about the Tao, he saw the essence of cultivation rapidly laid out in simple terms before him. Then, the Qiyuan Emperor explained the origin system to him from the body-tempering realm to the quasi-emperor realm. Wang Wei had to admit there was something unique about seeing the system's creator explain things to him. Even though he had entered the Duyi realm and pushed the origin system beyond its limit, there were many things he did not know or think about regarding it. But now, with its creator explaining it to him, he finally understood. After explaining the origin system to the quasi-emperor realm, the Qiyuan Emperor then explained his origin, Tao, and his comprehension after proving the Tao. Once he finished, he explained in detail to Wang Wei how to enter the Empyrean and Paragon realm. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Wei opened his eyes, full of awe and respect. His slight pride after achieving his Tao ancestor's strength was gone as he understood how far he was compared to the pinnacle of the cultivation world. He decided to be more humbled as his journey had just begun, and he had a long way to go. Then, he checked on the law tree inside his sea of consciousness. He could see it was slowly turning silver. With a smile he said, "Thank you, ancestor." Qiyuan smiled back before condensing a talisman. "This is my gift to you. These were all my thoughts when I created the origin system, including some previous drafts that I eliminated. Maybe it can be beneficial to you." Wang Wei gladly accepted. Qiyuan stood up from his seat to allow the Sword Empress to take the seat. "Kid, are you interested in becoming a swordsman? It would be a shame to waste your talent." "I'm sorry, but I think the swordsman's path is too extreme." Wang Wei was a little embarrassed to be so direct, but that's how he felt. However, he could see the desolate emperor giving him thumbs up in the back. "I figure as much," she replied before condensing a talisman. "This is for your father. It contained my sword Tao. Maybe it can help him." Wang Wei respectfully accepted the gift. "Although I cannot teach you about my sword Tao, I can teach you about the concept of attacks, and swordsmen are the ultimate attackers." Sword Empress then preached her sword Tao, whose primary focus was on slashing heaven and earth. Her entire Tao involved how to properly destroy heavenly Tao, who is the embodiment of myriad Taos. However, her sermon also focused on the best way for a person's attack to reach its maximum potential and go beyond the limit. Wang Wei felt this sermon would benefit him throughout his cultivation journey. Wang Wei opened his eyes, this time full of the sharpness of a swordsman. His ever-changing Tao heart helped him a lot to better comprehend her sermon. Sword Empress nodded her head before giving her spot to Battle Maniac. "Your dream combat technique is ingenious, so I will use it to help you." Then Wang Wei found himself in a vivid dream. And in that dream he spent eons doing only one thing: fighting. He fought countless races and unique individuals. He learned numerous fighting styles, battle applications, spells, environment analysis, and many other things that could help him increase his odds of winning in battle. Once he opened his eyes, a terrifying battle intent emanated from his body. He felt like a new man as his battle IQ and experience drastically improved. "What a little monster," commented Battle Maniac with a smile. Then he also condensed a talisman. "This is for Li Jun, he's a fine descendant." Wang Wei quickly accepted. Then Ancient Desolate came before him. "I'm glad I've found a true successor for my scripture. Plus you've pushed beyond its limit." He was very happy with the concept of black holes in the acupoints. This idea perfectly suited his scripture and elevated it to another level. "I will preach to you about my Tao and the true power Tao." Wang Wei closed his eyes before controlling his excitement. He listened attentively, and his law tree rapidly turned silver in the process. He controlled himself to not break through in realms and ensure a solid foundation. Once the sermon finished, Wang Wei were visibly shocked as he learned there was another gate after the Gate of Power called the Gate of Flesh, and Ancient Desolate had opened both of them. However, his lips twitched after he realized the requirement to open and how difficult it would be to do so in the lower dimension. However, thinking about the reward, he became motivated. He knew he could succeed since this sermon contained so many tricks or methods to temper the flesh, all from the Ancient Desolate's experience. "This is my gift to you," said the Ancient Desolate Emperor before handing Wang Wei a ring. "This contains enough primordial star essence to condense the black holes for all your incarnations." Wang Wei's eyes lit up as he carefully placed the ring away. "It's my turn," said Turtle Shell. "What I'm going to teach you is the pinnacle of defense. If you can learn 1/10 of my ability, a few things in the universe will be able to kill you." Wang Wei was speechless as he realized another quirk of this ancestor besides his fashion sense: bragging. Then he closed his eyes to listen to the sermon and was truly speechless. Turtle Shell was truly the master of defense. His Tao involved pursuing defense to the extreme, similar to swordsmen. Moreover, the latter also knows how to use arrays, talismans, pills, and weapons for defense. This guy is the very definition of an unkillable cockroach because of his defense, thought Wang Wei after opening his eyes. You just thought of something insulting, didn't you? Of course not, ancestor. This disciple would never do such a thing, Wang Wei replied with a righteous face. I have too much respect to do such a thing. Maybe I'm a little too sensitive. Here is my gift to you. Wang Wei received a book that contained a technique to use his acupoints as a defensive array. This was the idea he had after seeing Tong Ruobing. He did not ask how Turtle Shell knew what he wanted to do. He now understood the power of these people was unfathomable. He was just happy he did not have to waste time creating the method himself. I will teach you about the 5 elements, professions, Tao, divination, and yin-yang calculations, said Miscellaneous Emperor. He did not waste time before preaching, and Wang Wei listened attentively. Wang Wei felt his understanding of all the professions deepened. Then he learned a lot about divination, which was his specialty. Yin-yang calculation was the same as divination but used another system similar to mathematics. Through a diagram made of symbols, a person can calculate all the secrets or knowledge between heaven and earth. Of course, the limitation is based on the user's skills and strengths. The Miscellaneous Emperor taught him how to use both divination and yin-yang calculation to get the information he wanted. Thank you, ancestor, said Wang Wei with a bow. No problem. This is my gift to you. Wang Wei received another talisman which contained a unique formation that could convert innate qi into immortal qi. It was unfortunate he could only use the formation inside his divine sea. Otherwise it would greatly benefit his future plans. This is another gift for that girl Yen Liling, he added before giving him another talisman. The Hell Judgment took the seat afterward and preached without saying much. In the midst of comprehension, Wang Wei frowned slightly before continuing. He could sense that the Hell Judgment Tao was a unique one that combined good and evil, the soul, and even yin and yang and other things. After preaching, Hell Judgment asked, "Did you notice?" "Yes," nodded Wang Wei. He realized a flaw on his cultivation path. His soul. Since he had such a powerful soul and never had to worry about cultivating it, he also barely used it in most of his battles. As such, his soul was not used to its full potential. The Hell Judgment pointed out this flaw to him and showed him a path on how to better use his soul. Wang Wei looked at his law tree that had turned silver. He could also sense the soul law added in addition to the 5 elements. Afterward it was the Shadow Ruler. My Tao is not really suited for you. But hopefully you can learn something from it. The latter preached about Shadow Tao. And when Wang Wei opened his eyes, he had some confusion on his face but did not immediately ask. This is for you. You are an anomaly, so after proving the Tao, Wang Ju would only inherit 50% of your power. However, she could inherit between 50 to 70% with this method. Wang Wei took the talisman with respect. It's finally my turn, said Rainbow with excitement. I pursue the pinnacle of speed. I can tell you that although I cannot defeat any of my seniors, none of them can catch me if I want to run away. The others' lips twitched slightly as they felt slight shame. She was correct. Wang Wei listened to the sermon with fascination. She taught him to use different methods to increase speed. Whether it was through controlling light, thunder, gravity, bending spacetime, or even the concept of the speed of the mind, she used all of them to increase her speed. After opening his eyes, Wang Wei could not help but ask, "Are you also a paragon?" Of course. Oh. Time-wise it did not make sense. He could feel that both Rainbow and Shadow Ruler's Tao were on the same level as the others. But these two proved the Tao after the Devil Era. He did not understand how they had enough time to become paragon. Rainbow did not answer but looked at Chiyuan. Something happened that we needed more powerful individuals. So we paid the price to call future emperors of the sect to summon them from the future, explained Chiyuan. These two came and became paragons in the past. Did I come? Asked Wang Wei. No, replied Chiyuan with a smile. We could not summon anyone past the 9th emperor. That's a shame. Not really. It's good you don't have to bear the karma of our failure, replied Chiyuan with a sigh. A few more things before you leave. Do not kill all the participants before the Heaven will battle. I know you have the strength but don't do it, even secretly. Oh why? Wang Wei never planned to do so since there would be too many complications. But there seems to be something else. The lower dimension has changed, preventing forces in the upper dimension from intervening, including paragons. The Myriad Emperor world will become the center of an upcoming change. So, before that, a son of an era will be chosen. You mean me? Yes. Heavenly Tao will definitely choose you. However, if you kill the other participants, your actions will be seen as an act of weakening the world, thus forfeiting and decreasing your chance of being chosen. Now, I understand you might not care about the title of Son of an Era, but the destiny it provides will benefit you until you become an Emperorian. Don't waste such an opportunity because of how you feel about Heavenly Tao. I see, nodded Wang Wei. Although he did not like Heavenly Tao, he knew the trial was nothing personal. Furthermore, he could control his emotions and do things he did not like for the sake of benefit. Thank you for your guidance, said Wang Wei before giving these 9 a deep bow. Their help today will benefit him throughout his entire life. Then Wang Wei left the secret realm. While alone, the Hell Judgment Emperor said, "Are you sure he's the one we are waiting for? This kid has too many secrets." "He's right," added Miscellaneous Emperor. "Forget all the taboo aura on him, I can sense the aura from the prehistoric world from him. And there is a 90% chance he is the reincarnation of the Myriad Devourer." Inextinguishable Gift Bonus Chapter. Thanks to Punch-Tadak 5 for the gift. Siyun frowned as he remembered some things long ago. The prehistoric world was a unique, normal chaos world floating in primordial chaos. The special aspect of it was no individual could enter, no matter who it was. People could leave the world but not enter. Furthermore, an intense aura of taboo emanated from the prehistoric world. Many people knew one of the 13 taboos was inside, but no one knew what it was and why it was a taboo. As for Myriad Devour, it was also related to the prehistoric word. The entire primordial chaos was in turmoil during the Second Origin battle. Then, a significant world collision occurred. Many source and normal chaos worlds clashed with the prehistoric world. This event was an anomaly that many people believed was artificially created. However, no one cared whether that was the truth because of the benefit of this event. The clash released a large quantity of world essence, a rare resource for people who wanted to cultivate a Paragon Soul or Tier 12 Soul. Many Paragons and other powerful entities fought for the world's essence. Because of this event, many people reached the peak of the Paragon realm because of the world essence, including Shadow Ruler and Rainbow. But not long afterward, a creature that was a massive accumulation of Paragon Soul quantity and quality appeared in primordial chaos. The creature had immense willpower and only used it as a form of battle. It did not have laws, Tao, bloodline, or any spells, just pure willpower and spiritual power. The creature would devour anything weaker than it, including some Tier 10 and 11 fiend gods and even many normal chaos worlds. Regarding strength, the creature was only on par with some of the weakest paragons, and barely at that. However, its willpower granted unimaginable protection. Moreover, a mysterious and mighty power protected the Myriad Devourer whenever someone more powerful tried to harm him. Many people feared the Myriad Devourer was an experiment from the prehistoric world to create the 14th taboo. Luckily, the creature disappeared one day, never showing up again. "His past does not matter," said Chiyuan. "What matters is he might be the one to show us the path forward." "I agree," said Sword Empress. "You're only saying that because of his relationship with Wu Hong," commented Battle Maniac. "So?" Chiyuan Emperor looked at Miscellaneous. "Go hide all information about him. We don't want these parasites to notice his anomaly and become extreme in their attempt to get rid of him." Miscellaneous frowned before sighing. He looked at Wang Wei that was flying toward his mansion. With a wave of his mind, he placed an invisible formation on him to hide his taboo auras, his connection to the prehistoric, and even elevated the formation Wu Hong placed on his soul from an Empyrean level to the peak of the Paragon realm. He also left a way for Wang Wei to detect and control the formation once he became a great emperor. Once he was done, Miscellaneous Phantom became even more transparent. "Are you all right?" asked Chiyuan. "I'll survive." Chiyuan then looked at Sword Empress. "How is your situation?" "I've stabilized my injury. But my strength has dropped to the Emperor realm, and it's the weakest 3rd class. "Why do you sound so salty?" commented Battle Maniac. "At least you're alive. Look at us." She ignored him. "I bet she's salty. Wu Hong survived with Empyrean strength," said Ancient Desolate with laughter, forcing Sword Empress to stare at him with killing intent. "Don't look at me. She must likely survive because she was both an inextinguishable paragon and a boundless one. If you had listened to me, tempered your body, and opened both gate of power and flesh, you might have been in a better situation." Ancient Desolate never understood why these swordsmen refused to temper their bodies. The sword they loved so much was a metal weapon, a solid and hard object. So, wouldn't it make sense for them to temper their bodies to be like a sword, the very thing they admired and pursued with so much passion? Don't act up, said Qiyuan, preventing his little sister from throwing a temper tantrum. Wang Chong is correct. If there is something we've learned in the previous failure, if we want to take that step, we have to ensure our soul, body, and Tao reaches the pinnacle. The others nodded in agreement with him. Does that mean we have to open both gates? Asked Turtle Shell. I don't think we have to go to this extreme. As long as we opened the gate of power and tempered our body to withstand Paragon strength, we should be all right, added Miscellaneous Emperor. That makes sense. How are things going? Qiyuan continued. I've gathered some resources for your revival, but things are going slow. What's the issue? Time Eater is hunting me down, she said with clenched teeth. He even cornered me once. The room quieted down before Ancient Desolate started laughing uncontrollably. That brat you almost killed after he confessed to you is hunting you down? How embarrassing. Ah. Time Eater was a paragon of their era, fascinated by the Sword Empress. However, she despised and almost killed him with her sword after he tried to pester her after a rejection. Unfortunately, he did not participate in the ultimate taboo and became one of the 7 parasites weakening the world today. Do you want to die? Said the Sword Empress, but Ancient Desolate did not care nor stop laughing. I'll kill him after I return to peak strength, she thought. Of course, she knew that would not be so easy, not because of a lack of trying. Ancient Desolate was an inextinguishable paragon, meaning he had all the life savings of a boundless paragon and even methods the latter did not have. You wait. I've already taken your advice and started tempering my body. When you revive, I'll take my revenge for all the time you made fun of my weak fleshly body. Ancient Desolate shrugged his shoulder. He always thought she had wasted her potential by now tempering her body. He thought she would have learned her lesson after losing to Wu Hong by one move because of her fleshly body. But no. Instead, she doubled down on cultivating her sword Dao. Luckily, the recent failures made her realize the truth, and his years of advising her to do made the Sword Empress realize the truth. As for getting beaten once they revived, he did not care since he could take it. Anything else to report? Asked Qiyuan, who was used to these two bickerings. Supreme Unity found me, but Methreya stopped him. Methreya? I thought she had joined with the 7 parasites? Asked Battle Maniac. She's not like that, Sword Empress said. I don't know why she kept the power balance for so many years, but she must have her reason. I think she's also waiting for someone. Or power changed her, added Hell Judgment with a sneer. Look what happened to Supreme Unity. Don't say such a stupid thing. I'm afraid it's only because of her that all of us in Limbo have not been hunted down by Supreme Unity. No one commented regarding this. We already knew the method Supreme Unity got was flawed, so it's not surprising that he changed, added Shadow Ruler. But what about Methreya? Before leaving, she told me there might be something wrong with her method, but she was willing to take the chance, said Sword Empress with a frown. Do you think we should have settled for a flawed method? Said Rainbow with a slightly lowered voice. After all, we got nothing in the end, and now our peers have surpassed us. The room quieted down for a moment before Qiyuan said, We made a choice and should live with it. You don't have any regret? Asked Turtle Shell. No, because I see hope. You mean the kid? Do you really think he could show us the way forward? Qiyuan was quiet as he looked at Wang Wei in the distance. In the Chaos Universe, we know 2 people have succeeded. And he can be the 3rd. And as long as he succeeds, we can learn from him and succeed as well. If he fails, we will start the 3rd battle of origin and try again. After that, the 9 disappeared as if they had never existed. It was rare for them to appear in the lower dimension without being detected by Supreme Unity. Unfortunately, they also could not stay for long. Battle Tower. Wang Wei had just finished fighting a 6-leaf immortal venerable. He lost, but he did not mind. After the sermon, his main body reached peak 4-leaf strength. With his battle experience, he can survive for dozens of years in a battle with 5-leaf, and a few days with 6-leaf. After checking his strength, he left the tower. 90,000 years passed inside that secret room, but only a few hours passed outside. Wang Wei guessed it had something to do with the pool behind his ancestors. Then he sent the gifts to Li Jun and Yen Liling before continuing to look for information on Gu Xian. Regrettably, not long afterward, he received the notice someone had come to see him from the trial. Discussion. Wang Wei teleported to his mansion, where he saw a maid waiting for him. She immediately bowed to him before notifying him of the visitor's identity. Wang Wei then frowned before entering the guest room. He saw a shave-headed monk sitting in the cross-legged position with a pot of tea and vegetable meal before him. Wang Wei walked to the table and waved his hand to make it disappear along with the drink and food. "Young Master Wei, I'm sorry for the late-night inconvenience," said Monk Wuji, not minding the latter's rudeness. "Monk, I don't care for your flowery words. State your purpose." "Benefactor, what is the hostility? Have I done anything to harm you? If so, tell me and I will gladly apologize," said Monk Wuji with the utmost sincerity. "If you were about to be dragged into something you did not want to, you would also feel as I did," replied Wang Wei. "Benefactor, you should not see it as dragging. Everyone is bound by their actions and decisions, so everyone must pay their karma." "You're right. But there is a difference between willingly paying it and being forced to do so. You have free will, Benefactor. So, no one can force you to do anything." "Do you genuinely believe that?" asked Wang Wei, staring deep into the monk's eyes. "Does your word have weight, or are you just spewing nonsense to get what you want?" Monk Wizzy began to sweat secretly after hearing this question. He could see an invisible karmic balance dangling above his head. The balance prevented would determine his fate based on his reaction. If he lies, he will receive a backlash for lying and allowing his words to have no weight or significance. And if he told the truth, he would enter into a binding agreement where Wang Wei could decide not to intervene in the upcoming conflict and choose when to pay his karma. As such, Monk Wuji felt like a few seconds was like an eternity. After swallowing a gulp of saliva, he recited some scriptures in his mind to calm down. "I mean every word I said." As soon as he said these words, he sensed the balance disappearing, and the weight of the world vanished from his shoulder. Monk Wuji also learned a valuable lesson from this encounter. Always minding his words before a karma master. Otherwise they will be used against you. Is that so? In that case, I'm sorry for my rude behavior. It seems I misjudged your character, said Wang Wei before returning the previously disappearing table, this time with even more food. This is one of the specialty dishes I've prepared specially for you. I'd like to think you've never eaten this before, but I could be wrong. So enjoy. Monk Wuji wanted to reject the offer. After all, as someone from the upper dimension, what great and unique food he had not tested, especially for a man of his status. However, after smelling the unique fragrance of the meal, he decided not to be rude as a guest. So, he took a bite and the taste was heavenly. That's the only way he could describe it. Although the ingredients were not nearly as good as the ones he was used to, the combination, the spices, and the techniques used for the preparation were sublime. Furthermore, he had never tested this recipe before. Monk Wuji then enjoyed himself. The only downgrade to the meal was the tea, as he considered it subpar. However, after taking out his tea, everything was perfect. Wang Wei had to admit his tea was nothing compared to the upper dimension. So, after exchanging the meal's recipe for some more tea, the two got along as they talked over the dinner. And when they finished a few hours later, they finally got to business. "Little Wuji, what brings you to see me today?" The monk was now used to the latter's shamelessness. He did not even care when his seniority was reduced to a younger brother despite being older than the latter by a few 100,000 years. "I need your help keeping Feng Heng safe." "I guess it would be related to him," Wang Wei replied casually. "Does that mean Zhang Yuqing wants to eradicate him?" "Yes, and I cannot allow that to happen." "I cannot directly help you," said Wang Wei. "If you are worried about picking a side, I don't think you have much choice. I'm fully aware of this. But there is a difference between active and passive participants." "So, you can help me but not directly," reiterated Monk Wuji. "So, how do you plan to help?" "I can promise to help spread Buddhism in the lower dimension. And if something happens to Feng Heng, I will officially take his place after proving the Tao. You can give me an honorary Buddha title or something to help me better lead the faction." Monk Wuji pondered for a moment. He did not mind giving the latter an honorary title to lead the lower dimension Buddhism sect. He also did not mind the latter being the leader and controlling Buddhism in the lower dimension. Ultimately, he still had to ascend. And no matter what he did, the genuine leader of Buddhism will always be his master, Maitreya Mother Buddha. He only had one problem: Feng Heng cannot die. Oh, why is that? He is the key to breaking the absolute beginning magic. Once he dies, everything will go wrong. That's not an issue. After I have proven the Tao, I will break the absolute beginning magic. It does not matter. Feng Heng cannot die. Wang Wei squinted his eyes as countless thoughts rushed through his mind. He remembered some of the history lessons from Earth. After Buddhism arrived on the mainland from India, Taoism reinvented itself and included many concepts of Buddhism into its philosophies. And Buddhism was also reorganized to be more suited to the time and the ancient culture. Now, something similar was occurring in this world. Feng Heng's Neo-Buddhism was deeply ingrained with Taoist ideologies. Furthermore, he connected their Qi luck, making his new sect extremely precious. Once it spreads throughout the lower and upper dimensions, it will bring a fatal blow to Taoism. And as the linchpin of this new faction, Feng Heng's value was incalculable. I would not be surprised if the upper dimension prepared an alternative method for him to prove the Tao and become emperor. This idea was not too far-fetched if he could devise alternate methods to make someone a great emperor. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "How powerful are you and Zhang Yanqing?" Monk Wuji did not answer. "I know this is a sensitive topic, but I need to gauge your level of strength to determine if I'm getting over my head." After pondering for a moment, the monk decided to be honest. "I have 7-leaf immortal venerable strength, and Zhang Yuqing has peak 7-leaf to 8-leaf. 7-leaf? The only way to achieve such strength is through the 9-extremity foundation. Did you too fail your foundation establishment process?" Monk Wuji smiled wryly. There were some complications. Wang Wei could guess what the complications were. These two's masters intervened in their process of setting up the 9-extremity foundation, leading to their failures. "I have another question," asked Wang Wei with squinted eyes. "How do you know I have a 9-extremity foundation?" "What do you mean?" "The knowledge about 9-extremity is scarce in the lower dimension. Yet you were not surprised when I mentioned the name." Monk Wuji became quiet. Wang Wei did not think the latter thought he was simply knowledgeable. "Did your master tell you about me?" "That's correct." "Does that mean Zhang Yuqing also knows?" "My master has done her best to hide your information. However, there is a high chance he knows or guessed something. But am not sure." Wang Wei frowned. His ancestors told him about the upper dimension's 7 rulers and 2 supreme rulers. They also hinted that these 2 might have transcended the Paragon realm. The Sword Empress even hinted that he should not be too reliant on Wu Hong since she cannot protect herself from these 2, let alone protect him. "It seems like I owe Maitreya Buddha more karma than I thought Wang Wei, relieved for the protection and annoyed at being entangled so soon with all these almighty entities. "What about Xiao Tiandi? How powerful is he? Did he succeed in the 9-extremity foundation?" "Him? From what I know, he did not even try it." "Why?" "I do not know," replied the monk. He only knew it was a great sensation when the innate Tao Source physique owner did not try to establish the best foundation for cultivation. "So, you 2 are stronger than him?" "Well, not necessarily," replied the monk with slight embarrassment. "Xiao Tiandi only has 6-leaf strength. However, he has mastered many secrets techniques that could elevate his power to 9-leaf and beyond. I'm sure you 2 have similar methods." "It's not the same," replied the monk. "He has mastered so many of them that it's unnatural. Furthermore, those secret techniques usually have a price to pay. But also mastered other secret techniques that negated the price." The monk smiled wryly, lost in thought. "There is also a high chance he knows a secret technique that can nullify his opponent's secret technique. And if he does not, he can analyze and create one during battle. Anyway, we have never beaten him in battle." Secondly, Zhang Yuqing's master has not had access to the Myriad Emperor world for quite some time now. Otherwise, he would have long alerted the Tai Profound Gate and not let the situation reach such a late stage. Wang Wei took out a talisman he had made that contained his full strength. After seeing and sensing the power inside, Monk Wuzi's eyes lit up. He knew he could defeat Zhang Yuqing with that power. "I will help you, but I have one condition." "What is it?" "I want to study your 9 Nirvana heart." "Impossible, don't overreact, monk. Plus, it's not like it's going to hurt you." "I refuse." "Fine. But you're on your own. Once Feng Heng dies, I will take on his cause to pay my karma." "You?" said the monk before calming down. Then he looked at Wang Wei with a sneer. "You don't seem to have a grasp of the situation. Any heavenly chosen from the Myriad Emperor world is on a watch list to determine whether to immediately execute them after they ascend. The entire Eternal Ascension world has been blocked, preventing anything or anyone from entering and leaving. As for you, you are an anomaly. All the things you have achieved make you a glowing light in a dimly lit room. And your light has not been extinguished in advance because of my master. If one day she decides to no longer protect you, Empress Wu will barely be able to save you from the other paragons in her current state. And if my master does not stop supreme unity, your only fate is destruction. You will leave your life only in despair. Is that supposed to scare me? Wang Wei calmly asked back. What you consider despair for me is at best an inconvenience and worse, a problem I have to think a little longer to solve. As he said these words, his body instinctively released a terrifying pressure that made Monk Wuxi's heart shake. Maybe it's because you've lived under your master's protection for so long, idolizing her power. But you seem to forget that some cultivators, some people, would rather die than compromise their beliefs and ideologies. But let me remind you, I would rather die than become a pawn in whatever game your master is playing. Believe me when I say I have this level of conviction. Amit Ba, muttered the monk as a golden light shone on his body, seeming to calm him down. Then he recited his sutra for half a minute. It seems my state of mind is not as calm and peaceful as I thought. I've built hidden arrogance deep inside my heart due to my status and background. This is a learning experience for me to become better enlightened. Monk Wuxi closed his eyes as a peaceful aura emanated from his body. A few minutes later he opened his eyes, full of wisdom. His previously agitated mood was gone, and he appeared more like a wise and enlightened monk. His state of mind was sublimated. Upon opening his eyes, the monk was now calmer. Benefactor, I'm sorry for the outburst. No, I'm the one who should apologize. You're a guest and I should treat you as such. Mon Wuxi shook his head and did not continue on the issue. Benefactor, why do you want to study my physique? You have to understand a person's physique is special to them. If someone else knew it too well, they could cause great harm. I'm aware of this and I know my request was disrespectful. As you can guess, I wanted to create a longevity technique based on your physique to acquire 9 lives after proving the Tao. And I promised to share this technique with you, granting you an additional 9 lives. Wang Wei had this idea the moment he learned about longevity resources. He wanted to use his 9 incarnations to each grant him an additional life after proving the Tao. And if he could study Monk Wuxi's physique, he would have a higher chance of success. That's not a bad idea, thought Monk Wuxi. Before today he had never thought about that since he knew he would have 9 lives the moment he proved the Tao. And these 9 lives would accompany him to the Paragon realm. And if he had an additional 9, even if they were only available in the Emperor realm, it would help him tremendously. I agree with your condition, said the monk after thinking for a moment. But I have a condition of my own. Please. I want the Tao opening sect to help in the protection plan. What do you mean? I fear Zhang Yuqing will gather immortal tier powerhouses to kill Feng Heng. Regrettably, our Buddhist sect does not have as much of an influence in the lower dimension. So, it is more difficult to gather immortals on our side. That's fine. But we can only prevent these immortals from intervening in your battle with Zhang Yuqing. We won't go out of our way to deal with your enemy for you. That's fine by me. Wang Wei nodded before signing the necessary binding contract. Then he led the monk to a particular room in his mansion with a formation. You should have some powerful time treasure, right? The monk's lips trembled before taking out an hourglass-looking magic artifact. Wang Wei then sent him inside with the formation, gathering information for 500 years, while an instant passed outside. In a few seconds, the monk disappeared next to him before reappearing, and the aura on his body seemed stronger than before. Meanwhile, Wang Wei had a talisman in his hand with a bunch of information from scanning the monk's body and soul. Since our transaction is finished, there is nothing left to talk about. It was a pleasure to meet you, Monk Wuxi, said Wang Wei before bowing slightly. The monk looked at him with a deep gaze. He was not stupid and he could guess some things. His state of mind was sublimated, and in the short 500 years of retreat inside that formation, he discovered he understood deeper about the essence of Buddhism and even had a few bold and new ideas. All of these changes resulted in his strength increase to the peak of 7 leaf, close to 8 leaf, the same as Zhang Yuqing. The pleasure was all mine, replied the monk with a bow before leaving the mansion. You've taken too great of a risk, said Wang Wuqing, who suddenly appeared. Calculated risks. If the ancestor did not tell me some information about the upper dimension situation, I would have used a less aggressive method. It's good you have thought things through properly. But how about getting the sect involved in this battle? There is a high chance that Maitreya is why Supreme Unity has not hunted down our ancestors in limbo. So we have already picked a side. Wang Wuqing sighed out loud. These things were beginning to be above his weight class. So he left to gather other people to enter this mess. Alright, let's see if there were some actions in the middle of the night, muttered Wang Wei before activating the quantum arrays to spy on people. Heart of Hope. Monk Wuji used a talisman to become invisible before heading straight into Feng Heng's mansion. With excitement, Feng Heng opened the house's formation to receive the guest. He immediately bowed. Shi Fuyu, elder of the Zen Heart Monastery, has seen Monk Wuji. I know the Zen Heart Monastery. They have cultivated many great Buddhas, replied Monk Wuji before returning the bow. In the Eternal Ascension world, the title of Buddha is not given to anyone, nor is it given to someone based on their strength and cultivation. At least, those two are not the main criteria. A monk must deeply understand scriptures, contribute significantly to Buddhism, and have many merits. Finally, they have to have their own doctrine and debate it before a group of Buddhas before the title is granted to them. Otherwise, a person can only have the honorary Buddha title and not the real thing. Does the Zen Heart Monastery still exist in the upper dimension? Hurriedly asked Feng Heng. Yes. And not just it, but all the factions destroyed by that devil absolute beginning. Good. I thought I was alone. I thought our inheritance was gone, muttered Shi Fuyu with tears in the corner of his eyes. Monk Wuji sighed before patting his shoulder. I know you've been through a lot. But things will be alright from now on. My master has given her words she will do everything possible to atone for her mistake back then. I would never dare blame the Maitreya mother. A mistake is a mistake, said Monk Wuji sternly. As such, even my master cannot ignore this fact. Shi Fuyu exhaled softly, feeling some weight lifting from his shoulder. He felt the burden he had carried for millions of years was worth it after hearing these reassuring words. At least his pain and suffering were acknowledged. I'm sorry for my rudeness, said Shi Fuyu as he realized he was still at the entrance, which was very rude. Come in, ill-served tea. No need, I'm in a hurry. In that case, Reverend Wuji, what brings you to see me? Asked Shi Fuyu. My master sent a few things for you, replied Monk Wuji before giving him a space ring. These are some of the lost inheritance from back then, along with a few more from the upper dimension. There are also better methods to purify incense and prevent the same problem from occurring again. Shi Fuyu's eyes lit up as these were the things he needed. He feared Buddhism to repeat its mistake, resulting in another annihilation. My master said you have little to no chance at winning this generation's heaven will battle. Shi Fuyu frowned. Is it because of Wang Wei? If nothing unexpected occurs, it will be between him and Di Tian. Tao Buddhism's Qi luck is connected to the myriad emperor world. So, it would be ideal to prove the Tao there. If I prove the Tao in other world communities, I might not be able to eradicate the absolute beginning magic completely. My master is aware of this, replied the monk, taking out a scroll and handing it over. You can participate in the final battle if you want. But if all fails, this is your way out. Shi Fuyu looked at the scroll's title, Merit Proving Tao Method. He quickly skimmed through it, his eyes becoming brighter with each page he read. Thank you. No need for formality. All you need is inside the space ring, added Monk Wuji. My master said Wang Wei will be a great ally, so try not to become enemies with him. Shi Fuyu raised his brow. I know you want Buddhism to rule the upcoming era. But that's not possible. We already had our turn, so we must wait a while again to maintain the universe's balance. But haven't we paid enough? Yes, nodded Monk Wuji. Our destruction was a mistake in the first place, an anomaly. So heavenly Tao owes us and will aid in our revival. But it cannot allow us to rule another era so soon. Shi Fuyu sighed in frustration. He had suspicions once he saw the glorious age of the myriad emperor world. Acquiring the yin-yang eyes required too many things to go right. And given how easy it was for him to create a flaw in the absolute beginning magic, he had suspicions that something was helping him. Of course, Shi Fuyu did underestimate his efforts and contributions. Last thing, said Monk Wuji. Zhang Yuqing will definitely try to kill you. So, during this time, stay in your mansion behind the formations. The monk sighed aloud. The best course of action was to hide inside the western Pure Bliss land. However, I doubt Zhang Yuqing will give you a chance. Reverend, I can help you. You are not his opponent. So, there is no need to risk your life. That may be so, but I still have the heart of hope. Shifuyu could live for long because the Buddhist sect blessed them with the hopes of the entire sect. This was the heart of hope. This blessing granted him many abilities, including pseudo-immortality, increased comprehension and expert hiding methods. However, he also sacrificed it for battle strength. Don't waste such a precious thing, hurriedly said Monk Wuji. While proving the Tao, if you fail short of becoming an eternal emperor, you can use it to ask Heavenly Tao for help to give you a final push. Heavenly Tao owes the lower dimension of Buddhism a great karma since it was destroyed because of a miscalculation. As such, Shifuyu can use the heart of hope to ask Heavenly Tao for help to become an eternal emperor. I understand, replied Shifuyu. Monk Wuji nodded. Once everything is over, your main job is to quietly spread Buddhism as far as possible in the endless void. Shifuyu escorted the monk out with a smile, and once he was alone, a sharp look appeared in his eyes. He looked at the scroll again before looking at a large number of purple spheres inside the space ring. If I can prove the Tao and use this merit method, I will be one of the most powerful Buddhas the lower dimension has ever seen. Only with such strength can I properly lead Buddhism. Although he admired the Maitreya, Feng Heng had his ambitions and goals. As such, he was unwilling to give up on the heaven-will battle so easily. As for the lack of strength, sometimes absolute strength does not determine the final victor. So he went to rest, planning for the future. He decided to be cautious and stay in his mansion until the people from the upper dimension left. Wang Wei's mansion. Through the quantum array he saw Monk Wuji sneaking into Feng Heng's mansion. He also saw the recording of Su Shi and Hua Fenghuang's visit. It was easy to guess Su Shi's motive because she was obsessed with her husband's revival. Regarding Hua Fenghuang, her motive could be many. So Wang Wei closed his eyes, connected to the karma thread he had on her, and divined some information. Bloodline? She wanted his bloodline? He thought. It seems the negotiation did not go as planned. Regrettably, this was all the information he could gather since Ao Chani seemed to have some weird power protecting him. Nevertheless, he was satisfied. Nonetheless, he was satisfied with the information he got. He felt it would be a few days before the situation with the oath was resolved. So, he decided to use this time to increase his strength. He went to his spacetime incarnation to enter a quick retreat. Using the primordial star essence from his ancestor and the human mushroom, he finally opened all 269 million acupoints, and his true power Tao realm strength reached 33 primordial dragon force. Wang Wei clenched his hand as he sensed the surge of power flowing through his veins. According to his calculations, he had 6-leaf immortal venerable strength if he used all his might, including domain and soul. And with the previous flaw in his Tao heart removed, he was in peak shape, ready for any challenge. After exiting his retreat, he received information that the trial would resume in 2 days. So, he checked on his other incarnations. Nothing much changed in such a short time. However, the Fate incarnation finally created the method for establishing the spiritual foundation/Fate Palace. And the other incarnations have already begun to create their Fate Palaces. They also began exchanging the materials that tempered their bodies with Chaos ones. According to his calculations, Wang Wei believed after the final fusion with his fleshly body, he would have the strength of 5 root Tao ancestors with 4.99% grand Tao source, the very pinnacle of Tao ancestors. Then he will use science and technology to reach the 10th extremity. As for how to achieve that, he had some ideas. He would use the Emperor's blood and a unique spirit race. In the heavenly abode world, he found a stone bathed in Emperor's blood during his battle with D. Tian. Over the years, the stone gave birth to a spirit race born from Emperor's blood. Wang Wei has been nurturing the spirit race since he believed it could be helpful later. And after hearing his ancestors preach, he believed it could be used for him to reach the 10th extremity. 2 days later, Wang Wei flew to the trial's gathering place. Midway to his fly, he suddenly stopped before teleporting somewhere. Boom. He punched with all his strength, not holding back in the slightest. Bloodline battle. Wang Wei frowned as he looked at the crater he had created. He felt he had hit something, but at the same time, it was as if he had hit nothing but air. Moreover, he did not find a single drop of blood. This hooded figure is interesting, he thought as he tried to divine and calculate some information based on the interaction. However, the end result was disappointing. He then spread his divine sense in all directions, trying to find the hooded figure or any clues for that matter. Many people looked at him strangely. They saw him attack someone, but no one could remember who he attacked. And no one thought it was an anomaly that cultivators as powerful as them could not remember someone. A few seconds later, some people even believed Wang Wei was taking out his anger for unknown reasons. Gone, thought Wang Wei, shaking his head and flying to his position. Lord Spirit showed up not long after with the usual smile on her face. It was as if the previous thing had never occurred. "We have taken your concerns into account and have solved the problem," Lord Spirit said directly before looking at the upper-seated players. Then Xiao Qiandi stood up begrudgingly and said, "Grand Dao above, I Xiao Qiandi swore to compete fairly in the competition. And if something happened to me, my sect and anyone related to me would not seek revenge, directly or indirectly. If I fail to keep my word, I will die a horrible death." As soon as he said these words, a purple lotus appeared from the sky, turning into a scroll with words written on them. Then it entered Xiao Tiandi's sea of consciousness. Meanwhile, Wang Wei frowned as he had already seen the flaw in this oath. If the faction of these geniuses decided to abandon them, they would be the ones paying the price. Their faction won't pay any consequences. However, he decided not to say anything since he knew of the change currently taking place in the lower dimension. As long as these factions could not readily interfere with him, everything else did not matter. Wang Wei then looked at Tong Ruobing, who was looking at him. He knew she also detected the loophole and wondered if I would do anything about it. So, he only smiled mysteriously, knowing she would probably overthink his action. After Xiao Tenai swore their oath, others did the same, including Monk Wuji and Zhang Yuqing. And none of them were happy about the situation. A few even gave Wang Wei dirty looks, but he did not care. Now that everyone has been dealt with, we can proceed with the combat aspect of the trial. Who will be the first challenger? No one said anything for a moment before someone took the first step. "Oh, Lady Hua." "Excellent. Who do you want to challenge?" Lord Spirit said. "Ao Channy," she replied succinctly. "Excellent choice. Young Master Aoi, if you don't mind?" Instead of replying, Ao Channy frowned. "Why can she challenge me? She's not even a seated player." "Those are the rules of the trial. So please accept the challenge." Ao Channy smacked his lips before flying in the air, and Huafeng Huang followed him, staring at him from a distance of a dozen meters. She wanted his bloodline and would do anything to acquire it, even using force. Of course, Huafeng Huang had her confidence. Although she performed mediocre during the entire trial, she had a valid reason. All 5 of her sacred beast bloodlines were not perfectly fused yet. And each time she perfected a fusion, she would receive some form of nourishment and drastically increase her strength. Now she perfected all 5 bloodlines, bringing her power to another level. However, she could feel that the dragon bloodline was not on par with the others, affecting the balance. So, she wanted to fix the issue as soon as possible. "Let's test things first," Huafeng Huang thought before rushing toward her opponent and punching him. Ao Channy sneered as he returned the attack. When would he ever fear clashing head-on with people as a primordial dragon, born with a mighty fleshly body? Boom. The air shook due to the sheer force of these 2's fists clashing. The clouds scattered, and if it were not for the powerful formation of the trial space, everything would have shaken, and even the space would have been destroyed. After the first few punches, the 2 seem equal in power. This fact seemed to wound Ao Channy's pride. So he increased his strength and punched harder. Bang. Huafeng Huang exploded into a pool of blood with one attack, making Ao Channy sneer even deeper. All primordial dragons with above-average talent can reach the strength of one primordial dragon force in the 3rd layer of the true power Dao realm, without much effort. With his talent, he never had to temper his body, and he reached one primordial dragon force simply by maturing after a few million years. Then, after his father encouraged him to cultivate the clan's body refining method, he now had 10 primordial dragon force. A brilliant flame appeared on the position where Huafeng Huang died, and her perfectly intact body reappeared. "This dragon's body is more powerful than I anticipated," she thought. She thought she would have the advantage with her 22,000 dragon elephant force power. Unfortunately, her opponent had the power of the 3rd realm. Nevertheless, she accomplished her objective by gazing at the opponent's fleshly body and defensive capabilities. She waved her hand to manifest a pure white saber, her bloodline artifact. The 5th stage of the primordial system is called the Bloodline Awakened Realm. And in this stage, the ancient cultivators can condense bloodline artifacts similar to proving Dao artifacts. Huafeng Huang looked at her white tiger saber, and intense killing intent emanated from her body. The law of killing emanated from her body before slashing. An enormous red moon-shaped slash rushed toward Ao Tianyi at a speed faster than light. Immediately, the proud dragon felt a sense of danger, but his pride would not allow him to evade. So, lightning appeared all over his body to form armor. Ao Tianyi frowned as he rapidly analyzed what had occurred. The attack passed through his armor before leaving a wound a few centimeters deep. His scale skin did not protect him. His thunder armor should have worked. And even if it failed, his skin, which was a slightly weaker version of his scale, should have blocked the attack. Tao of killing. She killed my thunder, rendering it useless before doing the same and killing my defense. You will pay for leaving a mark on my body, said Ao Tianyi before transforming into an enormous purple dragon that covered the sky for kilometers in diameter, despite coiling itself. An ancient and noble aura emanated from his body before opening his mouth to gather a large sphere of purple thunder. Innate law, thought Huafeng Huang with a severe look. She knew her opponent had gotten serious and could not afford to make any mistakes. Chaos Thunder Bomb. Ao Tianyi spewed out the purple sphere at an unimaginable speed. Huafeng Huang acted swiftly by slashing her saber, killing the Chaos Thunder. Regrettably, she only reduced its size to a fourth of its original. Boom. The thunder ball exploded, generating a power akin to destruction, a power that could return things to chaos. Another bloodline artifact appeared before Huafeng Huang in the shape of a turtle shell with a snake design on its back. The shell generated a black and white shield that protected. After the explosion, a hole could be seen in the shield, and half of Huafeng Huang's body was now gone. Nevertheless, a bright red flame appeared on her body, regenerating the missing parts. Ao Tianyi's dragon face looked intently at his opponent. He remembered how annoying it was to battle true phoenixes with immortal flames. As long as they had access to energy, both of their own or between heaven and earth, they could regenerate infinitely. He opened his mouth to fire another Chaos Thunder Bomb, and Huafeng Huang disappeared in a burst of flame. Through flame teleportation she appeared on the dragon's back. However, the latter seemed to have anticipated this move as trees instantly sprouted from his back. The branches immediately went to capture Huafeng Huang, who tried to evade. Unfortunately, a tree branch caught her foot. She immediately felt she could not teleport, and the tree absorbed her vitality. Furthermore, it also seemed to be rapidly sealing her regeneration abilities. Huafeng Huang did not panic. Instead, she generated an intense flame. According to 5 elements generating theory, wood fuels fire. So, she wanted to use the trees to fuel her fire and destroy them. Unfortunately, she quickly learned that they were not ordinary wood as her immortal flame only burned small parts, having little to no effect. Meanwhile, Ao Tianyi was not surprised. His wood attribute was the yellow chi wood. The yellow chi tree was one of the first trees in existence, capable of holding and nourishing all things in existence. With his unique yellow chi wood innate law that had a special, he could do many things with the tree. Huafeng Huang's mind worked rapidly, knowing she needed a powerful attack to escape this situation. So, she acted decisively. Three paths of law. Water-fire polarity. An enormous blue and red ball appeared before Huafeng Huang before fusing, not into the color purple but a half blue and red sphere. Then the dichromatic globe headed straight for the yellow chi tree. The orb contained the power of ice and fire infinitely altering between each other, creating the ultimate grinding machine, a machine capable of grinding any world to dust. As such, the tree branches only lasted for a moment before Huafeng Huang regained her freedom. However, her attack also did not stop as it headed for Ao Tianyi's scale. The dragon's purple scale shone brilliantly as it resisted the cutting power of the sphere. Huafeng Huang acted swiftly as she swung her saber, killing Ao Tianyi's defensive capability. Crack. Many cracks appeared on his dragon's scale. However, Ao Tianyi was not injured. He turned his body into thunder elements to evade the water-fire polarity. Ao Tianyi appeared a few dozen of meters aside, staring at his opponent with his eagle-like eyes. What an annoyance, he thought. He had a few methods he could use, but it would be beneath him to use them so soon, and not even against a seated player. Nevertheless, he decided to no longer play around. Dark clouds suddenly appeared above everyone's heads, covering a few hundred kilometers. Then, purple thunder began to fall from the sky with speed hundreds of times that of light. An infinite number of lightning bolts fell from the clouds, trying to erase Huang from heaven and earth. She did her best to evade, but she could not do so for all the bolts. As a result, she had to rely on her phoenix's regeneration to barely survive. On the ground, Wang Wei and the other participants watched the battle unfold. This dragon's strength is not bad. The current attack had reached one leaf immortal venerable strength, and he could tell the latter was holding back. So, his genuine strength was probably around 2 to 3 leaf. She's also holding back and hiding, thought Wang Wei as he looked at Huang. Her bloodline might have evolved to the point of giving birth to innate laws. Wang Wei squinted his eyes as some idea popped into his mind. He sensed the innate law Ao Tianyi used and could sense an unknown and mysterious power. It was more of a will. Innate laws, primordial laws and grand Tao source. The 3 paths of laws. Wang Wei remembered the information he knew from his ancestors. The grand Tao source is the origin of all laws or Taos in the chaos universe, and it is the highest form of power. As the name implies, the grand Tao source is the root or origin of all laws, concepts, or rules that make up the entire universe. By controlling it, great emperors have no restraint wherever they go, whether it is primordial chaos or any chaos worlds. And by the time they become paragons, the level of control over these concepts reaches unimaginable. A cultivator has to become the sole controller of whatever Tao he cultivates, granting powerful authority. For example, a peak paragon who controls 100% of fire Tao can strike the power of a paragon with only 99% control. And if the 99% paragon wants to reach the peak of the paragon realm, they have 2 options. Firstly, fight the peak paragon and remove their imprint in the fire Tao, replacing their opponent. Of course, it would be best if they were lucky and no one had this position. The second option is to make their Tao unique, for example, Yin fire, flower fire, sun fire, etc. In this situation, the peak fire paragon could only reduce the 99% fire paragon's strength and not completely remove their control. With a unique Tao, the 99% fire paragon would essentially create a new grand Tao source of Yin fire or flower fire. At the beginning of the chaos universe, there were only 3,800 grand Tao sources, consistent with the 3,800 primary Taos. But, with the rise of cultivators, an infinite number of new sources appeared, blooming the universe into prosperity. Nevertheless, the paragons who controlled primary Taos had a vital position in the entire universe, so many people fought for their spot. As the controller of the root of all laws, emperors should be the most powerful and noble beings in existence, thought Wang Wei. However, the universe placed restrictions on them for balance. The power of order flashed in his eyes as he entered a state of enlightenment. Innate life forms follow the heavenly Tao path. Heavenly Tao boosted their innate laws. This is the reason many of them were on par with great emperors. However, as soon as an innate life form enters primordial chaos, they lose that boost. The same goes for fiend gods. They follow the primordial Tao path, and their primordial laws are boosted by primordial chaos itself. If they leave, their laws are also weakened. Great emperors follow the grand Tao path, comprehending the source and not being affected by the environment. Another way for the universe to maintain balance is to grant fiend gods and innate demon gods stronger fleshly bodies, allowing them to compete with the grand Tao path. As Wang Wei entered this deep state of enlightenment, he could see how the chaos universe developed when after its birth. He could see how these 3 paths were distinct, mutually exclusive. However, as time passed, life in the universe began to merge and evolve. Innate demon gods and fiend gods proved the Tao and walked the grand Tao path, while emperors began to temper their bodies to be on par with these blessed races. Under normal circumstances, these 3 paths should be a pyramid. After walking in the heavenly Tao path, a cultivator should evolve into the primordial Tao path before eventually comprehending the Tao source. However, the heaven will created a shortcut that allowed cultivators to skip all the other paths. Its existence is a form of disorder. Yin-yang balance, disorder, and order. The heaven will's existence allowed for the rapid development of the universe's inhabitants without grave consequences. And the habitants' development benefits the universe, creating a positive change and development cycle. The Choice universe's strict order, rulers, and balance make one wonder if its creation was artificial or natural, thought Wang Wei as he ended his enlightenment. He felt his mind clear as he sublimated his spirit. Although his strength did not improve much, Wang Wei did not mind. Order and disorder laws had many benefits since they allowed him to understand the universe and its operation better. And every time he does so, it becomes easier for him to divine or calculates information, easier to see and comprehend laws. It becomes easier to achieve his goal of attaining absolute freedom. Wang Wei could also feel that understanding the chaos universe would benefit him greatly in the future. Wang Wei sensed something and looked opposite him when he saw Xiao Qiandi looking at him with one eye. Interesting. He covered his enlightenment to not alert anyone, but the opponent detected something, even though Chu Luo right next to him did not do so. The innate grand source physique, the ultimate physique of the grand Tao path. Wang Wei glanced at him before looking back at the fight. He could tell the outcome would soon be determined. Hua Fenghuang looked haggard and pale. She had regenerated too many times and reached her limit. If it was not for her willpower, dying or coming close to death so many times would have affected most cultivators. Nevertheless, she persevered as her plans finally succeeded. The law of luck flashed on her body, and Ao Qiandi made a mistake out of nowhere. His control of thunder laws caused a small backlash to his body and injured him. Hua Fenghuang acted swiftly as she used her slaughter law, directly linking to Ao Qiandi's heart. Swish! An enormous beating heart appeared before her. Without hesitation, she took a void-breaking talisman and disappeared from the trial. "My heart!" roared the dragon, his anger uncontrollable. He turned back to his human form with 2 horns, except he had a gaping hole in his chest. Without hesitation, he took a few pills from his space ring to swallow them. In an instant, the gaping hole disappeared, and his heart regenerated. However, the dragon was furious beyond describable words. His first instinct was to call his Tao protector to go after Hua Fenghuang, but he remembered his oath. So he decided to go after her himself. However, he remembered his father's words on the importance of this task. Ao Qiandi's face then twisted in strange ways for the next few seconds. He wanted to get his revenge, but he also knew what to prioritize. Ultimately, he controlled himself to focus on his task. He looked at the seated players with red eyes. Then he glanced at Lord Spirit. "Since she ran away, is this considered my victory?" "That's correct. Can I challenge people now?" "If you wish." "Second seat, I challenge you." Wang Wei smiled. "Little dragon, are you sure you want to make this mistake? Don't waste my time and watch your tongue when speaking to me." "Eee. As you wish. Anyway, I also want a dragon heart." Domain's power. Wang Wei flew to the sky, looking oddly at Ao Qiandi. "What's with the look? I feel pity for what is about to happen to you. You could have lived your entire life without suffering as much as you will today." "You." "Enough nonsense," said the prideful dragon. He did not waste time and immediately transformed into his original shape. Meanwhile, Wang Wei instantly deployed his domain, assuming control of the surrounding. Then he received a divine hint and used his mother's darkness power to isolate the sight of everyone watching this battle. He even installed many formations inside the domain to prevent other forms of spying. As such, the participants on the ground can only see a massive sphere of darkness covering thousands of kilometers in the sky. Many people with secret techniques tried their best to see if they could see through the darkness. Unfortunately, even Xiao Qiandi could not see anything inside. Of course, he also did not try much. After his first attempt failed, he gave up using other methods. As for Ao Qiandi, he frowned after sensing he was in a domain. He immediately used the technique of law oscillation to make his innate laws vibrate and resonate with the surrounding, effectively rendering domains useless to him. Regrettably, Ao Qiandi soon discovered his method was useless. His technique did not even weaken the effect of the domain. "Interesting," muttered Wang Wei. He had never seen this technique before. He wondered if it was unique to the upper dimension or if some other cultivation system that did not have domains also had it. Most people will use domain to combat domain or use brute force to break them. Maybe the primordial system had such a method, but it was lost to history, rapidly thought Wang Wei. Meanwhile, Ao Qiandi sensed it was his opportunity when the enemy was distracted to attack. So, he created numerous tree branches before coating them with his chaos thunder, creating a thunder aura around the branches. This attack was the perfect combination of his 2 innate laws. Unfortunately for him, with just one look, his attack stopped as if frozen in time. And to his horror, Ao Qiandi realized he also was immobile. Wang Wei then waved his hand and the tree disappeared. "There are so many ways I could end this battle," Wang Wei said. "For example, death." As soon as he said this word, a dark aura suddenly enveloped Ao Qiandi, and he could feel his body begin to decay. His scale became as thin and fragile as a piece of wood, his majestic dragon body became as thin as a dry mummy, and his vitality diminished at an unfathomable speed. Ao Chani pushed his innate law to its maximum to stop the process, but it was useless. Horror and fear overwhelmed his mind, thinking about how he will die in just a moment. And right before his demise, he heard his enemy say life, and the process stopped before reverting to his formal appearance. Interesting, isn't it? Asked Wang Wei with a smile. But there is more. Time. Then the powers of time began to affect Ao Chani. The dragon rapidly controlled his fear and acted swiftly. He revealed his third and finally innate law, fire. He fused Chaos Fire, Yellow Chi Wood and Chaos Thunder into a protective armor. He planned to use Chaos Thunder Fire to burn or destroy time itself, while the Yellow Chi Wood protected him from any residual power. Unfortunately, his attempt was useless. Wang Wei's time law overwhelmed his innate laws, and Ao Chani found his body rapidly aging backward. His kilometers-long body began to shrink until he was the size of his adolescent year, pre-adolescence and early childhood. But to his horror, things did not stop there. Under that power, he eventually returned to the egg stage of his development while retaining his memories and consciousness. While inside that egg, all vulnerable and powerless, Ao Chani could feel he would cease to exist with a thought from his opponent. He would turn into a state as if he was never born. Wang Wei snapped his finger, reverting the dragon to his original state. However, Ao Chani could not move, simply out of fear. Wang Wei slowly flew before the dragon while talking. Domains are horrifying when the power gap between two people is overwhelming. Wang Wei stood in front of the dragon's eyebrow between his two deer horns. He slowly raised his hand to touch it, and Ao Chani jerked his head back. At least he tried to. However, when he saw the cold stare Wang Wei gave him, the overwhelming fear once again flooded his mind, rendering him immobile. This was not a technique or the power of the domain, it was pure fear. Wang Wei calmly placed his hand on the dragon's forehead and pulled out a phantom version of Ao Chani. It was his soul. Under Wang Wei's control, the soul quickly shrunk until it was the size of his palm. "Let's see what is in your memory," he muttered as he reviewed the dragon's life. From his time as an egg to the present, Ao Chani has lived over 100 million years, and Wang Wei skimmed through them rapidly. He learned many things about the upper dimension in greater detail. However, there were many powerful seals in Ao Chani's memories, some of which he did not dare approach. Wang Wei frowned as he was not satisfied with the cultivation techniques he got from the latter's memories. He wanted some secret techniques that were truly powerful or unique. "Let's try something else," he thought before a small black and white wheel appeared next to the dragon's soul. The wheel rotated as it shone on the soul, and with each rotation, Ao Chani underwent reincarnation or samsara. Through repeated reincarnations, Wang Wei wanted to wash away the seals in the latter's memories. "My experiments failed," he thought after forcing Ao Chani to undergo hundreds of reincarnations in just a few seconds. He wanted to know if he could use this method to wash away karma. And his method succeeded. Unfortunately, an unknown power acted and stopped his actions. So, Wang Wei guessed Heavenly Tao would not allow a mortal to wash away karma for people through this method, since such power is only allowed by great emperors. Another experiment he tried was to see if this technique could help others go through the orthodox path of the Nine Extremity Foundation. However, this part did not work even a little bit. Nevertheless, Wang Wei was satisfied since he broke some powerful seals inside. So he learned what he could. Most of them were useless to him except for one particular one. It was a memory of Ao Chani and his father Ao Jing. The latter explained in detail a secret technique of the primordial dragon clan to boost the bloodline process of tempering the body. "This method should help me optimize the Fiend God 12 body revolution," thought Wang Wei as he listened attentively. Then something odd happened. The older dragon suddenly looked directly at him. The memory of it suddenly became alive. "Young lad," said the dragon directly toward Wang Wei. "Interesting. Is this some form of mimetic power?" Wang Wei remained calm before answering, "Are you Ao Chani's father?" "That's right," replied Ao Jing. "You don't seem scared. If the lower dimension were not blocked, I would be." "You know a lot," replied Ao Jing. "I won't stay for long. All I have to say is don't kill my son. You can make him suffer but don't kill him." "That's very unexpected." Wang Wei really did not expect these words to come out from Ao Chani's father. "My son's cultivation journey has been too smooth. It's about time he suffered some major setbacks." "No problem. But how far do you want me to go?" "You can break his Tao heart, but don't completely annihilate it." "No problem," said Wang Wei. "You're a good father. I try my best, said Ao Jing. Raising a son alone was hard without his mother. But he tried his best. All right, I'm leaving, said the older dragon before disappearing, and Wang Wei was kicked out from Ao Channy's sea of consciousness. This should be a lesson to me. I should not so easily try to search the souls of these geniuses from the upper dimension, muttered Wang Wei before looking at Ao Channy's soul. Now what should I do with you? Let's begin by wiping your memories. Since he knew these upper-seated players wanted to observe the lower dimension geniuses and learn about their capabilities, he could not allow Ao Channy to remember everything that occurred during the battle. So, he erased the latter's memories, including the trace he used samsara on his soul. He even placed a method on the latter's soul in case someone tried to use the power of time to see Ao Channy's past memories. He used counter-divination methods and countering yang calculations, then sealed and removed all traces that he had modified the latter's memories. Of course, he left the trace of searching through Ao Channy's soul since his father already knew. Well, all these methods might be useless against some of these powerful cultivators, muttered Wang Wei as he realized a problem. Then he shrugged as there was nothing he could do about that. It was now too late and there was nothing he could do to fix this problem. After all, no matter how clever he was powerless before the might and method of a paragon. In that case, let's just leave it to luck. Wang Wei knew he was a lucky individual, so it was not a problem to rely on it. Furthermore, even if it did not work, the only consequence was his existence would be known to the 7 parasites sooner than later. So he placed Ao Channy's soul back into his body. I should probably give them some information as a misdirection. It could help with the situation. After coming up with this plan, he decided to have a brief fight with Ao Channy, revealing some of his strength or hidden trump cards. Plus, I also need to torment this man, break his mind and Dao heart so his great father can fix him. Order, Gift Bonus Chapter. Thanks to Gordon_4421 for the chapter after dealing with Ao Channy's memories, Wang Wei began to fight the latter as if it was their first battle. After opening his eyes, the only thing the dragon remembered was he was in a domain, and his technique was useless against its power. So he prepared to use brute force to deal with the situation. Meanwhile, Wang Wei pondered what information to reveal. The information needed to be new and somewhat valuable, not garner more suspicions. He'll reveal my order law. His order and disorder law were not mainly used for battle, but he could if he wanted to. Order. No transformation, only human shape. As soon as Wang Wei said these words, a mighty power descended on Ao Channy, canceling his dragon transformation. He tried very hard to resist and for a brief moment he did succeed. But it only lasted for a few seconds before Wang Wei overwhelmed him. Then he returned to his human shape. Ao Channy was unhappy as he could only exert 70 to 80% of his strength in this form. Little dragon, do you want to give up? Give me your heart and scale and everything will be alright. Ao Channy suddenly felt an uncontrollable fire in his heart. He opened his mouth to fire a Choas Thunderfire bomb. With a calm look on his face, Wang Wei said, Order, immunity to chaos, fire and thunder. Boom. The attack hit on him, generating a powerful explosion. However, Wang Wei appeared to be completely intact. He looked at the tiny burn mark on his skin. Interesting. Because I have a chaos flame, I was immune to its attribute. However, I've only got 99% immunity to the thunder. He found some restraint to his order laws besides the ones he already knew. For example, all the orders he executed applied to him and his opponent in the domain, meaning he also could not use any form of transformation. The only way to negate this rule is to use disorder law, but that's also limited. Alright, let's try some other things. Order. No laws of any path can be used. Disorder. The exception is the person with the highest soul strength. Ao Channy's face changed as he sensed the power of order working on him. However, he relaxed when he discovered his innate laws were not affected. You truly overestimate yourself. How could a mortal affect innate laws that heaven and earth itself bless? I see, muttered Wang Wei, ignoring his words. Innate laws are unique, and if I want to affect them, a price of equal values is needed. Order, law banning. Disorder, highest soul power as exception. Price, divine punishment, thunder. Instantly, Ao Channy felt he lost control of his innate laws. The power of order sealed them. Meanwhile, Wang Wei felt he could not use the divine punishment thunder sealed inside his body. No, no, no. Impossible, roared Ao Channy as he tried everything possible to eliminate the restriction. Secret technique, bloodline burning. A terrifying power came deep inside his body, drastically increasing his aura. Ao Channy's strength reached the beginning of immortal venerable 3-leaf in an instant. And with newfound power he tried removing the restriction on him. Your blood is too valuable, so this cannot be allowed, said Wang Wei. Order, no secret techniques. Then, Ao Channy's techniques ceased to work, and his power dropped to 1 leaf. A look of despair appeared on his face. He had lost many battles before, especially before his bloodline became mature. However, this was the first time he felt so powerless when dealing with an opponent. It was like he was nothing but an ant whose fate and destiny was out of its control. He hated the feeling to the core. Order, only the fleshly body can be used in this battle. Disorder, after one clash, the person with the strongest body will be the only one capable of using it. So, little dragon, are you ready? Asked Wang Wei with a smile that seemed devious and terrifying to Ao Channy. He bit the tip of his tongue to use the pain to overcome his trembling heart. He gathered all the strength of his fleshly body before rushing toward his opponent. He knew the latter was powerful from the information he had collected. However, he still had a chance. After all, as a chaos life form he was born gifted with a strong body. Boom. Crack. Ao Channy's arm twisted behind him in an odd and terrifying manner. He did not scream or even wince in pain. However, he looked defeated, like someone whose worldview was shattered. And as he sensed the power in his body leave, the sense of despair he felt skyrocketed. You had no chance from the beginning, commented Wang Wei. Although the confrontation appeared fair, it was not. When Wang Wei prevented the use of transformation, Ao Channy could only use 80% of his power. The argument could be made that he was also at a loss since he could not use the ancient desolate transformation. However, his transformation boosted his strength, while the dragon form was Ao Channy's natural body. Labeling it as a transformation was a technical loophole. Wang Wei knew these techniques, rules, or restraints of order law were the advantage of this law. If used correctly, he can make the environment benefit him while weakening his opponent. Of course, once he meets an opponent on equal ground as him, the power of order would not be as absolute. But he had already thought of other ways to use it. For example, applying the order rules only to himself and not involved. For example, he would allow his domain to only work on him, use order to boost his attacks or spells and do a bunch of other things. It could even be used as a defensive measure. Wang Wei looked Ao Channy directly in the eyes. How does it feel to be as helpless as a mortal? I could crush you as easily as an ant in your current state. Shut up, yelled Ao Channy. Don't worry, he'll make sure you will never forget this day. Don't. My father will not let you get away with this. Have you forgotten the oath you took? Ao Channy's face became pale. He also remembered that his father could not descend into the lower dimension to save him. Do you remember what I said I would do you the first time we met? By now, Ao Channy's face had lost all colors. Your scale, heart, muscle, blood, and flesh are precious. And I want them all, Wang Wei said calmly in a soft voice. Now, I cannot kill you, so I will need some help to help you regenerate the body parts I'm going to take. Do you understand what I'm getting at? Ao Channy looked at him with a blank look on his face, not capable of answering. Wang Wei secretly shook his head. This genius state of mind was worse than he anticipated. Although he has been using intimidation and his soul power to elicit fear into him, he did not expect him to crumble so easily. Let me be more direct. I do not want to use my resources to heal you. So hand over your space ring. Do not make me use drastic measures to get it myself. Ao Channy then subconsciously handed his space ring, even deactivating the seal to allow Wang Wei to access the contents inside. Then Wang Wei did as he said. He took the dragon's scale, muscles, heart, bones, blood, and a big piece of his flesh to cook later. During the process, Ao Channy was alive and felt everything. Wang Wei wanted to use the pills inside the latter's space ring to help regenerate these body parts. However, he quickly discovered he had never seen any of these pills before and decided to keep them for himself to study. So he used the ones he had instead. As for the reassure inside, he did not take them because he could sense some powerful marks on them. They most likely belonged to the primordial dragon race in the upper dimension. He did not want to complicate the situation by forcing the dragon race to abandon Ao Channy as they tried to regain their precious treasure. Finally, Wang Wei looked at Ao Channy with a look of horror and despair. The man looked like he had experienced indescribable horrors. Maybe I went too far, thought Wang Wei as he checked Ao Channy's body. His Tao heart is not completely broken, so his father should be able to fix him. So he patted the latter's shoulder. Don't blame me. Blame your father. Although he saved your life, he also placed you in this situation. Wang Wei had no regret in putting Ao Jing under the bus. However, he doubted Ao Tanai could help him in his state. The information I revealed should be enough to show my status as an overlord, but not too much to be suspicious. Hopefully. Then he closed his domain along with the power of darkness, returning to the trial area. The participants could immediately see who the winner was after seeing Ao Channy's dazed look. And when they saw the anguish in the latter's eyes, they wondered what terrible thing had happened to him. They gave Wang Wei odd looks, but he ignored them. All Wang Wei cared about was how much destiny he acquired after defeating Ao Channy. The amount was quite large compared to when he defeated Heaven Chosen from the lower dimension. He did not know whether this was normal or a result of the recent changes in the lower dimension. Sword will clash. Wang Wei flew to his seat while ignoring the weird gaze of everybody else. However, as soon as he sat down, Tong Ruobing asked him, "You didn't really take his scale, blood, muscle, and heart, did you?" She remembered the conversation on the first day. And based on what she knew about Wang Wei, it would not be below him to do so. "You sly wench, don't accuse me of doing such horrible things," replied Wang Wei with righteousness. "He's only like that because I placed on some powerful illusion." Tong Ruobing sneered. She watched the fight he had with Ji Song and how he essentially cooked the latter in a fit of rage. As such, he would never underestimate this man's cruelty. His behavior of hiding his fight is weird, she thought. Could it be he did not want others to know what he did to the dragon, or is there another reason he wants to hide? Tong Ruobing decided to wait and observe. Although she wanted to test her strength in comparison to these upper-seeded players and acquire some destiny and luck in the process, she also did not want to drag her faction into some conflict beyond their means. And since she had already detected the loophole in the Tao Oath, Tong Ruobing wanted to be more careful. Maybe this trial's inheritance was not worth all the effort. Anyways, during this trial she has benefited greatly. Her soul mutated, allowing her to use the power of the origin talisman better. Immortal child Shi Qian was fidgeting inside despite her calm exterior. She did not have the guts to fight any of these geniuses, even with the oath. Her parents were only two loose cultivators lucky enough to be blessed by a great emperor and achieve immortality. Although she appeared noble due to her birth, her background was the worst among all the people present. With her dad's death, her background was further reduced. Maybe I should finally join a sect. Her parents have always been proud of the idea of cultivating a mighty loose cultivator emperor. So, she never joined any factions despite always being hunted. Shi Qian had her pride as a loose cultivator. However, after seeing the participants, she understood the benefit of a powerful faction. It was not just about resources but protection and guidance. If she were from a renowned emperor lineage, her mother would not always have to hide and run. No, there is no need for a faction. My father and mother are proud of being loose cultivators, and I will make them happy by proving the Tao as one, she thought with determination. However, she also realized she had little chance of winning this inheritance, unless something extraordinary happened in the last mysterious trial section. And without the inheritance, she had no chance of proving the Tao in her world community. The only option left for her was to go to a weaker world community and prove the Tao. But she did not want to do it. Maybe I can ask the final winner to owe them some karma. Light race great emperors had a higher threshold for the number of people they could wash away for. So she was precious. And if that did not work, she could promise the final winner with her position for immortal venerables and Tao ancestors, thus increasing their factions. It's decided. Let's do that. Jingwu Hua remained composed, her thoughts only known to her. Although she also wanted to take a bite of Ao Tianyi and get her hands on her bloodline, she did not dare. Her father was on the upper dimension and she did not know how he was doing. She did not want to take any actions that could affect or place him in danger. So, she decided just to watch how things unfolded. Ao Tianyi took his seat with a dazed look. He immediately lowered his head, not daring to look at the opposite side or Wang Wei. Then Lord Spirit spoke. "Who is the next challenger? Are you going to challenge Zhang Yuqing?" asked Wang Wei through divine sets. "How do you know? You're a swordsman. So, of course you would challenge him. I guess that makes sense. But what do you want?" "I want to warn you that you are not his opponent. If you want to challenge him, I recommend doing a pure swordsmanship test." Wang Wei estimated Ji Lanfang's strength at the peak of one leaf immortal venerable. And this was not his limit. The latter was only tier 8 like him, and by the time he reached a realm similar to Quasi-Emperor, his power should reach 3 leaf. But even then he would not be Zhang Yuqing's opponent. The swordsman frowned for a moment, pondering. He took a big gulp from his gourd before saying, "I want to challenge the Taoist priest." "Young Master Ji, are you sure?" asked Zhang Yuqing. "I know I may not be your opponent. So, let's do a battle in the way of the sword." "That's fine by me," replied the young Taoist priest as he flew to the sky, and the drunk swordsman followed him. "My myriad sword soul physique allows me to learn and use many different sword wills," Zhang Yuqing said as he took out a black and white sword. "I've fought and defeated many swordsmen. I've learned from them until I surpassed them. Are you implying I will be the same?" Zhang Yuqing only smiled in response. Ji Lanfang shook his head at his opponent's remark. He took out his own sword, which was completely dark with no designs. It appeared like a normal sword forged by a mortal blacksmith with mediocre abilities. "My sword will is about speed. I believe speed is absolute, and absolute speed is the ultimate path of the sword." Zhang Yuqing shook his head as he did not like these pure swordsmen. "Let's begin with something common, gold sword will. Gold is the embodiment of sharpness in the 5 elements, hence a favorite Tao cultivated by many swordsmen." Zhang Yuqing swung his sword to create a moon-shaped slash. However, he did not use any energy, fleshly body, spiritual strength, or laws. The slash was the physical manifestation of his sword Tao understanding, the representation of his sword will. Ji Lanfang's eyes lit up after seeing the attack. Not bad. But not good enough. He swung his sword to generate his sword will. His slash easily destroyed his opponent before continuing to Zhang Yuqing. "What a fast sword. Let's test something else, Earth Sword Will." The new slash he created easily blocked Ji Lanfang's attack. Swordsmen are considered the ultimate attackers. Yet, the basic sword moves contain parrying or defending. I do not understand why so many of you are so obsessed with attacks when defending is also a part of the sword. Good question. And the answer is simple. The sword is a weapon for killing, commented Ji Lanfang before attacking again, this time even faster. Endless void, a secret realm. A hooded individual suddenly appeared before coughing off blood in his hand. "I thought I overestimated his ability, but I was still wrong. How can a man who reached such height be defined by common logic?" He blamed himself for not being more careful. Although the hooded person knew the reason for his detection was probably because he was too confident in his hiding method and because he could not control his emotions, he should not have spent so much time staring at the young Fate Domination Emperor. "This is a warning to me. I've prepared for so long, so I should control my emotions and not make such a mistake." The hooded shadow knew this was the opportunity he's been waiting for. The Empress was not with the young Fate Domination Emperor, and the lower dimension of this Choice world was not blocked, preventing outside interference. So, after swallowing a few pills, he headed to a house nearby. Inside a secret room, he activated a formation. A few seconds later, dozens of shadowy figures appeared, with no appearances. "Avenger, what do you want?" "It's almost time to act," replied the hooded figure named Avenger. "Already? It's only been 10,000 years. "I don't care about that," said one of the figures. "What about the things you promised us?" "I will give you another quarter." "What about the remaining half?" "You can get it after you kill the target," replied Avenger. Then he continued in a harsh voice, "Do your best according to the contract. If not, you know the price you'll pay. Since you have delivered, we will also keep our end of the bargain." "That's good. Remember the plan, be swift and use all your strength. Do not give him time to brief, let alone think or talk." "You're worrying too much." Avenger internally sneered. Only he knew how powerful this man would one day become. And with his intelligence, as long as he has less than a nanosecond to think, he will find a way out of any situation. "If you want the remaining reward, do as I said." "Whatever you say." Then all the figures dispersed as if they had never existed. You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.